people outside. Before we start, I request you all to please be seated throughout the inaugural program, and please keep your mobile phones on silent. Mark Twain once said, "India is the cradle of human race, the birthplace of human speech, the mother of history, the grandmother of legend, and the great-grandmother of tradition. The most valuable and most instructive materials in the history of man are treasured up in India." Today, we are all assembled here to celebrate the India that is Bharat and the Bharat that is India through the lens of the businesses of our country. A very good morning to everyone present here. I am Varsha Ramesh, and it gives me immense pleasure on behalf of the IIMB Business Conclave team to welcome you all to the IIMB Business Conclave 2020, powered by Servo. Can we hear a round of applause, please? Thank you. We have with us today our EPGP chairperson, Professor Ashok Tampi, Director IIM Bangalore, Professor Rishikesha T. Krishnan, our chief guest of the day, Mr. Amit Sharma, Managing Partner, IBM. With a huge round of applause, I would like to please invite the dignitaries to take their seat on the stage. We also have with us Mr. Prabhas Rath, General Manager, SEBI, who has graced us with his presence for the inaugural function. We welcome you, sir. I would now like to request our director, Professor Rishikesha T. Krishnan, to please welcome our chief guest with a bouquet. I request our chairperson, Mr. Ashok Tampi, to please welcome Professor Rishikesha T. Krishnan with a bouquet. And lastly, I would like to call our student of EPGP 2223, Mr. Yugesh, to please come on stage and welcome our chairperson, Professor Ashok Tampi. Light is a symbol of truth, knowledge, and understanding. We would like to commence today's program with the lighting of the lamp. I request our chief guest, director, and chairperson to please light the lamp and formally inaugurate the IIMB Business Conclave 2022. Along with them, I invite on stage Mr. K. Arun Kumar and Ms. Janani Kosalai, students from our EPGP batch, to join the dignitaries for the lamp lighting. Thank you very much, everyone. The theme of this year's IIMB Business Conclave is Decoding India and Bharat, One Nation, Two Identities, Inclusive Growth. It's a classic conundrum, as we all know. A sea of ideologies, technological advancements, social and cultural differences divide the two sides of our country. One which aspires to launch satellites around Mars, and another which aspires to get electricity around the clock. It was always perceived that India is growing fast and Bharat is playing the catch-up game. India is for the rich and powerful, and Bharat is for the poor and simple. India is for the dreamer, and Bharat is for the doer. But has this thought changed in the recent past? Without an iota of doubt, we know that both India and Bharat are now empowering, enticing, and energetic. However, do they acknowledge this about each other? With the improved strength and depth of the interactions between India and Bharat, have they both opened up to learn from each other, build relationships with each other, and grow with each other? Can the sum actually be greater than the parts? So today, let's see what the top honchos of India Inc. have to say about these questions running through our minds. We have lined up 3 fireside chats and 3 panel discussions with 12 intriguing speakers to look at how businesses are blurring the line between India and Bharat. Before we move on to the day's event, I would like to take this opportunity to quickly introduce EPGP to everyone present here today. The Executive Postgraduate Program in Management is a 1-year full-time residential program. The batch typically consists of professionals from several industries with experience ranging from 5 to 13 years. The program is based on a 3-pillar construct: first, academics; second, leadership talks and industry seminars; and third, international exposure. The program started in 2009, and the present batch, which is the 14th batch of EPGP, has a total of 75 students spanning over several traditional and non-traditional industries in the age group of 27 to 37. The program is specially designed to groom and transform professionals to their next journey to mid and leadership roles. Coming back to the day's event, we have with us Professor Rishikesha T. Krishnan, Director, IIM Bangalore. Professor Krishnan has an MS degree from IIT Kanpur and from Stanford University, USA, and has done a fellowship from IIM Ahmedabad. Presently holding the post of Director at IIM Bangalore, he was earlier the Director at IIM Indore and Founder and Mentor Director at IIM Sambalpur. He has also been on the board of 12 academic panels. He writes extensively and has over 140 publications. A strong and supportive leader who has helped us extensively for the conduct of this event. So we kindly request you to please present the opening address. And I'm sure him being the articulate speaker that he is, will provide us with several perspectives on the theme of the business conclave. Thank you.
Very good morning to all of you. Thank you for that very warm introduction. A special word of welcome to our chief guest this morning, Amit Sharma. Good to have you with us. Thank you. So I think you've chosen a very appropriate theme for this conclave. And if we just look back at the last decade or 10 to 15 years, I think what we can see is that there have been several ups and downs in our perception of this India and Bharat question. I'm just going back now to maybe about 15 years ago when Professor C.K. Prahalad wrote his book on the fortune at the bottom of the pyramid. And as many of you would know, he argued that businesses across the world have ignored the fact that there are consumers who might be poor in simple income terms, but they also have needs. And if those needs can be met in an appropriate way, there's actually a big market to be addressed there. And he brought this fact to the attention of multinationals across the world and tried to get them interested and excited about this fortune at the bottom of the pyramid. What we saw in the years that followed is that many companies tried to design products and services which could meet the needs of this market. And we saw a pretty mixed bag in terms of results. While some of these efforts were quite successful, some of them were not. And I think if you look back now, you can see that those which were really aligned with the primary basic needs of these customers did do quite well. But a lot of other products and services which were maybe outside this set of basic needs perhaps didn't do as well. In fact, I keep telling people and particularly students who attend my classes that whereas in developed markets, you often have to try and imagine needs which customers have not even thought of. I mean, Steve Jobs is a great example. He would often argue that you don't benefit by doing conventional market research in a country like the US, because essentially what you need to do is come up with new product ideas that customers themselves have not been able to think of. But in a country like India, that's not the case. In a country like India, we still have several basic needs of customers and users, which are not yet addressed in the way in which customers need to solve those particular needs. So I've always been, therefore, arguing that what you need to do in India is to find better ways of addressing the basic needs of people, whether it be, I mean, just for the kind of standard things we've always talked about, whether it be food, shelter, clothing, jobs, etc. Again, if you look at the way India has evolved over the last maybe decade or so, what we see is that a number of government support schemes which have reached out to this larger mass of consumers have been very successful when they have addressed these basic needs. You would be aware about the scheme where the government has extended cooking gas facility to rural areas and made sure that it's available at a fairly affordable cost. So that's one scheme which has been extremely successful. Or you have the Gramin Awas Yojana, which is again trying to create basic housing facilities in rural areas. But it's interesting to note that again, the main proponent or driver of these schemes has been the government itself. Of course, I'm sure the private sector has benefited indirectly, but it's not the private sector which has been the main mover of these new initiatives. So this only underlines or perhaps reiterates what I told you earlier, that there is still a big set of basic needs that have to be met in most low-income countries or middle-income countries like India. And it's the ability to address those needs successfully, which will ultimately enable both growth of the market as well as integrating Bharat and India together in a better way. What's also interesting to note is that if you read about many of these startups, which have been trying to address or come up with new products and services, many of them have struggled to go beyond a customer base of about 200 to 250 million. That's the number I keep reading in most of the articles. They've really struggled when they have tried to enhance their reach beyond what is commonly recognized as a sort of lower middle class in India. So I think that challenge, therefore, still remains, that when you want to come up with anything creative, you do need a larger market, or you need to come up with products and services that are themselves so much more creative and useful that they actually meet the needs of those customers. So unless this market base expands, many of the dreams we have for taking India forward are going to unfortunately remain exactly at that, as dreams. So it's clear that we have our task cut out in terms of enhancing the purchasing power of Bharat of today. If you look at the GDP per capita, and this keeps coming up in many different comparisons, you look at India versus China. There was a time not so long ago, maybe about 30 years ago, when India and China's GDP per capita was not that different. But when you look at it today, you see it, I think China's is almost 4 to 5 times that of India. So that's really the challenge before us. Unless we can really expand the GDP per capita, which means that we need two things, I guess. We need economic growth, and you need better distribution of the benefits of that economic growth. You're going to see India and Bharat, unfortunately, of course, integrated in some ways, but not integrated in some other ways. So I think that is going to be the challenge before us as we go forward. The last comment I would like to make is that we also have to be worried about a few other things. One concern that we have is about climate change and sustainability. And I was reading a very interesting article recently, which talked about what have been the environmental outcomes of the sachet revolution. Now, you might recall that this whole fortune at the bottom of the pyramid, one of the ideas was that you make your product offerings in smaller sizes that are affordable to customers who have limited income. But we also have evidence today that that explosion in sachets, particularly for products like shampoo, soap, detergent, hair oil, etc., has also caused a fairly serious environmental issue today. In fact, this particular article I was reading was about Sri Lanka, and it talks about how those sachets which have been thrown by users are today clogging various parts of the ecosystem. They're clogging, of course, waterways and sewage systems and several other systems. And today there's a serious negative impact of that. So to me, one of the big issues then going forward is that we, of course, need to do whatever we can to bring Bharat and India and closer together. But we also have to make sure that we do this in an environmentally sustainable way. And to me, that seems to be a big challenge before our companies as they look forward to enhancing growth and opportunities for lower income customers. So once again, let me congratulate the EPGP cohort this year for putting together such an excellently conceived conclave. Impressive list of speakers, very good and relevant theme. And one thing I was happy to see is that we are slowly emerging from those COVID-driven themes. Last 2 years, theme of any event had to do with either dealing with the pandemic or uncertainty, resilience, VUCA, all that stuff. So I'm glad to see we are coming back to more mainstream themes. I'm really happy that you've been able to put together such a wonderful program. And I congratulate you and wish you all the best. And once again, I'm looking forward to listening to Amit's talk as well. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for those profound ideas. I'm sure just like me, the audience found it invigorating and will feel promoted to exemplify them. We also have with us our EPGP chairperson, Professor Ashok Tampi, a PhD in economics from Purdue University. He's a professor of corporate finance and banking at IIM Bangalore. Prior to IIM Bangalore, he has had several teaching stints at Bilkent University, Turkey, Santa Carla University, USA, and the School of Economics and Law, Sweden. A very warm and approachable person who is ever willing to extend his helping hands and address our problems and concerns without a fuss. Sir, we invite you to please present the welcome address.
Good morning. Very happy to be here at the inauguration of the 14th edition of Business Conclave. It is a very, very important event for enhancing the connect between industry and the EPGP, as well as a way to understand the challenges, issues, and opportunities that arise from the challenges or the problems that are specifically the industry is facing, and how our students can leverage these opportunities, right? So it is wonderful to see this event being organized on a regular basis, and so thank you for doing a great job. I just want to comment a few things about India and Bharat as I was thinking about this theme of the conclave. When I grew up as a young boy in the 1970s, I used to traverse between India and Bharat, right? My parents lived in a tier 2 city or town. My grandparents lived in the village. And as was common in those days, during the summer holidays, we were sent to be with our grandparents. So I would spend a significant part of the summer holidays in the village. And so I used to, thinking back in those days, we didn't think about India and Bharat. It's, two different places, but thinking back, there are significant differences between the town where I lived and the village where I grew up. I mean, I stayed during the summer holidays. One of the things that I recall from the time there, and I keep going back, is there were hardly roads to get to the home, right? And particularly during rains, it was very difficult to reach the home. And so one had to, really tough it out. The other thing was there was electricity in just a few homes. Electricity had just recently come. Of course, there was no piped water. The school was a lower primary school, which was still a few kilometers away. There was no telephone except for, I think, one house. And that telephone became the telephone of the village, particularly during emergencies, right? Today, if I go to my village, the situation has changed significantly. Where there were maybe just one car, today several houses have cars. A lot of them have motorbikes or scooters, and there's a bus flying nearby. And so the nearest town, which is about 4 kilometers, which was a regular walk for most of the people from the village to go and buy provisions and so on, is now, because of the bus and the availability of motorized transport, is used so much that hardly anybody walks to the town, right? So there's been while there is this divide, there's significant change that has happened in Bharat. Significant change. A recent survey of hand sanitizers during COVID, about 44 million households in rural areas purchased hand sanitizers, whereas it was only 42 million in the urban areas, right? So the market size has increased significantly over the years in rural areas. At the same time, the way to communicate to rural audiences, the challenges of getting products to rural areas is quite different, right? Particularly for modern commerce, which is a growing area for the way in which products are distributed, right? The traditional distribution channels, which would reach out to the rural areas and so on, the efficiencies that were developed in those models, that's probably not the most appropriate way to deliver the products in using modern channels, right? Modern in the sense e-commerce, delivery models, and so on. So the business models, the approaches to access the rural markets, these, if we use urban-centric models to cater to the rural areas, it's probably not the most appropriate. So it's important that business leaders think about what would be appropriate ways to reach out and cater to the huge needs that are there in the rural areas of our country. Another interesting observation that, which I was having is, as Professor Rishikesh Krishnan mentioned, the sachet revolution, right? In the 70s, even in the urban area where my parents lived, milk came in a glass bottle, right, which was recycled. Today, it comes in a sachet, in a plastic, um, packing. And even if it is organic milk, it comes in a plastic packaging, right? So plastic use has increased significantly. In the village, there was hardly any plastic in the 70s. But today, there's significant amount of plastic even in the village, because almost everything comes packaged in plastic. And while income levels have increased in the village, the use of all of these have also increased. And while in urban areas, there is an effort, at least, to do recycling, segregation of waste, and so on. In rural areas, there's hardly any such effort. So what is done with this waste? It is either burnt, or it is just dumped on the ground. And then it affects the quality of the soil, affects the health, the water, and so on. And then the consequences of this on human lives and health in general. So while we are also thinking about this decoding India and Bharat and so on, India and Bharat is not static. The way we consume and things that we consume have changed. And also, it is important that while we think about the future and what are the products that would be the most appropriate, we need to also think, how can we deliver these in a manner that is more green and sustainable? Because climate change is something that is a very important issue that all of us need to deal with. And businesses also need to deal with this. And the challenges of dealing with these in an urban area is different from the challenges of how appropriately to deal with the issue of waste and so on in rural areas. So several differences between the urban and the rural setting. And as business leaders of the future, right, it's important to deal and think of solutions to these problems. And there are opportunities even as we come up with solutions to these problems, right? So it's important that you think about these things. And I'm happy to see that several of the panels that you have organized today deals with several of these issues in terms of the challenges of bringing the difference, or understanding the difference between India and Bharat, how it can be enhanced, how it can be leveraged, right? So very happy to see the Business Conclave team having put together a very good panel of speakers, and look forward to a very engaging day. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Thampi, for sharing your experience on witnessing the gap between Bharat and India emerge, albeit very slowly. And thank you, Professor Krishnan, for enlightening the need for economic drivers like purchase power parity for Bharat, and with the smart but innovative products at the same time, keeping the ecosystem in view. Ladies and gentlemen, I am beneath this side, and I would like to take this opportunity to introduce you to our esteemed chief guest. Sir, you are the managing partner, global delivery of IBM Consulting, and you currently lead the innovation and delivery centers comprising over 1 lakh consultants in 38 countries.
Prior to this, you have held a variety of IBM roles in finance and operations across the world, located in Singapore, Tokyo, New York, and Bangalore. There, you have been the Chief Operating Officer of IBM's Cloud Application Innovation, Chief Operating Officer of IBM South Asia, CFO of IBM Global Services Delivery Worldwide, and CFO of IBM India. Since 2008, you have been a member of IBM Chairman's senior leadership team comprising IBM's top 300 executives globally, focused on company's growth, transformation, and strategy. You have received the CFO of the Year award at India CFO Awards 2006. You hold an engineering degree in computer science, and you're an IIM Bangalore's proud alum too. So we are honored to have you as a chief guest today. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a big round of applause while I call upon stage Mr. Amit Sharma to open the 14th edition of Business Conclave with his address. Over to you, sir.
Thank you so much, Vineet. Professor Krishnan, Professor Thampi, esteemed faculty and students. It's truly an honor and a privilege to be here in front of you. It's always wonderful to be back on campus, although each time I come, there are more buildings. So, the campus keeps expanding each time I'm here. So I'm going to talk to you about what I've seen in my lifetime. And if I go back in time, in terms of timing, it's probably a little before your time, but I've had the very good fortune of being at the right place at the right time, I think, witnessing essentially the resurgence of the Indian economy, just as I happened to join IIM Bangalore back in 1992. So if you recollect, that is the time period when India had just opened the doors with respect to liberalization. The economy was almost being forced to open up because of a balance of payment crisis. And I think one could argue that the discussion around Bharat and India began really at that time with the unlocking of the economic benefits, which were, of course, biased in favor of urban India, often at the cost of rural India. During this period and since, I've had the vantage point of both being an observer as well as a keen participant in the journeys of our economy, but all from the viewpoint of working for IBM in a variety of roles, mostly in the corporate finance function. So, by the way, I joined IBM in a 50-50 joint venture with the Tata Group, and that was the very first investment by a foreign multinational into India post-liberalization. So it was kind of, I think timing-wise, I was very fortunate to have joined the joint venture, and it was really exciting because for a long time India had, we had for a variety of reasons shut down our economy from the external world, and we were now reopening the doors. I then had the opportunity to work overseas in multiple stints in Japan and in Singapore and in the US. And each of these experiences have also allowed me time to introspect and reflect on the steady economic progress that India has made in this time. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to split the India growth story chapter that I have witnessed. Of course, my experience is limited, into 3 stages. And I'm going to use, a rocket launch sequence analogy. So I'm going to break it up into 3. The first is what I would say is the pre-2004 stage, what I call readying for takeoff. So what really happened during this period was broadly unshackling of the license Raj, steady growth of the IT services export sector, structural reforms. For a chunk of this period, I was in Singapore and in ASEAN, and I actually personally witnessed the destructive impact of the ASEAN currency crisis in the middle of 1997. The harmful effects of unrestrained foreign currency borrowings and how repayment defaults ripple through the economy, destroying the fabric of society if not managed correctly. So I have seen, personally, I have seen, taxi drivers who were investment bankers. I've seen in Bangkok, large numbers of skyscrapers which were half finished or quarter finished. They were just stopped there for years. I've seen in well-to-do, foreign educated, experienced bankers selling peanuts on the streets of Jakarta. This is something that happens not because they did anything wrong. It's because their economy did not have the appropriate safeguards and went for unconstrained external commercial borrowing without taking into impact the currency, the fact that your currencies can get shocked. In contrast, India was relatively untouched, and it really came about because our central bank was far more conservative, and it protected itself by not allowing by having essentially constraints with respect to external commercial borrowing. So while the end result was that India was relatively slower growing in aggregate, and the other tiger economies were fastest growing, they came through a very sharp to a grinding halt, whereas India, barely felt a bump. So the reason I bring this to light is that we need to keep in mind and keep in perspective of what we have going right for us. We often typically forget it. We're all, last week, everybody was, oh my God, Bangalore is getting flooded. Oh my God, the roads are terrible, or whatever else. We don't take a step back and see what are the things that are going right, both for, rural India and for urban area. But in summary, this brutal upheaval that I saw through the currency crisis, it showed me how important it is to have steady long-term economic policies. If I flip now to the next stage, which is what I call phase 2, or the gathering speed. I was very fortunate to become the CFO of IBM India in 2003. And at that time, our operation was called an emerging country in IBM parlance, which meant that we had revenues we were just about to hit 200 million. So we were kind of upcoming 200 million a year for IBM. And I celebrated that actually just down the road. Our office used to be here on Banagata Road. It still is. And what I didn't know was what was coming ahead. But there was an era of, actually, if I look back, the best part of my career was the next 5 years, and I'll tell you why. And I'll lace it out just by way of giving you one example, but it's one that I look back upon in my career as what I think, when I write my biography, that's going to be the story I start with. And it is about creating a market. To the point made earlier, it's about how you approach a business. So I'll lay it out by way of a story. There was a fledgling cell phone provider, or a cell phone carrier provider, who had, somewhere between less than 5 million subscribers that came to us. And it had great ambitions to grow. And the ambitions to grow were like the proverbial hockey stick. So they wanted to grow from 5 million to, I'll tell you what the number was they had on their charts. They wanted to grow to 200 million in a short period of time. So 5 million to 200 million. Lots of people have put business plans like that. No one's ever, thought it can ever be achieved, right? They wanted to hit the cellular market, because at that time, for those of you who know, a minute of cell phone charge was somewhere between 7 or 8 rupees. It was rather expensive. So very few people really had, it was more of a status symbol than a business use or, a common use. And of course, in order to get into that business, they needed to pay a very high, charge to the regulator by way of spectrum charges. And it was extremely a capital intensive business. And they had all of the other regulatory challenges that you need to operate in a circle in each state. And, each one of them had a spectrum auction, and net of it was that seamless geographic expansion was tough. So I summarize that as there were Himalayan obstacles to it. Now they came to us, we went to them, and we tried to see what's the art of the possible, what can we do? And the trick in this whole piece was really to enable this enterprise with technology to be able to grow and scale while meeting cost points or price points for their clients that were much, much, much lower than what they had. So it was really to be able to harness economies of scale in a capital intensive business, because you had to put, I mean, this is really a technology business. It's, so you've got to, there's no choice. If you want to grow, you got to put the technology. You can't run manual bills and acquire customers using paper. It's just not, feasible. So what we did was the first time in the world, an on-demand $750 million multi-year deal, which basically took over the entire outsourcing of this company. The rest is history. The name of that company is Bharti Airtel. I wrote the contracts. I mean, I was part of the financial engineering team that looked at how can we make sure that we are protected on the downside. What if they grew from 5 million to 35 million and then plateaued off? What would happen to our capital? What will happen to the return on investment? How do you make sure that this is, managed from a risk perspective? With hindsight, and I would say I dare say, did a PhD on the downside, because I knew every bump on the road. What happens if when I put my, at 30 million subscribers, when I put my $10 million investment, what happens? What happens 3 months later? What if, the regulator stops them? So I had every risk case managed. I unfortunately did not do upside projections. Now, guess what? Play this forward a few years later, they had well over 200 million subscribers. A couple of years later, we repeated that construct of an on-demand construct where our revenue was directly tied to their revenue. So we were in it together. We were joined at the hip with this enterprise. If they succeeded, we succeeded. If they failed, we failed. But if you look at what this created, it created a business model where cell phones were now ubiquitous. They were everywhere in the economy. Play this forward 5 years, we, as in our company, was supporting 800 million subscribers. Obviously, it was extremely profitable for us as well as for these enterprises. But what unlocked that whole opportunity was an innovative business model. And that business model had not been tried, tested, or created anywhere else in the world. So on-demand business models were basically, the thought process was if you could get compute like you get electricity, you have a meter and you turn it on. Compute is, of course, not like that. It's far more complex. But that was the thought process, that you can turn it on and off, you can moderate it. No one had actually done a contract like that other than, doing very small things at the fringes of business. But to do a large outsourcing deal, so just to put this in perspective, that deal alone was bigger than the entire IT market in all of India put together. So it was at a different scale. It created a market. Now, what I brought to bear in there was, of course, the best of IBM's research capability. I had researchers sitting side by side, but it brought out, we unleashed innovation in the shop floor, on the fly, at the client premises. And what it was able to do was it was able to get our clients to spend their time on what they did best, building their brand, acquiring customers, creating new offerings. Now, what also came out of that were innovative business models. This is, by the way, just to put it in perspective, there was no 4G, there was no 3G. This is prior to that. There was pretty much no data, at best 2G. So you had incredible amount of research to come up with business models where you had the ability to leverage the power of the cell phone in the hand of the rural customer. So, there were models such as an online exchange for services. You see, how would you do that? So you had a toll-free number where a plumber or a carpenter or a farmer or whatever called in their language of choice. They pushed a button and they had a tree which said, okay, if you have services to deliver, press 1. If whatever, so you basically get the idea. You had the ability to put yourself out there on the web in a voice way in your language. So you had crossed the barrier of getting to large numbers. So we had some very interesting use cases where large numbers of rural communities were actually able to transact economically using the cell phone in a language of their choice without having to be literate. So this is, I mean, it gives me goosebumps. When you look at what we were able to do without 4G food, I mean, forget about what came later, but right then, you knew you had made a difference to the world. So the reason I recount this story is that the mobile revolution, in my opinion, is one of the key contributors to accelerating the growth rate and innovation potential of both Bharat as well as India. The bulk of the growth of these telecom subscribers came from Bharat, with innovation models that have evolved very, very, very quickly. And of course, that laid the stage for integrating the economy in several ways, and one that has only accelerated over time. Now I come to phase 3, 2014 onwards, which I call acceleration and launch onto the global stage. So the post-2014 political landscape has allowed for steady economic consolidation of gains of the past period, despite the bump on the road due to demonetization. Now, just like the rest of the world, we of course did get a huge jolt from the pandemic, both in rural as well as in urban India. Now, based on what I have seen, and this of course is my personal opinion, despite our losses in the pandemic, relative to the rest of the world, I dare say we have come out significantly stronger and resilient as a nation, not just in urban area, but more so in rural area. At IBM, in my current role, I manage large teams of consultants in 38 countries worldwide, and deal with business continuity planning and managing client deliverables around the world. And I've had to continue to navigate the response to the pandemic. And I can attest that I think our response in India has been clearly among the better ones. Now, as we look ahead into the future, additional economic reforms and actions continue to enhance the competitiveness of our industry on the global stage. Further, the geopolitical environment provides India with a unique opportunity to become a global alternative to reducing the concentration of manufacturing in China. This can play out both in rural as well as urban India. These macroeconomic trends are going to further transform our entire economy. From a technology perspective, the advent of 5G connectivity, the benefits of hybrid cloud and artificial intelligence are already creating an ecosystem for a new wave of economic growth. They can radically transform existing industries, customer care, healthcare, and the ease of delivery of goods and services throughout the economy. There are, of course, challenges and obstacles, both geopolitical and military conflicts, local political polarization, the increased rural-urban economic divide that you talked about, and of course, the ever-growing threat of climate change and its devastating impact, as is being seen by our neighbors, as well as playing out around the world. So in conclusion, I am even more excited today than I was 30 years ago when I set foot here at IIM Bangalore. For this is the age for both rural India and urban India to accelerate their pace of growth. It is the era for not one of them, but both of them to not just accelerate, but to integrate. If India is to take back its place in history, to go back 300 years and become one of the largest economies of the world, it needs all its people, just as it always did in our village-based economies, to contribute and thrive. This combination of Bharat and India are two faces of the same coin and can unleash unparalleled growth if steered and nurtured the right way. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. The campus sure does keep expanding. The campus sure does keep expanding. That is because IIMB wants to give to the world more such wonderful businessmen. Thank you so much for enlightening us with your three-phased growth story. I'm sure most of us are inspired by your foresight and vision. Our heartfelt gratitude to Mr. Amit Sharma for joining us today and setting the tone for IIMB Business Conclave 2022. As a token of our gratitude, we would like to present you with a memento. I would like to call on stage Mr. Shubham Sinha from the IIMB Business Conclave team to please present the same to the chief guest. We thank our director and chairperson for gracing the occasion and showing us your love and support. We hope and request that you please join us for a few of the sessions through the day as well. Thanks to the wonderful and encouraging audience for joining us for the inaugural session. We hope you have your seatbelt strapped on for the roller coaster ride that today is going to be. Before we kickstart the event, please join us for some tea and snacks outside the auditorium. We request you all to please assemble back within 15 minutes. Thank you, everyone, and wish you a wonderful day.
good, a basket of products, and then people should be offered that. But it should, I mean, that is one way. But another way is it should also be divisible in the sense that you have to give person what they want. So one is that it should be very simple product which a layman can understand. Then there should be variety of product because everyone has a different need. So again, drawing from the analogy, someone will want a shampoo for hair fall, another one will want a shampoo for shining hair. So you have to cater to both the needs. So that is one. And then secondly, you have to see what is the financial goal of people. So let's say, for example, if we are talking at a conservative investor or a person who is retired, he would like to protect his capital. And when he wants to protect its capital, what he wants is he wants to protect its savings from at least, inflation. So he wants a return which is more than inflation. So for him, perhaps inflation index bond will resonate better than any other product, which are giving more return but coming at a very high risk. Similarly, if we see, let us go to the Bharat. Let us pick up one investor from the Bharat. So as we know, most of again, we still have more than 2/3 people involved in agriculture. And their income and their expenditure are seasonal. So when they spend, they don't have income. And when they have income, they have a choice to spend. So that is how we have to not only go for micro products, I mean, micro saving products, but we also, because today with technology, we can do that actually. If suppose a recurring deposit, where someone needs to put a recurring deposit for 12 months, why can't a farmer put a recurring deposit starting from October to, let's say, when he has the surplus money? Because to include someone, you first need surplus savings. And unless you have income and surplus saving, no one will give a credit also, because that is what will define your credit worthiness.
So in terms of financial literacy, do you see this divide again in, how much of financial literacy is there in Bharat versus India? Of course, India would be, in my view, fairly financially literate, in spite of, assuming that India would be financially literate. I also find that many women are not financially literate. So this has been my experience in the last 2-3 years. I'm also quite surprised because they say we hand over all our salary to our husband. So they are also not financially literate to some extent. So any views on financial literacy, inclusion to all sectors, all sections of the population?
No, definitely. I mean, there is a big divide, I would say, in fact, because literacy is just not about able to read and write and understand. But I think literacy goes beyond that, and particularly more so in the financial investment cases, that you should be able to interpret the information that is there in hand and to use that to take a decision. So if we see that, I think there is a big divide between India and Bharat, to say. And actually that leads to another bigger problem. The bigger problem is that because of that lack of awareness, the trust that people have on the organized financial market also, I mean, it's get impacted. So they are always shy of putting something because they don't understand. Let's say, for example, if you go to a small town and if he has some surplus saving, he's very apprehensive about putting that in the mutual fund, let's say, for example, because he doesn't know how the mutual fund operates and what kind of return it will give. On the other hand, when he's interacting with the person he knows face to face, and he is investing in a asset class which is tangible, he can see it, feel it, then I think his perspective completely changes. And that is also the reason, if we see, I mean, in last 10 years, though financial savings and financialization of assets has gone up quite substantially. And but on the other hand, our physical savings still continues to be more than half of our total savings, which used to be about 70% 10 years back. And that also having so many structural reforms in last 10 years to boost to give a boost to financial inclusion. For example, having a majority government with the expectation of strong decisions, then demonetization also in a way. I mean, one positive side of demonetization was that, it actually helped boost financialization of assets. And the third one is, of course, government has taken so many policies now, like, for example, whether it's the kind of taxation for real estate or the Benami Property Act. So all these has pushed people from physical saving to financial saving. And recently, of course, the COVID and, the very low interest rate and all, it has, within financial sector, it has actually pushed people from saving to investment. So those things have happened, but still little bit more than half is by held in physical assets. And again, to come to a solution there, actually, people have certain beliefs. So the beliefs is that, like, for example, I am very comfortable with real estate. Or if you go to the southern part, mostly, they are very much, their investment will resonate more with gold. So the idea is, don't take them out of gold, don't take them out of real estate, because those are assets. I think that is not the approach. But how you can repackage that particular assets, how you can re-engineer, product re-engineering and put them into financial assets. So that is the most important thing. And another thing is, this is from the investment side. On the credit side also, for example, today, a farmer might be holding a cow, a farmer might be holding a small farm, or a farmer might be holding a, small house. So, but today when he goes and shows that as a collateral and asks for a credit, he finds it very difficult because nobody knows what is the value of that product. So today technology, again, technology has come and there is a concept of tokenization. Many of you must have heard it. So like all of us are now a token actually in a way, because, today, for example, I have a PAN account. By my PAN, actually, they know what is my income, my expenditure. They can evaluate my credit worthiness. Exactly that is what the CRED and all they are doing. They're looking at, how much I am traveling, how much I am going to a fine dine and eating. And based on that, they are offering, instant 15 lakh loan or something like that. So that kind of thing actually has to be done for the small people also. And for them, the asset is all these things. So that has to be evaluated, tokenized. And another thing is that, of course, UPI has done a great job and it is doing a great job because the way we are seeing, the UPI transaction has multiplied 4 times in last 2 years, from about 20 lakh crore to 80 lakh crore today. So with that, actually, what every money that is moving from one place to other place, I think there is a need to digitalize the entire payment system. And since UPI is today free, I think there is no cost attached to it also. Because that digital footprint, financial digital footprint, to say so, that is very important, because unless there is a financial digital footprint, how do I access how much someone is worthy of? Either in terms of offering a product or in terms of giving a credit. So I think, so to be, again, to reiterate, technology, one, using this, our Aadhaar network, which is actually covering more than 90% of the people. Then JAM, actually, that Jan Dhan, Aadhaar, and mobile network. I think that is the way to go, included UPI.
So that brings me to 2 follow-up questions. One is, you're talking about financial assets, which people should invest more in. But do you think there are enough financial assets available today for us to invest? Because many of us are chasing the same financial assets, because of which, the market value of these assets are going up. So do we have enough financial assets for, more and more people to invest?
Actually, it has to be, it can be looked in both ways.
Okay.
So let me see, for example, if we see the number of products, I think it's a problem of plenty.
Okay.
Because today there are about 1,300 mutual fund schemes. There are several, micro saving mechanisms. So of course, the variety is required, because as I was telling, everyone has a different need. But whether we need so much of variety, that is one issue. Second issue, what you are saying is, I will again give an example from the stock market. If we see from 2013 onwards, so today we are talking about a disconnect between real sector and financial sector. So without growth, or even with minimum growth, if we see the market capitalization or the price to earning ratio, they have gone quite high. And where that has happened is that, and if someone sees the plot, from 2013 onwards, it has happened. And 2013, because people are getting more aware, they are investing more in financial assets, either directly or through instrument like mutual funds. On the other hand, liquidity also, because global liquidity has always been surplus since 2009. post the global crisis. So easy money is there. So that divide has gone up. Then comes the question whether we have enough asset to cater to the need of the people. So I also agree with that we don't have, because money, the way it is coming, we are not able to bring so much of the assets to the market. So there is a gap there.
The last part, I don't know how we are doing on time. One important question that I had is, particularly when you talk about financial inclusion, it's also about security. It's also about, when you use the technology, we hear a lot of phishing calls and mails that are happening and so on. Two things. One is, how do we improve on this aspect? And second is, what is the role of regulator, for example, on the financial market, the financial products and so on? Of course, we were discussing during the break that RBI does a great job, but in terms of how do we enhance the role of surveillance, like you are in that area. So how do we preempt such happening?
No, I think, if suppose we are going to use technology, then technology again is the solution to monitor that also. So that is how, earlier the main focus was on, market manipulation by individuals. But I think gradually there is a shift to look at more to the cyber security end.
Yeah.
So that is where actually the government and the regulatory agencies are investing more. And if you see the way we talk and behave today, if I compare that with 10 years back, perhaps it was more like a financial regulatory institutions. But today it looks like a fintech regulating institution. So that is the transit happening, and we have to go with that. And as we know, this is a very tricky situation, because technology and market somewhere is always ahead of the curve. So to visualize, the kind of problems that will happen, because once it has happened, of course, you think about it and you come with a solution. So here, I think the way forward is that you have to be consultative. So you have to be consultative, interact more with the market, get into dialogue with market and expert. And as far as my organization is concerned, that is an approach that has been there since the beginning. And in fact, it has substantially gone up in recent years, because every day a new kind of challenge is happening or expected. So to resolve that, dialogue is the way we are adopting.
Any last few words before I open to the audience for question answers?
Last few words, just to summarize, since this session is on financial inclusion. So first is that we have to give a variety of products and allow people to choose, because when we are talking about development is also about choice. Second is, with these platforms, Aadhaar, GSTN for the corporates, Aadhaar plus GSTN for KYC, UPI, and of course the bank account Jan Dhan. So this is the platform that we have to use for financial inclusion. Third is that on the distribution also, we have to give, technology cannot cater to everyone. So we have to continue with both business correspondents as well as the technology model. And fourth is, that somewhere that bureaucratic fear of people participating in the formal financial sector, because they think that it is the, in the purview of the privileged people, that has to somewhere go away. And I think again, their technology can come, this business correspondent can come. And we have to always scale up in such a way that the cost of transaction, cost of investing, it has to go down. Then only people will come here. And the fourth one is that, the last one is that the tokenization piece that I told. So that is the way I would summarize.
Yeah. Shall we open for questions? Yeah. So people would ask, or you have the questions?
No, we don't have a question, I think, but in the shortage of time, we will be able to take a couple of questions only. So if any of us would like to ask a question, can we pass on the mic there?
Good morning, sir. Sir, I work in State Bank, and what I have observed is, like, in the name of financial inclusion, we are forced to offer mutual funds to the illiterate people. Instead of, if they come to branch for FD, we give them mutual fund. We know it's good for them, but do you think that is morally correct to go forward? And why only government banks has to do that? Why can't private banks can be forced to do the same thing? I mean, if they are taking that much money from the country, they have some responsibility towards financial inclusion also. So what's government is doing for that?
No, I think that's a bad practice, to be very precise, because I know a lot of mis-selling happens. And in fact, at times, now we don't visit bank, but for locker and all we visit. So we also at times get offered mutual fund because they don't know where I'm working. And the kind of products also they offer, so it's quite interesting. So yeah, on that, I am on the same page with you. But what SEBI is doing is that, I mean, we are trying to, SEBI works on a disclosure-based regime. So we are trying to disclose more and more to investors. So how we are doing it? But disclosure, you cannot just give it in a haphazard way. It has to be in a structured way. So in case you have seen, there is one riskometer. So we started somewhere in product labeling. Then from product labeling, we went for a static riskometer. So what it says basically is, the kind of assets a mutual fund is holding, a scheme. What is the credit risk? What is the liquidity risk? What is the interest risk? Then there is a methodology. They combine them to come to a score. And that scores has been divided into 6 buckets. And that's how low risk to very high risk it is, depicted. And recently from 2021 January, it has become dynamic. So every month, actually, they have to review it. Not only at the beginning, when you are coming with the scheme, you are giving it every month. So a person knows that this is how much risk and all that thing. So that disclosure part is there. Then second thing is that earlier, for example, suppose a scheme was saying, I am a small cap scheme. But ultimately, he was investing most of his funds in large cap scheme only. So that reclassification also, so that people know if you are a small scheme, you should behave like a small scheme. It is not that you tell something but do something else. So third is that the product suitability part. Product suitability, so the investor advisor regulations, then also investor education programs. So that is how we are taking that forward.
We can take one more question. Okay.
Mr. Prabhas Rath,
Can
yes,
someone pass on the mic there?
yeah, so increasingly we are seeing the trend that startups are raising money at insane valuations, and it's basically 5% or even lesser of capital is raised, but the valuation becomes 20x or something like that. And we are having a bunch of unicorns, etc. And some of them are even getting listed, and then 3 to 6 months later they fizzle out, right? So are there some kind of regulations that the regulators are looking to bring into, so as to give the public a better picture into it? Because the news is all like, okay, now we have moved beyond the unicorns to decacorns. That's what we are counting today. So is there something better or regulations that the regulators looking to bring in?
No, definitely. Though I'm not a right person to comment on that on behalf of SEBI, but still, since our chairperson has made it this statement just about 3 days back on the sideline of FICCI. So the principle there is, as again, coming back to this disclosure based, we are not concerned about what. We cannot say what the valuation of a company will be. But the people have to disclose adequate information to justify that valuation. And that is then up to the investors, to see whether the information, the kind of business model that is disclosed, the risk factor, the peer performance, all that, after looking at that, it is ultimately investors, they have to decide. Whether it's a fair price or not.
Sir, we were talking about financial inclusion, and so if we see the ITR numbers, ITR assessment are close to 6 crore, and we can, if taken into the consideration the informal part of the economy, so there are 10 to 12 crores Indian who are actually have a surplus to invest into the Indian market, and we have 8 crore demat account. So looking at this number, it is almost 70-80%. But if you look at the larger, so what do you say? Like, if we say only these numbers, then they are looking very good comparatively.
No, see, every time actually when you are targeting, it has to be seen in per capita term, not the absolute term. Because a country, suppose it has a population of 20 crore and it has 8 crore account, and another country which has 100 crore population and 8 crore account, both has to be read differently. So one has to see per capita. So yeah, that's a true picture, because if you see US, for example, in US, about 70% of the people invest in security market, whether it's in mutual fund, shares, bonds, anything. If you go to China, it is 20%, and in India, it's about 7%. Because you have 8 crore investor, where approximately 110 adult population, 110 crore adult population. So there is definitely a gap. And from the income tax, what you were saying, actually income tax doesn't define the amount of people who are actually having surplus money, because we still have about more than 50% unorganized sector, where people might be having income. There are so many self-employed who may not have been enrolled for in the tax framework. And you just see the kind of agriculture, it's completely exempted from tax. And so do you think that a rich farmer in Punjab or Haryana, he doesn't have surplus money? He may not be in the tax network.
The last 2 or 3 questions.
All right.
max.
Hello.
Yeah.
Yeah. Can someone pass on the mic there?
Sir, this side.
Good morning, sir. So my question was, we have two basic problems here: financial inclusion and also sustainability and climate change. So now we can solve this both problem together. So we know BRSR framework recently SEBI has published and wants everyone to follow this. So what is the policy SEBI is going to follow for coming 5 and 10 years to integrate these two aspects to find a better sustainable solution?
No, climate change is, it's not anymore. The way any policymaker will work on. With regard to climate change, it is no more a choice. Someone has to actually work in that direction. So there is no option on that. So coming to SEBI, of course, the BSRB that you mentioned. Then another area that SEBI is actively working is on the ESG. On the ESG also more on the rating and investor protection perspective. Then impact financing, because that is also a domain which will somewhere overlap with climate change, is the social stock exchange. So that is also a kind of new innovation that has been introduced in SEBI. And we are looking forward to, the outcomes from that. It's in the nascent stage, I would say.
Yeah, Arun.
Yeah.
Sir, taking from the theme, Bharat especially runs on trust, the lower income or the uneducated probably. So from a governance point of view, don't you think that SEBI has to go more aggressive, or what are your thoughts that, to bring that trust of the Bharat, that, these are not some things like earlier it used to be called as a betting market and things like that. Things are much better now comparatively, but from a governance point of view, you think SEBI has to do a step beyond just than regulating the market to, driving people to come towards this side, building that trust?
No,
So
I think
basically towards Bharat, how do we make them financially literate?
you asked a very excellent question, actually. Let me compliment you on that thing. Because as you told, the word bank means trust, actually. So the moment we are talking about finance, and in finance, bank is the first institution to come. So it is about trust. Everything is about trust. So that is something that actually is driving. And coming to SEBI's regulatory, actually SEBI has 3 mandates. One is regulation, market development, and also investor protection. So coming to the market development, if you see, we have these resource person program, because from Mumbai or from a state capital, though you may have an office to go to hinterland and educate people, you have to somewhere decentralize it. So when you decentralize people, and another thing is that till 2012-13, if you see, SEBI had only 5 offices in Mumbai and 3 metros in Ahmedabad, and now we have more than 16 offices. The logic there is that one is that go to the people, because when people see you, when people talk to you, when people feel that they can come and meet you, that builds trust. Because trust cannot be, created and maintained in vacuum. And that is the reason. And after that, actually, obviously, one-to-one, you cannot map it, but we are seeing the kind of evolution happening. If you see the mutual fund, for example, today mutual fund, we have almost 17% of the AUM is coming from beyond 30 cities. And there are about more than 5 crore SIP accounts. Of course, the folios are more than 13 crore. And if you see last year only, 60 lakh people have come to mutual fund. So I think if this is not trust, what is?
Thank you, guys. I think with the shortage of time, we'll have to hold back the questions this time. I'm really sorry. You can always get back to Mr. Rath after the event. I'm sure he'll be able to take more questions. Thank you, guys, and thank you, Professor Srinivasan and Mr. Rath, for sharing key valuable insights. Thank you, Mr. Rath, for sharing insights on the issues that are plaguing financial inclusion in India and the initiatives that SEBI and the government are taking. And thank you, Professor Srinivasan, for bringing fire to the fireside chat by asking direct questions. Thank you both. Now, I would like to invite my colleague to help Professor Srinivasan present the memento to our guests. Let's have a big round of applause, guys. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Yeah. Guys, in the shortage of time, we have an event coming soon, which is being taken by Mr. Saurav Mukherjee, who is the founder of Marcellus Investment Managers. We'll still break out for tea, but then I would still request you guys to come back soon so that we can timely enjoy the session and ask relevant questions. Thank you all. Thank you.
One more. Stand here. One more. Thank you. Saying eyes closed. Oh.
Hello.
Akshar, can you hear us? Okay. Mr. Saurav Mukherjee, can you hear us?
Yeah, loud and clear.
Good morning, sir. So we've got Professor Jaydev with us. We can do a pre-discussion right now. The panel will start in 5 to 10 minutes, panel discussion.
Panel being.
Good morning, Saurabh.
Morning, Jaydev ji. Morning, sir. Panel being, who's the panel?
So it's just you, sir. It's a fireside chat.
Professor Jaydev and myself having a chat.
Yeah.
Right.
So what's your plan, Saurabh? How we want to proceed?
You tell me, sir. I'm completely flexible. I can do some stuff.
I think,
discuss. Happy to discuss.
So the theme is on your book, Coffee Can Investing. So maybe you guys can discuss on how about to go about it.
Professor Jaydev, if you want, what we can do is we can start gently. We can start gently by you asking me how we hit upon the concept. And then depending on how deep you want to take it, you can go into why is it that given that the efficient markets theory says something like this shouldn't work, why does it work? And we've done lots of work on that. Why does the efficient market theory break down? And specifically, why has it broken down in India in the last 20 years? And how people like are basically arbitraging the breakdown of the efficient market theory and creating a lot of wealth. And perhaps what could happen in the next 20, 30 years to make markets more efficient and perhaps remove that arbitrage. So it's a sort of area with infinite opportunity for rich discussion from the simplest level, which is how did we hit upon it? Why does it make money? And then the slightly deeper level of the breakdown in efficient market theory in the last 20 years, especially in India, and specifically for the case of superstar firms in India.
Looks fine. So you don't have any specific presentation type of thing, no? You are just charting.
On Coffee Can, I don't have a presentation.
Fine, that's good. Fine. No, not it. So, fine. We can go ahead. I don't have anything to ask at this stage now.
Sure,
you are joining from Mumbai, Saurabh?
Yes, sir. I'm joining from my residence in Mumbai, sir.
Right. Thanks for the time on Sunday.
Yes, sir. So it would have been great if you could have come here physically, but the batch is very excited for this discussion. We've just broken for tea from the last discussion, and we'll just start in 5 to 10 minutes.
I'm very grateful for the invite. I've got teenage kids, so it's a little difficult to spend the weekend.
They are not totally kids. Actually, it is executive MBA program, 1 year. They are coming with 7 to 8 years of experience.
7 years average experience.
And they all have very good internationally comparable GMAT scores of more than 700.
Yeah.
So they are well.
No, I have kids, sir. I mean, I didn't mean your.
Okay.
I mean, So my son is in class 10, so most of my Sundays spent making sure he gets some work done, and
Fine.
then
Some
the
assignments are there.
is to attend to.
Okay, then.
So we'll just start in 5 to 10 minutes.
Okay, fine.
Thank you so much.
Don't worry, you can get the camera. Hold on. Focus on it. Don't worry.
We'll start.
Can you be announced for people who are sitting in the wings to sit on the center? You can go ahead.
Just tell them.
I haven't told you.
Yeah, not moving. They'll still not move. It's still not moving. Shubham, stop now. Should we stop? Good morning, all. A very warm welcome to everyone present here for a fireside chat with Mr. Saurav Mukherjee. Sir, we are very excited and honored to have you. Someone who does not need any introduction and has many fans in the audience, including myself. But still, let me get into the details. Mr. Saurav Mukherjee is the founder and chief investment officer of Marcellus Investment Managers. Prior to setting up Marcellus, he was the CEO of Ambit Capital. He was rated as the leading equity strategist consecutively for 3 years, 15, 16, and 17 by Asia Money polls. He is also the founding director of the Association of Portfolio Managers in India. He has written many best-selling books, one of them being Coffee Can Investing, insights from which we will be discussing today. Please welcome Mr. Saurav Mukherjee with a huge round of applause.
Thank you, folks. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you for inviting me.
We would now like to welcome Professor M. Jaydev. He is a distinguished member in the finance and accounting area of IIM Bangalore. He is a PhD from Osmania University and associate member of the Indian Institute of Bankers. He is a banking and risk management expert and is a member of the board of multiple companies, including BGSE Financial, a company promoted by Bangalore Stock Exchange. Please welcome Professor Jaydev with a huge round of applause. Now let me hand it over to the professor to commence the discussion.
Good morning, Saurabh. Good morning to all. Welcome to this session, and very interesting because investment and stock market is always interesting subject, and especially the students of B school, they have multiple way they are going to participate in the market. It may be taking their own positions, or it may be on behalf of the mutual funds and other investors, or they may be taking the role of the equity valuers and making some recommendations, and many other opportunities are available for them to lead this subject. So very nice to know about your contribution. I have seen it a couple of times, and I thought I am meeting you here on this session, but then they have given in the fine print at bottom line that you are joining on the online, and I have to be here in physical presence. So they can dictate, because our students, they can dictate the faculty to be here. Fine. So thank you.
Thank you for inviting me, and apologies for not being there.
No problem. I can understand, and it is very good also because effective cost, time effective, because Sunday spending a time is entire Sunday will be used. So, so coming to this topic, what is that? Just what is your theme of this book, and can you explain? Because our guys are reading so many things about efficient market efficiency, and so on, so forth, and all those things, and various types of the investment strategies also. So what is your theme of this coffee can investing, and how do you link it with the established theories what we teach in the classroom here?
So I have to be honest, Professor Jaydev, there is very little in coffee can investing which is linked to my own education. I think conventional finance theory is very good to study in college. It gives you a understanding of how theory works, but very little of it actually works in the real world. So let me just take it step by step. So 2008 is when my colleagues and I migrated to India, and our earliest understanding of why efficient market theory breaks down utterly in India is the first sort of 2 to 3 years where we spent understanding how leading companies in our country cook their books, right? So if you think about it, right, if accounts are if the published financial statements are not a true picture, don't provide a true picture of the underlying state of the company, obviously the share price will not be a fair reflection of the company. So the first 2 years was really spent understanding accounting fraud in India, and why for many prominent companies, their published financial statements are actually not a don't provide a true picture of the underlying business. So just to sort of use broad approximations, I would say 40% of the BSE 500, the accounts don't actually give you a true picture of the underlying business. So by around 2011, Professor Jaydev, we realized that basically out of the BSE 500, only 300 are really relevant, right? Then 2011, 12, 13, 14, I met those 300 companies one by one, and I realized that the vast majority of them, whilst these 300 were honest, they are still honest companies, the vast majority of them are incompetent in allocating capital. And using finance theory, the simplest way to understand a company's competence or lack thereof in allocating capital is to look at the return on capital employed. So if you look at the Indian stock market, you'll see 90% of companies struggle to generate a ROCE above their cost of capital, right? So if 90% of companies can't generate ROCE above their cost of capital, necessarily you screen out 90% of the stock market, right? You're thus left with barely 50 companies worth looking at in India. And 2014, I was thinking about how do you actually make money out of these 50 companies? How can you create portfolios, wealth, compounding out of the 50, when a friend of mine, another fund manager, legendary fund manager, Sanjay Bhattacharya, he told me to read a paper by Rob Kirby, right? So Rob Kirby was a fund manager in Capital. Unfortunately, he died a year before I published Coffee Can Investing. So Rob Kirby was for around 40 years a fund manager in Capital. And he went through a specific live episode which led him to write this famous paper. The famous paper was published in 1984. If anybody wants to read it, just go to Google, just put inside the Google search engine, Coffee Can Investing and Rob Kirby, and you'll find the paper. And the paper was the result of the following episode, the episode which changed Rob's approach to investing. So Rob used to manage money for Capital in Los Angeles through the 60s. Somewhere in 1973, a lady came to him, a client of his, a lady came to him and said, Rob, I'm very happy with the work you've done for me. I would like to also now hand over to you, not just my portfolio that you've been managing for a while. I'll also hand over to you my recently deceased husband's portfolio. And when Rob opened that husband's portfolio, Rob realized that the dead husband had outperformed him by a factor of 2. And the reason the dead husband had outperformed a successful fund manager like Kirby, Rob realized, was the husband would buy the same shares as Kirby at the same time that Kirby bought. So the husband would buy with Kirby, but the husband would never sell. And over time, because the husband let his positions run for longer, he outperformed Kirby by a factor of 2. And that led Rob to hit upon this style of investing, which is called Coffee Can Investing, which is buy a bunch of great companies and hold on to them for long periods of time. He called it coffee can because back in the Wild West, say 150 years ago, when America didn't have enough banks, Americans would buy their stocks and Americans would put their savings in coffee cans and seal the coffee can shut and put it underneath the pillow. And hence the term coffee can investing. So the concept that I learned courtesy reading this paper in 2014 was, if you buy a bunch of great companies and hold on to them for a long period of time, you make a lot of money. But the question remained, how do your students, how do we identify great companies, right? I narrowed it down to 50, but how to create a portfolio of say 15 stocks, 15 rather than 50. And that's when in 2015, January or February that year, I was invited to a roundtable in Mumbai with 3 other fund managers. I think Forbes, the business magazine, hosted it. There was myself, Bharat Shahji, and I have to honestly admit, I can't remember the names of the other 2 fund managers, right? They were there, but they're sort of forgotten in the mists of time. Bharat Shahji said something in that roundtable, which sort of made a light bulb go off in my head. So we were discussing in the roundtable how to identify great companies, and Bharat Shahji said that, look, great companies distinguished. He said, any company, you just need 2 metrics to understand a company. One is ROCE, right? So if ROCE doesn't exceed cost of capital, you can forget about that company, which is true for most companies in our country. So the first metric which defines a company is ROCE. And the second Bharat Shahji said, was revenue growth. And when he said these 2 things, right, a light bulb went off on my head. I went back to the office and I requested my colleagues to run a crunch, 10-year crunch. So I said, take rolling 10-year period, start in 1990, roll for 10 years, roll every 10 years. So 1990 to 2091 to 2001, 92 to 2002, so on and so forth. And look for just 2 things. I told my team, just look for 2 things. Look for companies which every single year in that 10-year period have an ROC greater than 15%, above cost of capital, that is. So look for ROC above 15. and look for revenue growth in double digits every year, 10 out of 10 years. So rolling 10-year periods, I think I remember we took 20 periods, each of which are a 10-year period. We were looking for companies which have ROCE greater than 15, rev growth greater than 10, and the results were outstanding. The results were stunning. To this day, they remain stunning. That was the foundation of coffee can investing. You follow this very simple method of investing in India, you compound at around 25%. So that became the basis of the book. It became the basis of Marcellus. It's an extremely simple insight. It gives you portfolios of 15 stocks. Typically, the top 4 stocks carry 40% of the portfolio. The top 10 stocks carry 80% of the portfolio, and you beat the Nifty by 7-8 percentage points with very little churn. And we do this for around 10,000 clients, for some American institutions, for the Indian Navy's pension fund. And we manage $1.7 billion following this philosophy.
Great to know about that. Two parameters are very important, that is return on capital employed and revenue growth in identifying the undervalued companies. And I have a small doubt I'm getting, or a question, maybe a clarification, that why not many mutual funds are unable to generate a good amount of the risk-adjusted returns when these two parameters are very important, and are they not identifying the undervalued securities, or these undervalued securities are available only to, here we have a theme of India versus Bharat, is it available only for India but not to Bharat, for the larger people?
Right. So I think what's happened, right, and I sat on the SEBI Mutual Fund Advisory Committee for many, many years, and I sit on other committees, not on the Mutual Fund Committee anymore. I think what's happened the world over, but especially in India, is I think mutual fund regulation hasn't been able to adapt to how the efficient market theory has fallen apart. So let's step back and understand how efficient market theory has fallen apart. So somewhere around, our work suggests somewhere around 2002, 3, 4, right? What has started happening in India is the Indian stock market started polarizing radically around the turn of the century, Professor Jaidev. So 2002, 3, 4 is the best I can get it to. We'll publish a book next year with some exact dates and precise data. If you look at the 90s, say let's take the 90s, the top 30, perhaps even 35 firms would have driven 80% of the stock market returns through the 90s, right? So out of all the 6,000 companies listed in India, through the 90s, say around 30 to 40 companies would have driven 80% of the returns in the Indian stock market. In the first 10 years of the century, just 26 companies drove 80% of the returns of the stock market. Right? In the second 10 years of the century, 2010 to 20, just 16 companies, 16, drove 80% of the returns, right? Now, why are returns polarizing? Why is it that a handful of companies make 80% of the returns of the market? It's because technology and finance created huge changes around the turn of the century, right? Let's understand the technological changes first, right? So in a celebrated 1996 paper, right, a guy called Brian Arthur, right, it's an HBR paper, 1996, he identified, I think earlier than anybody else, that in a world where companies are increasingly characterized by technology, right, in a world where even banks or paint companies or pharmaceutical companies are increasingly characterized by R&D, intellectual property and technology, what you will get is increasing returns to scale, right? Because technology gives you almost infinite returns to scale, it creates a winner takes all paradigm, where in a certain industry, the winner will scoop away everything. The winner will pull away the entire industry's profits, right? And easy examples in the global context would be, say, Google in search, Microsoft in office software, right? In India, powerful examples would be what Asian Paints has done in paint over the last 40 years, what Pidilite has done in adhesives, what, say, Bajaj Finance is increasingly doing in many aspects of lending, right? If you're a technology-driven company, you will pull away 70, 80, 90% of industry profits, and there won't be mean reversion. Efficient market theory and CAPM both fundamentally rely on in mean reversion. Technology destroys that link between growth and mean reversion, right? So that's the first change. Technology changed the nature of corporate life, of profitability, and how growth drives profitability. And the second thing was access to low-cost money, right? If money becomes easily available, right? If there's a global glut of savings, as there is, has been for the last 20 years and will be for the much of the rest of our lifetime. If you have a global glut of savings and cost of capital drops, Professor Jade, then basically in a DCF, in a simple DCF calculation, your profits 10 years out, 20 years out, 30 years out are being NPV back at a lower discount rate, right? So the lower your cost of capital, the better your technological prowess, the lower your cost of capital, the higher the market values you. And this upward revision in valuation doesn't stop, which leads to polarization of returns, right? To the point where, as I was saying, last 10 years, just 16 companies have driven 80% of the market returns. However, mutual fund regulation doesn't sort of understand that. So mutual fund, for example, equity mutual funds can't take more than 10% in a single stock, right? By rule, they have to diversify. And if you see most equity mutual funds, Professor Jaidev, they'll have 40, 50, 60, 70, in some case 120 stocks, right? There simply aren't that many stocks in our country which actually make money. There simply aren't that many companies in the stock market which make money, which results in the findings that you read so often in the newspapers, that 80-90% of equity mutual funds fail to beat the benchmark. And that's why quite consciously we avoided becoming a mutual fund and chose to become a portfolio management services provider where you can build concentrated portfolios.
This is what exactly I had, a similar type of the apprehension, that whether the investment policy guidelines laid down by the regulator, is it an obstacle for the mutual fund managers to reach the highest level of the risk adjusted returns to the investors? You nicely very clarified about it. Maybe 16 to 20 way stocks are sufficient enough to have well diversified portfolio, and or maybe beating the market or beating the index, outperforming the index. That is really an interesting insight coming out of your practitioner perspective about investment market. I have one more question followed by this. Is it transaction cost is also too high in Indian market still, and which mutual funds are not able to make the highest returns, whereas the other type of the investment firms like you are able to generate such type of the returns?
So I think there's two types of transaction costs where we still have a problem in our country, and it's quite a big problem. And I'm pleasantly surprised you brought it up. I'm pleasantly surprised. I'm happy you brought it up, but I'm a little surprised. Most people don't seem to understand this, and I'm very pleased that you've been able to nail this point. So let's understand the two types of transaction costs which are still very high in India. First is brokerage itself, right? Brokerage, STT, capital gains tax, right? Long term or short term. That cocktail itself is pretty punchy, right? So that cocktail, brokerage plus STT plus CGT, easily ends up being 30 bips on a 0.3% of a trade, going in 0.3%, going out, coming out 0.3%. Second, sir, and the more powerful aspect of transaction costs, which are disappointingly high in India, is liquidity, price impact cost. Right. So every time we buy the stock, effectively our own trade is pushing the price up. Right. So if we want to buy the stock at rupees 100, we actually end up getting it at 100.50. So we pay 0.5% extra on even large cap stocks. On small caps, I just making me think about it on a Sunday, it makes me wince. Small caps easily 2% price impact cost. Right. So therefore, you have two challenges, therefore. Firstly, in small caps, you can't really manage a great deal of money. If you ask me, if you manage more than 2,000 crores in Indian small caps, it's a real struggle to deal with these two types of transaction costs, especially the price impact cost, right? Building even 100 crore position in a small cap stock is very hard work because liquidity is so scarce. But even in large caps, even in a large cap portfolio, what I've seen in India is as soon as your portfolio crosses 5 billion, which is 35,000 crores, as soon as your portfolio crosses 40,000 crores, you start struggling for liquidity. And then once you start struggling for liquidity, you start struggling for returns. So what the Indian market has shown very clearly is unless there's a dramatic improvement in liquidity, you cannot really manage more than $5 billion in India in equity mutual funds. But as you know, many mutual funds don't manage 5 billion. They manage almost 20 times that amount, which creates obvious challenges for them vis-a-vis this issue. Now, one way to mitigate it is to do low churn. Right? If you churn less, right, we churn 10% a year. So a typical Marcellus stock stays with us for 8-9 years. If you churn less, you're mitigating the transaction liquidity cost. But most mutual funds astonishingly churn by 25%. So they are running lots of money. They're running hundreds of billions of dollars. They're doing it on high churn in a country where A, there's a liquidity problem, and B, the number of stocks which can make you money are no more than 20. And therefore, the mutual fund construct is actually quite counterproductive. To give credit where it's due, from a regulatory standpoint, what SEBI has tried to do is make it a retail product. It's not intended to be a product for high net worth people. The mutual fund is a retail product, and therefore the regulators view that at this stage of India's development, the retail product should be focused on mitigating risk rather than generating upside. And therefore, the mutual fund is a risk-focused rather than a return-focused investment paradigm.
Yeah, I have one question. Then I will request my students may be enthusiastic to ask some questions. One is, what do you think about, we see often this larger part of the investment advisory business, where stock recommendations are given, and even now current latest is a lot of robo advisors are coming, and they have been using various types of the techniques, maybe machine learning and other type of the techniques also in identifying the stocks and recommending it. What do you think about it? Are these recommendations are really relevant for the retail investors, or
So look, I think there's a lot to be said for everybody getting professional advice, right? I think for people in their 20s, 30s, 40s, it is important they hire an RIA, a registered investment advisor, and get a proper financial plan built. I have to confess, I do see too many people running around doing random savings. Some people are having a crack at crypto. Some other people have full-time office jobs, but they're day trading. A gentleman who comes to train me in yoga, he's also trading through the day. So there's a lot of random financial behavior in India. And I think that can be alleviated, that can be minimized by getting a professional advisor to give you a plan, right? Now, can you do financial planning? Can you or I get a financial plan from a robo-advisor? My reckoning is, provided our financial affairs are straightforward, yes, we can. There is no reason why. There's no reason why Saurav Mukherjee's financial plan can't be done by a robo-advisor. And SEBI has been progressive in this regard. SEBI has given licenses to robo-advisors, as they have given RIA licenses to robo-advisors. And again, you've seen the same thing happening in the West. Betterment, Wealthfront in the West have done robo-advisory in RIA. I think that there is scope for that in India. And I think it is but inevitable we will see more financial advice being automated, more personal financial planning being automated. And indeed, Coffee Can Investing, I've given a couple of templates in the book, which the smart people and IIM Bangalore can automate and turn into a very profitable business. You don't have to give me any royalties for it. Just acknowledge that the template was taken from the book. But beyond us, leaving aside what we've written in Coffee Can Investing, more generally, I think there's immense need for affordable financial planning advice in the country. People don't take it; they end up with messed up investment portfolios, too much in high risk, low quality assets, too much in insurance policies. Again, a perverse thing I see in Indian families is they end up buying multiple life insurance policies, multiple general insurance policies. They buy insurance products which are as mutual funds masquerading as insurance products. There's a whole lot of nonsense out there, and good RIAs can help people minimize this sort of nonsense.
Yeah. Would you like to, anyone? Yes, please. That's right. Yes, let's give it.
Good morning, good afternoon, sir. So like you said that in Coffee Can Investing, we look for companies, we look over for companies for last 20 years who have given ROC of 15% and growth on ROC of 15% and growth in revenues in double digit. But if we see in past 20 years, there'll be like handful of companies who have actually outperformed the Sensex by maybe 5 to 8%. So in that case, how do you suggest like mutual fund which have consistently performed for like given a performance of 9 to 14%? So how do you suggest that coffee can is like better than mutual funds in that case?
Okay, so let's take it step by step. We'll look for in the book, in the coffee can investing construct in the book. And remember, the book is intended for the mass audience who will never be able to afford our services, right? Courtesy the regulator, we need the regulatory requirements for PMS mean we need at least 50 lakhs for a investor to sign up with us. And whether anybody likes it or not, 99% of Indians will never have enough money to sign up with us. And therefore, the book is intended for people who will never be able to afford our services. And in the book, we said 10 years, we need for a company to qualify. For a company to qualify for CCP, we need a decade of ROC greater than 15 and revenue growth greater than 10, right? Every single year. As you rightly said, around 15 to 20 companies will pass the filter, right? And if you put them, you buy them, whoever is out there is buying them, you make a good turn over the next 10 years. Now let's answer your question on mutual funds, right? The data is actually very clear. I've cited it in the book. For every 100 equity mutual funds in India, right? For every 100 equity mutual funds in India, 90 consistently underperform the benchmark. But there's an even more disastrous thing that happens out there. So let's take the last 5-year cycle. Typically in a 5-year cycle, out of 100 mutual funds, around 10, perhaps around 20 will give you top quartile returns, right? So last 5 years, 20 out of 100 will give you top quartile returns. Then when you roll the analysis forward the next 5 years, barely any out of those 20 will give you top quartile returns in the next 5 years. So the deeper issue is not underperformance in mutual funds. That's a well-known and well-publicized challenge. The even deeper issue is lack of in mutual fund returns, right? Lack of persistence means mutual funds who outperform in a 3 to 5 year period go on to underperform in the next 3 to 5 year period. So if anybody out there looks at the backward looking returns, and signs up, almost inevitably they're disappointed. And in my 14 years in India, I've only seen 3 mutual fund schemes, not fund houses. I've seen only 3 mutual fund schemes which have any persistence in their alpha, right? Remember, it's not alpha per se. We're looking for persistence in alpha. So persistence in alpha is rare. And to be fair to the mutual funds, it is very, very difficult to generate alpha in that paradigm. A, because you're managing vast sums of money, far more than can be actually managed sensibly in our country. Secondly, you're spreading your portfolio across 50, 60, 70 stocks. There simply aren't that many good companies in our country. And thirdly, the regulator is making you fragment the portfolio into small position sizing, which itself robs you of alpha. Right. So the result is the regulator has created a paradigm which I think is fair for the retail investor, the small saver with say 1 or 2 lakhs, 3 lakhs, 5 lakhs to save per month. But for families who can afford it, the PMS paradigm works. And just to put it in context, when I migrated to this country in 2008, the PMS industry managed 8,000 crores back in 2008. The total industry managed 8,000 crores. Today, PMS assets are 4 lakh crores. And there's already 6 PMS providers in India who individually manage more than 10,000 crores. So the way the financial system will evolve is for more affluent families, PMS will become the go-to product. And for the masses, 99% of Indians by number, mutual fund will and should stay their default savings vehicle. But as you can imagine, if 90% of equity mutual funds struggle to beat the benchmark, and repeatability of returns, repeatability of alpha is low, then obviously ETFs and index trackers will come and hammer the market share of actively managed mutual funds, as happened in America in the 1990s.
Yeah, I have seen raise hand. Yeah, please.
Hi. So you said there are 16 stocks more or less that are driving growth in the market. So do you think the regulator has to do something different now? Because if any of these fail, then we have a problem in our hands, don't we? There's so few companies driving driving the
That's the
market?
nature of economic growth, right? So one of the things to understand is economic growth the world over, right? Whether it's America when they industrialized, say, 100 years ago, or Japan when it industrialized after the Second World War, or Korea when it industrialized in my lifetime. Economic development naturally favors the few over the many, right? So there's no instance in history of more than 20 to 30 companies dominating economic development. So America's golden age of economic development, which was 1880 to 1930, was dominated by around 20 to 30 families. Japan, even today, is dominated by 15 conglomerates. Korea, as you know, is dominated by 5. So economic development necessarily creates a very few large winners and lots of losers. So if you look at the Ministry of Corporate Affairs data, you see that in the last 5 years, every year 8 lakh companies are shutting down in India. So I think all of you, as you come into the broader corporate world, be very clear, right? The corporate world is about a few large, colossal winners, companies who go on to create hundreds of billions of dollars of wealth, and millions of losers, right? And that's the process of development. Economic development is the transference of resources, capital, labor, talent from the many to the few, right? The stock market naturally has to reflect that, right? Now that being said, the 16 companies that created 80% of the stock market wealth between 2010 and 2020 won't be the same 16 between 2020 and 2030. I doubt it'll actually be 16. I reckon 2020 to 2030 will be barely a dozen. There'll be a dozen companies that will drive 80% of stock market wealth creation between 2020 and 2030. But the 16 and the 12, there'll be around 50% overlap and 50% will be new names. Right? And our job, if you want to simplify it, our job becomes looking for those 6 to 7 companies that were either smaller companies in the preceding decade and have now come through to build mammoth scale, or companies who did poorly in the preceding decade and have got their house in order and will now have a tremendous 10 years. But the broader underlying point is the few will drive wealth, right? The sort of socialist view of economic development, where everybody makes money and 1,000 flowers bloom, doesn't quite happen. It hasn't happened anywhere in the world.
Got it. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Saurabh. So I have a question, sir. As you said, ROC and the revenue growth is the 2 parameter, but I see important parameter is also their management. Like in your word, I say management should not be chore, right? So how do we identify that as a retail investor? For you might have a lot of data, you might have internal connection with the management, right? But for us, how do we find that the management is not sure, or they are very honest, they are capable for next 10 or 20 years to drive the company with certain ROCE?
So the simple thing to do, just sit and read annual reports, right? So you guys are students, you should have plenty of time. Hopefully your professors are giving you plenty of time. Just sit and read annual reports. Everything is in the annual report. A chore shouts out loudly in the annual report. The chore in fact shouts the loudest in the annual report, telling the whole world, look at me, I'm a thief, right? So you just have to read the annual report. So in all seriousness, just let's take these 3 simple aspects of the annual report, right? There's plenty of fun to be had. And if you guys want to read annual reports better, first 150 pages of diamonds in the dust. We've given you 10 case studies, real companies, real chori, and we've told you how we detected it. First 150 pages of diamonds in the dust. But this takes 3 simple aspects of detecting chori. And by the way, if you want to be an investor, reading annual reports for breakfast, lunch, and dinner is an essential trait, right? So the first is the audit disclaimer. The auditor typically tells you in his disclaimer that this guy is a crook, he's paying me loads of money, and that's why I'm signing off on his annual report, right? He pretty much tells you. You just have to read the disclaimer. And if you read lots of audit disclaimers, the ones where the auditor is telling you that, look, this guy is a crook, he's giving me loads of money, I need the money, so I'm signing off on the annual report, right? Just you spot it like that, right? You spot it like that. That's the first thing, right? Second is open the board of directors. If it's all stuffed with people from the same community, right? Basically golf club buddies, chacha, bhatija, uncle, all from the same community, that's the second red flag, right? And the third is go to the cash flow statement, right? If operating cash flow plus investing cash flow is always negative, right? CFO plus CFI below zero, year after year after year, you know something funny is going on. So three simple things to do. But more generally, if you want to be an investor, get into the hang of reading annual reports. Typically, if you spend an hour and a half reading an annual report, the chore will shout out in big bold letters, this is a crooked operation, invest at your own peril. And some of India's largest companies do so. It's just that nobody reads them. People then go and buy their shares, and then later on they complain, "Arey, regulator ne kuch nahi kiya." Because you won't read the annual report, you will be. And in fact, over the years, I've discussed it with investors that we sit and discuss. I tell them, this is a chore you're putting your money in. He says, "हाँ है तो chore, but चल जाएगा शायद." And अगर फट गया, regulator will do something. And that's crazy. I mean, we can't bank on the regulator to save us, but historically that's been the attitude. Anything goes wrong, you go running to the government. Government, ji, bachao mere ko. I couldn't look after my clients' money.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Anybody? Okay. I have one question here. We have broader policy. The today theme is also reaching to Bharat, or there is a division between the India and Bharat. Very few people in the capital market and especially in the stock market investment, this is very much visible. Very few number of individuals are actively participated. Overall, if we take not even 6% of the household investments are 6 to 7% of the household investments are in the equity shares and stock market participation. We have frequently talked about this to strengthen the financial intermediation and larger participation of the people in the capital market. Both government as well as SEBI and has coming out with a lot of policy and investor protection oriented measures and all these things. So now here is a conflict that whether if we are going for the retail investments and all that, retail investments are not generating the returns, what you are saying. And if we want to go for a high ticket investment like type of the firms like which are asking portfolio investments with 25 lakhs minimum investment or something like that one. Or I think now the 50 lakhs is the minimum for portfolio investment, which earlier it was 25, now they made it increase to 50, I think. So this is how this trade-off, this type of the two conflicts can be addressed with that.
Don't mind my saying. So I think there's a lot of misunderstanding on this subject on the part of both the regulatory ecosystem and I think even on the part of our industry. So let's take the issue step by step, right? I think the best analysis that emerges in India on how India saves is typically the RBI's household finance survey, right? And if you look at the latest household finance committee survey, it says that 95% of Indian households' wealth, this is a balance sheet figure, this is not a flow figure, this is a stock figure. 95% of Indian households' wealth is in physical assets, right? Gold and real estate primarily, mere 5% is in financial assets, right? Now, what I have seen in the last 5 years is every year, this 95 is dropping by 1%. So 95 becomes 94 in 1 year, 90 becomes 93 in 2 years, right? Now, what is the stock of Indian household wealth? Our estimate is the stock of Indian household wealth is roughly $10 trillion. So if you read Thomas Piketty's book Capital, he gives you the good ratio, which is household wealth for a country is typically 3.5 times national income, right? Income is a flow figure, wealth is a stock figure, and household wealth for India is roughly 3.5 times the national income, which is 3 trillion, multiply that 3.5, 10 trillion is our wealth. So 1% of 10 trillion, Professor Jaydev, means every year, we are putting roughly $100 billion into the financial system. We as households are investing roughly $100 billion every year in the financial system, general insurance, life insurance, mutual funds, PMS, direct stock investing, and the data actually validates that. If you look at data from AMFI, from IRDA, from RBI, from SEBI in the last 5 years, you can see every year roughly $80 to $100 billion of household savings is pouring into the financial system, right? The household finance savings rate, which percent is today 15%. It's trebled, right? So I don't think there can be concern that we're not saving enough. We're financializing at a rapid rate, far more rapid than anything seen anywhere else in the world. Now, let's come to the issue of, is everybody saving money or is it just a few rich people saving money, right? Remember, wealth in India is concentrated into the hands of 1 million people. So out of our 1.4 billion population, 1 million families basically control the country's wealth. The wealth itself is in the hands of very few people, and therefore we can't expect the other 1.39 billion people who barely have any money to save. In spite of that, what you see is startling. A decade ago, there were barely 15 million demat accounts in India. Today, there are over 100 million demat accounts. Right? There's this gentleman who comes in the morning to teach me yoga. He comes from a very humble background from a town in UP. Right? He has a demat account. Almost every day whilst I'm doing my asanas, he will ask me, kya loon, kya bechu, right? And my main job is to make him stop trading and start investing. Not only does he trade, his friends, other yoga teachers in UP, in Bihar trade, right? And if you go to small town India, people with very modest means are increasingly participating in the stock market, and they're not necessarily doing, satta or day trading. They're actually doing increasingly proper investing. That's why my books are getting translated into Hindi, and actually these books are selling more in Hindi than in English, which is itself fascinating. Right. So whether you look at number of mutual fund folios or you look at number of demat accounts, both of them suggest a real spreading of investment activity into the deepest reaches of the country. In fact, our weekly newsletters get translated into Tamil. We don't translate it. A Tamil magazine called Nana and Rikatan translates our material into Tamil. If I miss out for a week, they go absolutely hyper. If 1 week I fail to send Nana and Vikatan an article, they go absolutely hyper. And when I've gone to Tamil Nadu, I've seen truck drivers, bus conductors, auto rickshaw drivers read Nana and Vikatan. Vikatan is a financial publication in Tamil Nadu, right? So there's enough democratization of savings, and therefore this concern that the masses are not saving enough, I think is a little misplaced. The bigger challenge in India is wealth itself is in the hands of very few people, and unless we create jobs for the masses, we can't miraculously expect 1.39 billion people to have disposable income to go and invest in equities. To the extent that technology has worked in India's favor, the rise of technology has already meant that in small town India, people with low incomes are increasingly participating in the financialization of wealth.
Yeah. What's your advice for people who are retiring with a good amount of the terminal benefits? They get gratuity and some type of the provident fund or other type of thing. Because now I am looking my selfish interest. Okay. So what is that advice you give that how to go for this investment? Because a lot of people, when they come out with huge money at the time of the retirement, and my observation is money evaporates very quickly from their hands. And within 4 to 5 years, they are succumbed to this huge amount of the huge inflation pressure, and daily life will become very challenging. Though they had led, even I know a couple of people who have retired from senior positions in the banks, like executive directors and such type of positions also. Within a few years, the money will be very limited in their hands.
So Professor Jadev, I'm so glad you brought it up. So one of the reasons I wrote Coffee Can Investing with 2 colleagues, and one of the reasons I started Marcellus was around 6 years ago, I sat on my desk and I did a simple time value of money Excel spreadsheet, right? And what my very basic spreadsheet, and if you guys want, I can share it with you, all of you can play around with it. What it showed me is if you retire at 60 and say you live till 85, which is what most people in our strata, socioeconomic strata will do. Say you live for 25 years after retirement and you want a very middle class retirement, right? Maruti Swift Desire, holidays in Ooty, none of this Dubai or Toyota Corolla type retirement, right? Very middle class retirement, Swift Desire and holidays in Ooty. You will need 15 crores in financial assets at the point of retirement in today's money, right? And if you retire 10 years hence, uspe time value of money se compound karo. Right, so 15 crores in today's money at the point of retirement, I thought about my friends, family and relatives. I said hardly any of them have it. They have all of these dud assets, which is dud assets is flats in Sarjapur or in Noida or in Gurgaon or in Salt Lake, useless things which will not even keep up with inflation. They have these LIC, Jeevan Sangharsh type policies, fixed deposits, these sorts of things which compound at rates lower than inflation, but actual solid financial assets, 15 crores at the point of retirement, I realize very few Indians have it. And that's when the realization dawned on me that as people realize this point, and they don't necessarily realize it from a spreadsheet, most of them realize it intuitively, saying, my God, I'm 50, I'll retire in 10 years, the clock is ticking on me and I don't have enough. I said people naturally will want to financialize, they'll want to get rid of their property and put money in the stock market. And that's why we set up Marcellus. Now, let's look at this problem, right? My dad is 75. It took me 3 years to persuade him. Sell your real estate, put it in Marcellus. Because your real estate is compounding at 6%. He owned the flat for 40 years. This is a flat in outskirts of Delhi. 40-year gross compounding was 6%. Inflation for people like us in this audience is around 8%. If you want to get to 8 post-tax, you need at least 10% pre-tax. You're not going to get 10% pre-tax from real estate or FDs. And therefore, I finally managed to persuade my dad to sell the flat and put the money in Marcellus, right? Now, you might not want to put it in Marcellus, Professor Jaidev, you choose your equity instrument to choice. But even for retired people, right, as they head at the age of 60 or even at 70, you still have 15 years of compounding ahead of you. If you let inflation corrode your wealth, by the time you actually leave this world, or my parents leave this world, they'll be penniless. So my parents live in the UK, their pension scheme gives them 3%. Inflation in the UK is 10%. Imagine, right? 7% per annum, my parents' wealth is being blown apart. In 10 years, unless I persuade them even more to invest in equities, and my mom was calling me as you were speaking, so I'll have to do a financial session with my parents after this. Unless my parents invest more in equities, by the time they leave this world, they'll be bankrupt. And that's what's going to happen to lots of retired people in our country. Their wealth will evaporate long before they die, and it's a urgent situation which needs more retired people to come into the stock market.
Good. You have given a big target of 15 crores for all of us. Yeah, I think now we can stop here with this target. They need to go on, do a lot of hard work and earning, right?
Thank you.
Thank you, Saurabh. Thank you very much. Yeah. Anything else? Would anyone like to join? Anybody? Did I stop you anytime? My conversation stopped you? Okay. I think that our target is very challenging. They have become restless. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Saurabh. It was really an insightful discussion. We are very grateful. Thank you so much. A huge round of applause for Mr. Saurabh.
Yeah. I hope surely all of us will get an opportunity to have a coffee with you, whether coffee can investing or not. Thank you very much. Thanks, Saurabh.
We would now like to present a token of gratitude to Mr. Jaidev.
Oh, thank you. Should I hand over it to Saurabh? Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Right. Thank you.
We will now have a short break, post which we have a session on hiring for New India with Ms. Rituparna and Mr. Karthik. Request to please assemble in 5 to 10 minutes.
Yashi, people are there. Start. A very good afternoon, everyone. It is often said that you don't build businesses. You build people and people build the businesses. People are the primary resource upon which a successful organization People are the resources upon which a successful organization lives and continues to be profitable. We have an interesting topic lined up for our next session, which is hiring for the new India, the inclusive India, the India and the Bharat. We have two eminent speakers with us as our panelists, Ms. Rituparna Chakrabarti, co-founder and CEO of TeamLease, and Mr. Karthik SM, Global Head Talent Acquisition, Biocon Biologies. I please invite them to take their seat on the stage. Excuse me. Our first panelist for the day, Ms. Rituparna, is an accomplished business leader who is presently the Executive Director and CEO of TeamLease Services Limited. She has business experience. She has business experience of 23 years, and as a co-founder of TeamLease, she has been instrumental in making TeamLease India's largest people supply chain company. She is the only person from Asia to be included in the Global Power 100 and International 50 Women in Staffing, and has been presented with the Telstra Business Women in Asia Award. She's a distinguished alumni of Jim Batch and an AMP alumnus of Columbia Business School. She plays an active role in driving several public policy changes, the 4 labor codes and amendment of the Apprenticeship Act being the primary ones. She continues to be involved in forums like CII, FICCI, ILO, ISF within India and internationally to give a voice to important issues in areas of employment and employability. People who know her describe her as a dynamic leader who always takes the long view of business, but never hesitates to roll up her sleeves to get into the details in order to drive impact. An entrepreneur who leads with empathy and firmly believes that emotional intelligence reigns supreme over all others. We request Mr. Chandan to please welcome Ritu with a plant. Our next panelist for this session is Mr. Karthik SM. Karthik heads Global Talent Acquisition for Biocon Biologics and is a truly heart-first leader and a seasoned talent acquisition professional with over 2 decades of progressive and comprehensive international exposure in all areas of recruiting. He has strong business acumen and ROI-driven approach and works towards empowering recruitment with AI. He's passionate about making impossible dreams and thrives on dispute approaches. Karthik holds a bachelor's degree of engineering and has a postgraduate diploma in business administration from Loyola Institute of Business Administration. A wanderer at heart, Karthik has the mountains in his blood and enjoys adventure trails and taking wildlife photography. Outdoors, wildlife conservation and angling are personal interest areas. At home, Karthik is a loving dad and a playful pet parent. We now request Mr. Aman to please welcome Karthik with a plant. As the moderator for today's session, we have a very enterprising and engaging professor, Professor Dr. Debolina Datta. With over 28 years of work experience, Dr. Debolina has worked as CHRO for 6 years in 2 multinational firms. She's also a member of the board of IIM Indore since 2017 and an NGO, SSISM, which is focused on rural education. Professor Debolina has completed her fellow program in management from IIM Indore, PG from IIM Bangalore, and BTech from College of Engineering, Pune. Apart from her substantial industry experience, Professor Debolina has also published several case studies for the Harvard Business Review and academic research articles over the last 4 years with top journals. Presently, she is also the chairperson of IIMB Career Development Services. We would like to request Chandan once again to please come on stage and welcome Dr. Professor Debolina Datta. Thank you, everyone. Ma'am, handing over the stage.
Thank you so much. And good afternoon and welcome to all of you. Thank you, Ritu. Thank you, Karthik, for joining us on a Sunday. We're talking talent. We're talking talent for India. We're talking talent for Bharat. So let me start with you, Ritu, on this. You've been with team leads. You see all the entire spectrum of capability from India and from Bharat. What do you see as the emerging trends and some of the challenges, especially with talent in Bharat?
Sorry. Thank you. Thank you so much. Good to be here. Pardon my voice, just recovering from a bout of viral infection. Actually, the question that you asked is so vast. I don't know whether in this next 1 hour we'll be able to do any justice, but to just to give a glimpse, yes, I do represent an organization who's had a real-time view of the agony and ecstasy of India's labor market from all corners for the last 2 decades. And I think the amount of dynamism that is being witnessed in the Indian hiring, employability market, it's like never before. And of course, because we live in a world where there is nothing given, there are no constants anymore. And hence it's not surprising that we are in a state of constant flux. But if I were to talk about few things which would probably remain constant, is that I think everybody is realizing that employment per se has very much moved on from the traditional mindset, where there is going to be a very clearly defined relationship between an employer and an employee, right? The earlier erstwhile or traditional organization and enterprises were of the opinion that there will be this large core of workforce within any organization which is permanent in nature. And then there will be these tertiary roles, which essentially will, or some odd jobs, essentially, which will be done through some outsourcing contract. It could be job contracting, for all you know, it could be services contracting. However, something that the last 3 years have taught us is that organizations now are compelled to look at models which are sustainable and workforce models which are sustainable for their businesses. And this huge dot of permanent employees essentially is not the only way of how you will run your businesses. They would actually be a very tiny dot of core employees, or what I call the so-called permanent employees. I mean, honestly, very soon these terms like permanent, temporary, contingent will also be done away with because it's becoming so blurred. But yeah, there'll be a tiny dot. And then you will see these concentric circles which are emerging in workplaces. There would be these layer of peoples who would be on very fixed direct contract with the organization. Then there'll be these people who will be on third-party contracts with the likes of team leads or other staffing organization. You'll also see the emergence, and in a big way now, more than ever before, of organizations having a very large number of people or talent engaged through apprenticeship, right? You will have a large number of workforce who are doing academic link apprenticeship program at a very early stage, would be organization will be investing in them at an early stage. And of course, the very much talked about workforce, which is the gig layer, right? So every organization will have a certain layer and the outer layer of people, which is filled with freelancers, gig workers, contingent, specialist contingent, service providers who are individuals in nature. So, and if an organization is not building up these capabilities, essentially you're exposing yourself in a big way to the incidents or accidents like the pandemic. So organizations who are going to be investing in a smart staffing solution model are essentially the ones who will be able to respond much better to accidents like the one that we saw recently. I think there is a second trend essentially is that rather than digitalization being an elitist subject and conversation, when it comes to enterprises, when it comes to workforce management, now it's going to be the core operating system on which they have to operate in. If you are, it doesn't matter whether you're a manufacturing company or a cutting edge startup, which is coming. I think no matter who you are, you would be noticing that if you're not leveraging at an early stage, and given in India, the access to bandwidth has become so much more democratic. The fact that there are so many interesting innovation, I think India is far ahead than the world. I did have I could actually in the last couple of years spend some time in understanding what's happening in the digital landscape in Europe as well, in UK, as well as in US. I feel India is way ahead in terms of the kind of innovation. So when all of this is now accessible, I think we're really beautifully perched to take advantage of it, even the MSME and the SME sectors. It's not really something which is only going to be the prerogative of large organizations. Every organization should be looking at digital. And the third is the importance of lifelong learning, to be honest. If organizations are not really making this, I mean, it should not be something we discussed in conferences like this, because I know that happens a lot of times. It's a great conference topic, learning, but it's not a conference topic. It's again a basic operating system. So organizations who are ensuring that that's being inculcated in the entire organization's atmosphere and in every individual are the ones, again, who are likely to kind of stay resilient and into the, be able to take on anything that happens. So these are some three broad trends that I'm looking at. I mean, your question is so big that I don't think I'll be able to address it, but I'm just touching upon what I feel the future looks like. And yeah.
Thanks for that, Ritu. I'll come back to you in a bit, but let me talk to Karthik. Karthik, you're working in Biocon Biologics and looking after talent acquisition there. You're an organization which is looking at an IPO in the distant future, an Indian organization looking to become multinational. What are some of the talent challenges that you have been facing?
All right. So thanks, Ritu. And in fact, this is a recruiting topic and then hiring for New India. So Ritu's organization placed me in Accenture 17 years back. It's a small world, right? So And at that point in time, I was not looking for a change. And obviously they did sell a value proposition of Accenture. They got me from Chennai to Bangalore. So with that, I'll just move on to the question. I think today it's a candidates market, right? So especially Ritu can kind of echo that, especially in the tech side, right? So everybody you interview will have a 2 to 3 offers. And then we are seeing that shift towards some of the other industries, right? In the pharma industry, which I spent like 17, 18 years in the services in the IT industry. But, when I joined Biocon Biology, I thought, hiring for pharma is going to be easy. But I think we're seeing the trend, cut across industries, irrespective of that. I think which is good, one. And that, of course, leads to your question of the challenges and some of the things what we do. While it is a candidates market, I think it's important to figure out that, why are people leaving and what are we doing with the internal talent? We were having an offline discussion as well. We need to ensure that we develop talent. It can't be a buy always. I think companies are shifting towards build more and more. And that build could start at 2 places. One is at the early talent, getting in an early talent and building the next set of leaders in the organization, or identifying the existing set of folks and, for developing them. There are very little choice, if we don't do that, if you have to always buy, I think we cannot sustain, right? In an industry like ours, where attrition used to be about 10, 12%, we are peaking at 22%. Right. And you can imagine the IT industry, right? 30, 40% is the attrition trend there. And I'm sure most of your experienced folks in this batch as well. There's something called offer renege, right? So people accept the offer, shop, and then they don't join you. And that's going drastically high. In our industry, it's hit 20%, which never used to be. In IT industry, again, the renege person is almost like attrition 40, 50%. So it's just not going and hiring talent from outside. We need to equally pick up, internal folks and start doing that. We do some cool stuff in Biocon Biologics. I think we've identified top 100, top 200 in the organization, a Cat A and a Cat B. We are upskilling them. We are teaching them, right, so that they don't leave us. We saw some figures, right? So we lose people and we replace them back. 60, 70% of the time we are hiring for backfills, right? Attrition backfill. We pay 10, 15% more than the guy who we are losing every time. Somewhere we'll have to really understand the math and then go back and look at some past trend and see the change. And that's exactly what we're doing. We're picking up, one is, tying up with colleges and doing some special programs. And second is also putting in, rotating people internally. I think that is another thing with which most organizations are doing right now. Rather than going and hiring from the market, pushing people internally, right? Resistance is there always, but we are ensuring that we rotate people across. We do kind of coach the line managers and hiring managers. Okay, to let the person go into another team. Otherwise, you're going to let him, her, or go to the market. So that is happening. Let's say if industry is trending at about 10% when it comes to internal rotation of jobs and stuff. We are saying that, we will push it to a 40, 50% as a target this year. We pretty much halfway, and 25% we've achieved from where we were 10% last year. So this is future. It's just not buying talent from outside. I think organizations need to be very innovative and try and see that, how do we keep developing. And to add to Ritu, I think gig economy is, of course, the next big one. And companies like us are trying in the pharma industry. I'll give you a classic example, and then, my theory of gig economy, I'll just, talk about and then give it back to the Belina. We identified people who want to leave, right? And then we obviously, when you ask them, they always say that personal reasons. I'm sure most of us have done that, right? When you're leaving the job and you say personal reasons, and go, and what exactly is the personal reason and why somebody's leaving? So we started, again, a human touch. We started putting in the best of the HR folks to, take them out for conversations where, where they're comfortable in. We've really figured out why they are leaving. And many times we figure out, I think with post-pandemic, and all of us know the 4 connection is people, purpose, routine, and then, the place. And these are the 4 major connections we could figure out in these people's why they are leaving, right? Well-being, right? To put it simple. So we figured out, and a classic example is one of a very good top performer. This guy is an artist. He said that I'm taking a break because I want to go and paint. Okay, so we sat with this person and we said that, okay, you can still paint. Would you love to work with us? He said, I'll get back. Then he said, but I'm going to paint most of the time. Okay. So we said, could you work for 10 days in a month? Right? That is gig economy to me, right? So in an industry like us, so this person is still with us, of course, on a contingent model. Companies like Teamly step in and then, help us enable from a process, policy, benefits, security, and other aspects. So this guy is still working with us. He's a rock star. 10 days he works with us, and then the rest 20 days he goes and paints, teaches, learns. In fact, he's also learning, right? This is future, and if we don't identify and flex our policies and process to retain such talent, we will lose them, right? And maybe with startups, and I think morning we spoke about startups and all of that, right? So startups are very flexible. They'll go there. A traditional organization like us is taking efforts to get into this kind of a setup. We are looking at we have a hybrid workforce. 3 days, and I think pretty standard in the industry now. I don't know why 3 days and 2 days work from home. We should challenge that. So we said that, a part of our workforce, about 40% of our workforce could enjoy that benefit. Not all of them need to go into the plant and then, get in work with the reactors. So we enabled that. We stopped kind of, containing the attrition at that point. So these are some of the things which is helping us. And then on the gig economy, so I call it the slashy economy. So I interact with a lot of alpha gen right now. I think that's the next thing. This is a generation who will want to, be a coder for 4 hours in the morning, 4 hours a chef in the afternoon, and 4 hours a DJ in the evening, right? So this is the kind of candidate market we are penetrating into. And another set of people, 2 years I'll work, 2 years I'll go travel and be in the Himalayas and come back, right? I'm sure that Ritu keeps coming across such people. So now we need to figure out how do we flex our policies and hire and retain some of those talent, right? So thank you.
Yeah, thanks. And that sounds like a crazy problem to juggle, but a lot of that is sort of, the numbers that you talked about of attrition or of a renege is a challenge of hiring in for India talent, right? And so Ritu, we are India, we pride ourselves on our demographic dividend. We are a young country. But there was a study by NASSCOM where, the employability just of the engineers coming out of, over 4 million engineers every year. And the employability has dropped from 20% to less than, about 7% now. So when we're looking at Bharat, right? I mean, I think the apprenticeship program, which I know Teamly's has really put its weight behind and influenced at a policy level. How is that emerging? And I don't think a lot of our audience would even be aware of what this apprenticeship program is and what's the opportunity of transforming the talent at Bharat for, really reaping the benefits of the, demographic dividend we have. So why don't you just share with us what is this apprenticeship program and how does it benefit organizations in India and to look at the talent in the India's lens, and what can we do?
The point that Karthik just was mentioning that, for example, the attrition, it's used to be, say, 12%, 10%. Now it's almost 22. It's skyrocketed to almost 27, about 3-4 months in the tech industry. Now, a lot of people might be thinking that maybe this is a retention problem, right? But my humble submission in this is that when attrition becomes 27%, it's not that you should be firing the HR team or the line managers, that they're not doing everything that they can to retain these people. So to be honest, that statistic of 27% is not an indicator of poor retention policies. It's actually an indicator that it's a simple, let's use the lens of economics, pure economics. It's an indicator that there is demand, but the supply is at huge deficit to the demand that exists. So demand exceeds in a big, big way the supply that exists or is there on ground. And honestly, India is, or Bharat is exactly that story. So yes, we have demography that we keep talking about, but I don't think it's a dividend yet. So, and the reason for that is India is a classic example of, or probably a poster child of what can happen where you have human or human capital, but they're really not employable. Most of you must be aware that India is now 5th, and there's a lot of tom-tomming happening. It's the 5th largest economy in the world in terms of GDP. We've left behind United Kingdom and so on and so forth. But do you know that India is probably 142nd when it comes to per capita income? And that is the Bharat's real story, which means when it comes to per capita income, India is 142nd. India, and it's unfortunate that when we boast that we are the 5th largest economy, we do not see that in comparison to India's per capita income. Okay, why am I giving you this prelude? It's important for all of us in the room, you all, us, we are privileged. We belong to this 1 percentile who've made it with academics, with the support of academics or opportunities and so on and so forth, but the large part of India isn't. But what do we do with those youth? So there are 58% of India's graduates today who comes out of colleges suffer from severe level of unemployment or subpar employment. They earn less than 8,000 rupees a month. And that is the India, which is the representative India, and not the one that you hear in the news, especially completely driven by the stories around what's happening in the tech sector. Okay, so those problems are real. When those problems hit a certain individual, it's a real problem. I understand and I empathize. But trust me, I don't think it's representative of India's problem or Bharat's problem. If a tech guy wants to, with due regards, wants to paint, he is representative of less than 1 percentile of India who can even talk or think like that. Okay. And there is a large majority who don't even have that luxury. However, we all understand tech cannot be the net employment generator for this country, right? Because the very concept of technology is what? The concept of technology is essentially to take over jobs of humans and reduce, right, the need to depend on humans. And by the way, it has its own place in our lives. We need technology, but to look at technology as the one who's going to bail the country out when it comes to quality jobs, that's a misnomer. So we do need to be able to create a lot of decent, dignified, high quality livelihood in this country, which is not the case today. And why is that so? Is because there is no culture in which through which we are creating employability, which is with a linkage to academics, which understands that its purpose of being in existence is to provide decent livelihood rather than just to impart knowledge and let the kid figure out what they want to do after that. So I don't know how many of you understand there is a National Occupation Code data which suggests 90% of the jobs in India require skills and zero knowledge, while 90% of the kids who come out, which is, by the way, almost 37 million every year, have knowledge but zero skills. So are we even surprised that people don't find the jobs that they're looking for and employers don't find the right talent that they're looking for? It should not even be a surprise, because there is a huge problem in the way the world of education in India has been conceptualized and has been averse to change. However, there is a silver lining. And that's essentially through apprenticeship. But our record on apprenticeship has been equally horrid. China has 20 million apprentices. Japan has about 10. Austria has about 4 million apprentices. Germany has about 4 or 8 million apprentices. The point, and they represent about 1.5 to 2%, no, 3.5 to 4% of their entire workforce. If we were to draw a parallel of that 3.5%, with the Indian context, at any point, India should have 15 to 20 million apprentices. India, in its best, at its best, have never had more than 300,000 apprentices. And when there is so much recessionary pressure, for example, going through Europe, but if a country like Germany has been able to stay resilient, and even in the past historically, or Australia, or some of these countries which had an active apprenticeship culture, it's on account of the fact that their approach towards how livelihood can be transformed through apprenticeship is very different from India. Yes, there are a lot of regulatory reasons maybe behind why, but even if you look at us socially, in our social culture and footprint, apprenticeship is for someone else's child, not for your own, is it? So there is also a social. Yeah, an apprentice is a person who doesn't have an employer-employee relationship, however, is deployed at an organization for the purpose of learning on the job and earning while learning, right? So they are paid a certain stipend, which is supposed to take care of their ana, jana, khana, just about that, and gives them incentive to come and learn. Okay. In India, this culture is defunct, or even where it exists or used to be, it is largely limited to the manufacturing sector. However, this culture essentially is pretty much the trick and how we can bail ourselves from the situation which is even there in the tech sector, the pharma sector, the the manufacturing sector, whether it's in retail, e-commerce, is just, can we have a thriving culture of apprenticeship? Now I'm going to give you guys a scenario. And this is an innovation that we are trying to drive. Of course, a lot of hard work convincing all the stakeholders, but we are at it. A lot of kids, I mean, even for me, for example, after my 12th, I went and enrolled myself into a graduate program for economics or whatever. How many of us, I mean, I'm not talking about if you guys are those good students, pardon me, but the kind of people I hung out with, they hardly were in classrooms. So they were enrolled into some of these colleges for a degree program, but they were never in classroom. They would find innovative ideas how to give proxy and leave the classroom. They'll be hanging out somewhere outside with friends and all of that, and somehow cover up for the bare minimum mandatory attendance. And this is how the 3 years go by. And at the end of the 3 years, they realize nobody wants to hire them. Nobody wants to in this country hire freshers, by the way. So then you're lamenting that what am I going to do? The world is unfair. And by the way, in a more serious note, if this becomes more aggravated, socially we will get affected at some point or the other, because that would lead to criminalization, that will lead to a lot of hostile social behavior. We are saying that the kid passes at the 12th standard at that time itself. Can we enroll them into an online degree program, which is accredited by the UGC, and side by side deploy them as an apprentice to learn on the job in an organization what essentially happens? So what happens is degree has a social signaling value because you don't get a job, but you get married because you have a degree still in India. So you get yourself a degree which is very industry-led, and you also learn as an apprentice on ground in an organization for the next 3 years. So when you come out of it, the return on investment, both for enterprises, by the way, and for that individual, And we have done enough studies to tell you is much higher than the current way through which education and how kids are going out into the world of work. So that's why we believe that every enterprise should be investing. Unfortunately, we live in a world of instant gratification. Abhi chahiye, abhi hire kar lo. But we do not understand that if you look at it, your 5-year financial balance sheet is making you look less and less competitive because your wage bill keeps increasing with commensurate gain on the productivity side. We are saying that's why apprenticeship is probably the game changer every organization needs, and degree apprenticeship more than anything else, which can help you always have that talent pipeline where you don't have to worry about your attrition hitting 22% because there are enough number of skill resources available for you to be able to meet your requirements. And hence, people do not have 10 job offers, by the way. I mean, it's much better to live in a world where 10 people have 2 job offers than 1 person having 10 job offers, right? So, and that's the world that we should be investing in as enterprises. And that's what we are trying to do, how to change the order of how things are in Bharat. And we believe this will also improve the per capita income of every individual in this country. They will have access to dignity, which we don't because 88% of the kids in any case get into the informal sector. And yes, will it happen right now magically? No, but this is the investment and persistence that every enterprise need to show to kind of secure your future. So I'm sorry, took more than.
No. And, thanks for sharing that insight about apprenticeship. But I know probably 7 or 8 years back when we talked, that was the first time, and there was a lot of regulatory changes that the government made. How's been the journey? I mean, what has been the acceptance of industry for apprenticeship, and what's been the acceptance of the youth to get onto apprenticeship programs?
It's much better than what it was, let's say 7 years, 8 years back. Is it where it ought to be? Definitely not. But because we do live in a world where everybody wants abhi chahiye. Like that person should be super brilliant, super smart, super productive right now. And that's not the intent of apprenticeship, but it's much better. And I think it's much more democratic right now, because earlier it was just manufacturing companies or automotive companies, now retail, technology companies, e-commerce companies, financial services companies, everybody wants apprenticeship. So that's mean there has been some positive change. From an appetite from individuals, like I said, earlier when we were just deploying them as apprentices, for them it's just an earning, they were not looking at it as learning. It was just an opportunity to earn. And that's why the moment someone else out there was giving them 500 or 1,000 just to deliver goods or e-commerce delivery, they would leave. But now when we are trying to combine it with a degree simultaneously, and you get credits, by the way. Thankfully, with national education policies, those innovations are coming. Is everybody jumping out of the seat to become an apprentice? No, but it's again, there is an improvement. And we've seen a difference in approach towards what is apprenticeship for them. So it's actually now trying to become, or is veering to us becoming more of a learning by learning rather than, and learning by doing rather than it was just another pocket money earlier.
Just to add on to Ritu, we have about 150 apprentices on a headcount of about 5,000 people, right? So again, NSSDCN, some of these organizations kind of push, and of course we are into the manufacturing space. It becomes easy for us. I think you asked about, what changes and why companies are also doing it. So I think the government is also pushing to give back the training fee, right? So you engage with them, you hire X number. So you have to be a 2.5%, I think, of your workforce, you need to get apprentices, and then you can reimburse the training fee, what you spend on them. So we are doing it for the last 6 months, works wonderful. And the other part is, one, you pick up, and most of them come from rural because our factory is, towards Tamil Nadu, Jigini. We get most of them coming from there. Unskilled laborers getting into skilled, and then what we also do is, again, and I know this is not a diversity and inclusion topic, so My team has hired about 90% of these apprentices are women. Okay. Because we have this notion that manufacturing industry, you can't have women and stuff. Out of the 90%, and again, you get certain benefits if you can take more women. And we convert 50% of them into full-time employees. I think that's the future, right? So now, instead of going and just hunting cherry pick talent by paying a premium, I think you need to just, hire people at the end of the funnel. And that's exactly what we started doing. Is working well. It's a great program, and how many companies are doing is a big question. I think we had a beautiful program. The government started Udan years back, a decade back. And I went to Kashmir and I hired about 50 people for Accenture at that point in time. We ran the program 2 years and just went away. Right. So I think we need to, we should not drop it. We should just take it on. And then maybe these apprentices who join us, FTEs, could be tomorrow's leaders as well. Who knows?
Just one blip is that now government has withdrawn that benefit, and now it's going to be direct benefit to the apprentice now. So it's not going to go to the organization. So, but you're right. One of the things is we have to be consistent with government schemes as well.
Yeah. And I think, what you talked about, Ritu, in terms of, this instant gratification, both from the talent perspective and also from the organization perspective. And I know when we spoke about trying to bring in apprentices, the challenge that I faced with our hiring managers was, why should I take an apprentice when I can, pay a similar amount of money and get an experienced person or a qualified person, right? And why should I invest in training? And we tried all sorts of things, including, funding it through CSR, and we didn't really get a lot of support through the regulatory environment. Okay, we are kind of getting out of time, so I want to open up questions to the audience. If we have any audience members, so we've got some. Can we have mics going there at the back? Any questions?
So
Please
mic
raise
there.
your hand so that we have questions coming. We can take your questions. We'll do about 10 minutes of questions before we wind up.
To your point on, people are not employable in the country, especially the part which comes from the Bharat, is there an opportunity for organizations to, let's say, backward integrate a little and, make people employable and then make that channel open for them, rather than going to institutions and hiring, have their own setup in some form, a way of backward integration to, somewhat solve this problem?
So the thing is that what we have realized, this problem can't be solved sequentially. However, it's very important to showcase the benefits of every stakeholder in this discussion. So I do believe the entire academia is an important stakeholder in this discussion. So India has today almost 51,679 universities, colleges. Okay. From there, we dole out about 38 million kids every year. What we are saying is that, even if for the next 10 years, every such institution in next 10 years, they deploy just 200 degree apprentices from the university. So it's rather than being something like a team lease runs or an organization is running, if the university starts approaching it that we cannot really dole out quality students until and unless they have an apprenticeship program embedded before they leave the institute, it's not going to actually work, to be honest. So it has to start at the academia level. So we are saying if they do 200, just 200 in 10 years, which is going to be less than 2.5% of the students that come out, we can have 10 million apprentices in the next 10 years. So it's very much doable. India is like, it's just about making everyone in the process see what's in it for them, right? Very soon, and if you've read the national education policy, institutions and academia would be now like in the US, you will get access to more funds if your outcomes are better than some other universities, right? So far in India, the entire academia has been funded based on just inputs. So people didn't care what happened to the students after they passed out. But with this kind of a vision, I think more and more, if institutes and universities kind of take it upon themselves that I will have to have a certain cross-section of students who will mandatorily go through a certain number of credits of degree apprenticeship, you will see, I mean, that's in my view is the backward integration that can help us to have massification of apprentices and solve the employability problem today. Our academias are doing nothing to contribute towards the quality of employment of our youth, and we need to accept that. So that's where we should
Barring
start.
the IIM.
So, yeah, I had a question. Like, the main issue is employability, right? And I guess as you were speaking, apprenticeships and this sort of hands-on experience programs, this could help. But what are the barriers? Like, this issue has been still there right from the decade or so. So what are the barriers? Why are not being proactive steps not being taken in this direction from the government?
One of the reasons could be that government has acute trust deficit on private sector. So because of which, and by the way, sometimes rightfully so, because we do tend to misuse anything, the good things that are made available, there is an immediate appetite. And apprenticeship also historically has been abused as cheap labor by many organizations. So there is hesitation to bring about constant amendments to the act, which will benefit enterprises as well as the youth. So that's one thing. The regulatory challenge is real, though we have done progress. We've made enough progress around that, but that's real. The second is social. I don't think socially we look down upon somebody who's an apprentice. There is a social taboo associated. So that also has to be, that mindset has to change. By the way, when I started, and I'm part of the founding team of Team Lees, when we started, and I used to go door to door literally to get kids to take up temp jobs, they would say no job is better than a temp job. So it has taken 20 years for that transition, by the way, where now nobody really discriminates. They'll just pick up a temp job. I think in apprenticeship, there is also that social evolution which is required. It's happening very slowly, but I'm hoping it will happen. And thirdly, in India, we do not celebrate skills. We still celebrate education and knowledge. And until and unless we make these shifts, you will see that the momentum is going to be slower than what it needs to be. So that's, I don't know whether that answers.
We have one, ma'am, we have Mr. Rajesh Joshi with us, who's the speaker of the next session. And he's also the incubator of GIM, where Ritu is an alumni from. So if we can take it from Rajesh.
Yeah, I think he's got a question and then we'll take Rajesh.
So thank you, sir, and thank you, Ritu. My question is that if you look at Bharat, right, most of the people from the rural areas, etc., would be working at some sort of SMEs or small businesses, medium businesses, and so on. So what would it take for those businesses to adopt the apprenticeship program? Because right now I see that the organization needs to have a dedicated willingness to invest in the long term and have that long-term vision to actually bear the burden of bearing the fruits later on. So what would it take to take that program to the?
Very good that you brought up the point on SME. We just recently came out with a study, so please look up. It's there online. It's the India Employability Report, where we focused on what MSMEs and SMEs can do for apprenticeship. Yes, for them, cost is an important barrier. And the point that Devolina was saying, that MSMEs and SMEs are the ones where they want immediate results. So there is a conflict in terms of vision because they're trying to survive the today. However, there are enough now benefits being given by the government to encourage especially the SME and MSME sector to hire more apprentices. Even if you look at the stipend, it is competitive. It is enough from an individual's perspective, but it's still, there is, it's not at par with if you were to go and hire a regular employee. So there is an opportunity in itself. There is a direct benefit program where almost 1,500 rupees every month apprentices the government is ready to pay from their side, so which is a sizable benefit from an SME perspective. I think what we are trying to do as an organization is that, by the way, I've spent the last 20 years building the staffing business. I'm now going committed to the next 20 years building the degree apprenticeship business in the company, because we understand that putting India to work is aligned with, and hence the awareness building around SMEs, MSCs is very critical. There's a lot to be done. I'm not going to take more time, but do look at the report which we came out with, which will give you the specific steps that we can do for SME and MSME sector.
Okay, last 2 minutes and a quick question from you, sir.
Yeah, thank you. I think I learned a lot being in the industry, and I also learned what I've done wrong as an entrepreneur, just listening to both of you. The elephant in the room in India in the HR scene is moonlighting. Right? There are companies who are going dead against it. Most of them are Bangalore based. And there are other companies who are looking at moonlighting as a policy. So just wanted both of your take on that.
Yes, good. Exactly. So it's like, you know, we live in an era where every day there is a new jargon which comes out. So moonlighting is one of those new jargons which has come out from nowhere.
Moonlighting is borrowed from an entrepreneur's life because we all start entrepreneurship as moonlighting.
As moonlighting. And also, it's a concept prevalent overseas, especially in developed countries, where you can actually have multiple vocations. So you can have, like, you can spend half a day being a teacher and then the latter half you are DJing somewhere, something like that. Okay. So honestly, I think it's, we've made a mountain out of a molehill. With that one line, it was one organization, just so that everybody who's come out and said this is going to be a policy. With due regards to the organization, but many are also of the opinion it was a classic PR and a marketing stunt. What I do after my work, in any case, nobody has any authority or say in, and hence you don't have to make a policy out of it, to be honest. So what I do after I go back home and what I do in my weekends, honestly, but then you can't resist these things. If it is something somebody wants to try, let people experience it, try it out, and the learning curve will pick up. To be honest, since that news till today, I've not heard of any other organization coming out and announcing it. So let's just wait for this organization only to try it out and see what their experience is. And then we will know whether it's actually a trend or it's just another jargon, to be honest.
I just want to add one point on this. If you look at also the Indian labor laws, our labor laws haven't really moved in decades, right? And as per our existing labor laws, the definition of a job is only in the context of a permanent job and therefore associated security, the benefits that you get. The challenge which is coming with moonlighting is, you have permanent employees who are availing benefits with one organization, but, using organization time to work for another organization. I think that's where some of the, conflicts are emerging. If you look at, again, coming back to labor law, I think law needs to shift even for, and get evolved, let's say, even for a contingent workforce. To some extent it has. We don't have any laws today for gig working, right? And so moonlighting is, I think, many years later.
So just to add on to both of them, I was just looking at some stats, right? Say about 80 million boomers are going to quit, leave, right, retire. And then we have, 70 million boomers are going to retire, and then 80 billion Gen X are going to, come in, Gen X are going to come and take over. I think companies are somewhere struggling, right? So when there are 4 generations working in the same organization, now, as in from HR, we try and deal, how do we manage both front, and then how do we actually manage the recent lot of course, Alpha has not come in, right? We will see them in next 10 years, but the previous millennials and the, next set of people. So the struggle is real. Okay. Of course, a lot of organizations are also going for moonshots. So let's do this. We might be able to kind of, survive, be there, and then be cool as well. But there are some organizations genuinely taking efforts and doing, like, for example, Unilever has a, a great program called U-Work. So the contract workforce getting benefits of, regular employees, right? That's been a biggest question. Like, I'm a contractor, why can't I think they're changing some of this, but some organizations going all the way and then, bringing some very disruptive approaches, but may not be sustainable. I don't know how long and stuff. We have to be realistic. but there are some genuine ones, I don't know whether to call it moonlighting and stuff, but they are bringing in some of these changes, which will actually help the workforce. Like Pitu said, to me, like when I hire people from my own team, my team has 40%, contract workforce. It doesn't matter to me, right? So I think that's where the change comes from. And companies are moving forward and ensuring that we'll not differentiate from most aspects, right? If Biocon biologists cannot give those benefits, maybe team leads will give those benefits, and then they will cover for those benefits, and then we'll pay them. Yeah.
Okay, I know we could have this discussion for much longer, but just in the interest of time, and we're going to wind it up. Thank you so much, Ritu. Thank you, Karthik. It's been hugely learning for you. Even for me. I mean, I just enjoyed all of the perspectives you all brought. Thank you for our audience for being such fantastic, audience out here, and thank you to the team for arranging this.
Thank you so much. That sure was one interesting and informative session. Thank you so much, Ritu and Karthik, for expounding the idea of how hiring in the future would pan out for a new India, which is not only inclusive of Bharat, but also places it front and center of its growth. I would like to leave you all with one of Ritu's favorite quote. Not sure whether we can solve all of India's job problems, but we shall die trying. As a token of appreciation, to the speakers, I would like to request Debolina ma'am to please present them with a memento. Thank you so much, everyone. Lunch has been arranged at MDC for all of you present in the auditorium. You may please proceed there for lunch and assemble back at 2:30. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, all. A very warm welcome to everyone present here. We request our esteemed panelists and moderator to please join us on the stage. A huge round of applause, everyone. I will now begin with a brief introduction of our esteemed panelists. Mr. Rajesh Joshi is the CEO of Atal Incubation Center. He has extensively worked with various new age businesses and has founded 6 ventures till date, including Bajao Music. During his stint as a consultant with EY, he has advised state startup ecosystem stakeholders on policy implementation and support, and has won various awards for his contributions to the startup ecosystem from Government of India and other state governments. Let's please welcome Mr. Rajesh Joshi with a huge round of applause. We request Janani to welcome Mr. Rajesh with a plant. Our next panelist, Mr. Kartik Manivana, is an IIM Bangalore alumni and has worked in McKinsey London before his stint at Myntra Jabong as head of product management. He is now building Apna, a professional network platform for rising workforce in India. Apna is the youngest startup to enter the Unicorn Club in 21 months. Please welcome Mr. Kartik Manivana with a round of applause. I request Rishikesh to present him with a plant. Our next panelist, Mr. Lakshminarayan Swaminathan, is also an IIM Bangalore alumni and has worked in AT Kearney driving multiple large-scale transformation projects across industries before heading the customer experience and growth product team at Myntra Jabong. He is currently heading the supply growth at Meesho, which has crossed 6 lakh seller registrations, 70% of them being from tier 2 cities. Please welcome Mr. Lakshminarayan Swaminathan with a round of applause. Request Dada Sahib to please present him with a plant. Moving on to our next panelist, Mr. Rajesh Sheth is the CEO of Sahi Bandhu, a gold loan platform promoted by the Manipal Group. With 26 plus years of experience in ITS, IT, FinTech, and financial services, he has played a key role in creating new lines of business, including market leaders like MCT Cards, which is one of the largest card issuers in the country. His diverse exposure in incubation and general management, coupled with his personal background in jewelry business, has been instrumental in the growth of Sahi Bandhu. Please welcome Mr. Rajesh Sheth with a round of applause. I now request Dada Sahib to present Mr. Rajesh with a plant. We are very privileged to have Professor R. Srinivasan moderate this discussion. He is a distinguished member in the strategy area of IIM Bangalore. He received his PhD from IIM Ahmedabad and teaches in the area of platform business models, competitive and corporate strategies, and strategy process research. He has been visiting faculty at FAU Germany and other European universities, delivering lectures on platform business models and open innovation. Professor Srinivasan has been closely working as an advisor and researching on variety of firms that create and operate platform-based business models before the digital age even began. Let's welcome Professor R. Srinivasan with a huge round of applause. Requesting Saket to please provide with him. Now let me hand it over to the professor to commence the panel discussion on new age business models.
Thank you. Good afternoon. This is what is called as a slot where people need to be kept awake, right? And so given that we have this diverse panel here, we'll try hard. We'll try hard to keep you awake. So I have a very interesting panel. Beyond the backgrounds of what they are, what they do, there's one fellow who sells gold loans. There's one fellow who is trying to get your blue-collared workers together, who possibly are customers to Sai Bandhu. There's another fellow who is trying to build people to sign up digital and get going on digital. And there's another person who is trying to make sure that these fellows sustain their enterprises and grow. So given that we have this diversity, let me start with the person who organizes this blue-collared workers. And going with this theme about India and Bharat, right? At Apna, do you really believe that there are two different Indias? Do you really believe that the two sets of people that we talk about, the urban India and the rural India, are they two different segments? Or is it just an imagination that we strategists and marketers have figured out that, we don't know how to do it, therefore, let's say they're different?
No, I think if you broadly think about what we call as the rising workforce of India, right? I think which is everybody who's probably not in this room, which is 92% of India's workforce, right? I think we try to put them into one box, which I don't think exists, right? Like say, for example, when we talk about these two categories, there are about 85 categories of jobs, right? All the way from delivery people who bring us Swiggy food, all the way to telecaller, telesales people who kind of do sales for us today, right? And I don't think they come in a cookie cutter answer, right? So say, for example, one of the delivery people that we work with does not have enough money to put food on the table if they don't make their variable pay, right? Whereas a salesperson who kind of does day in and day out earns 8 lakh, 10 lakh today. So there is a bridge in terms of scale, availability of capital, and all the more just knowing what opportunities exist for them, right? That seems to be the biggest gap today. And I think if you take a step back and think about how India or Bharat is in that sense, without taking example, say a white collar recruitment today is fairly straightforward, right? The entire market is organized, right? There's no unorganized market. If you think about blue and gray collar, only 40% of Indian employment is actually organized, right? So how do you solve for the 60% which actually adds value? Like say, for example, if you go out, I don't know if the store still exists right across the door. There is a 2-story department store where a biller needs another biller, right? They are never going to list this job on Apna, right? This biller is going to say, hey, can I find another biller in my locality and bring them on, right? That's 60% of India, right? How do we solve for that is going to be the differentiating factor, which I don't think any equivalent white collar solution has done, right? So that's going to be the challenge for us.
So growing in tier 2 towns, I've actually seen this market operate very efficiently. There used to be a corner in the village or corner in a town where these tradesmen, what I would call as a carpenters or mestris, will congregate in the morning. People who would want hire a mason for the day would go there in the morning and hire them, right? I think we have done rapid urbanization and all of that, even urbanization of tier 2, that these corners don't exist anymore. And is that exactly what Apna does? Replicate that street corner market?
Yeah, so there are two things, right? One is, as we all think of strategy, right? Where there's an existing behavior, it's easier to bring it online, right? To your point, I know there are ex-mason jobs. I know there are 100 people come here, first come, first serve. However, I take you in the lorry, take you there, right? I think the second part is where there isn't an existing demand, right? Like say, for example, like all we know in every micro market, actually jobs are fewer. Number of people who want it outstrips it by 50x, 100x, right? So think of the 50 masons who are left behind, right? Or say, for example, this generation goes to college, even in tier 2, tier 3, but they don't have a right job in that tier 2, tier 3, right? So how do we kind of not worry about demand supply management in a micro market, but think of, say, for example, a BCA candidate in, say, Jabalpur, right? If he or she wants to do a telecaller work in Bombay, how do we open up the opportunity for them, right? Like, so the socio-economic vicious cycle that exists today can be broken only when you go outside of your community and start growing, right? I think the opportunities that exist in the micro market is only that much, right? So you have to expand it. And that's where I think online marketplaces create that visibility for you, which didn't exist before, right?
So I look at one more part of the business model is not so much about finding where the demand supply is. That can be solved easily with this one. What is more important is I look at all the masons in the same lens. I don't have a way to credentialize them. Who has done better work? Who is better quality?
No, absolutely. You hit the right point, right? Like say, for example, if I were to hire a data scientist today, I know you should have gone to X colleges. I know you need to have done this degree. I know you need to have had these two skills, right? But in the blue and gray collar segment, there are two problems, right? One, there's no skill taxonomy, right?
Exactly.
Like Mason, it's also easier, right? I can ask you to do something. Like say, for example, telecalling. If I go ask some of the biggest institutes today, what do you look for? They say I need good English. They should be good at managing customers. It's very fuzzy, right? So first is, I don't think the skill taxonomy exists. So standardization of skills is a gap, right? The second is the branding of the skill, right? I know if you had gone to say, I want a product manager, I know you've gone to IIM Bangalore, you've done product management, you've worked here. So I know you are skilled in that, right? However, telecalling, customer service, there's no way to know where you are on that skill because there's no branding of skill either, right? So the way we are trying to bridge this is also to one, standardize the skill taxonomy in India, and second, put people on this taxonomy and create this visibility to employers so they know where they lie, right? And interestingly, the second order impact of this is also, I know where exactly I lack as a skill, right? So I can also then figure out how to bridge the skill to get you to the next level or socioeconomically to the next job that you can do, right? So bang on, but yeah, the second order impact of that is quite high.
And how do we count experience? So even in a telecaller, he does have an experience certificate. I joined this company on this date, I left on this date. I had 3-star ratings, 5-star ratings. How do I measure experience of a mason? I've been mason for 17 years. I've been a carpenter for 15 years. How do I know?
Yeah, I think, again, if you put this in two parts, right? One is your formal organized jobs, which is say, for example, telecalling, telesales. Vocational jobs like say, for example, electrician, plumber, masonry, etc. Right? I think the second one is even more difficult to do.
Exactly.
At least the first one where we can figure out the 80-20 of the problem. I think the biggest is going to be good and bad as people don't need experience on paper these days, right? As long as you can come and prove you're good at telecalling, even if you did 3 years of delivery job, actually it doesn't matter, right? Which is good for us. But I think as you grow as a career, right? And so far people are worried only about the entry jobs, but don't think of career. Like white collar people think of it as careers, right? We realize, hey, I know it's an entry level job, but it takes me someplace, right? However, for gray collar workers, that doesn't exist, right? And this is systematic, right? Say, for example, today's delivery boy can be tomorrow's warehouse agent, can be day after tomorrow doing logistics for someone else, and could go on to become, say, for example, a warehouse manager, right? But nobody's told them these are the paths you could take, right? And I think that is where the large value add is going to be, because nobody knows this on how to navigate their career. People think of it as jobs, not careers.
Right. And therefore, it is important that you actually build on both the axes, the expertise axis and the experience axis. You build on both of these axes, and that's where digital models like Apna will be able to both credentialize, taxonomize what you do, as well as be able to count experience.
No, absolutely. I think one of the things that we do today, tactically speaking, is we are the only platform that has an assessment even before you apply, right? What it allows us to do is actually create a skilling taxonomy on the back end, which we can put it in front, keep refining it. We also can then show it to our employers saying, hey, here is where this person lacks, but here is where you could actually bridge it in your on-job training, right? This allows us to kind of refine this better, and hopefully we would be able to do some public partnership to say, hey, here is what we know. Can we now formalize it? Because the ecosystem is not just Apna, right? Like Apna is barely scratching its surface right now. I think the larger impact is going to come from actually formalizing this. Like say, example, Ellen and I used to work in Myntra, right? One of the basic challenges is we don't have sizing standardization, right? This is a known issue, right? Yeah. But how do public and private partnerships happen to kind of make this? Because that's when it becomes sticky, right? We doing skill taxonomy doesn't matter if large amount of employers don't pick it up, right? Large number of IT institutes don't pick it up. So the idea is, how do we move the society along? Because I think that's going to have the multiplier effect than us trying to do it alone.
But this taxonomy does exist in silos. In fact, I was very pleasantly surprised. I don't know how many of you know, there is this organization in the military called the Directorate General of Resettlement. This Directorate General of Resettlement in the military, Indian military, has a beautiful way of people who finish off the short service commission, they prepare them for the second careers. And when they prepare them for the second careers, I was fortunate enough when they started to talk to General Budwar in the early 2000s, and he gave me a taxonomy of 1,200 skills, from the basic cobbler to people who can put the satellite in the orbit. The army has everything. The military has everything. 1200 plus. Maybe those are good starting points to
No, yeah, I
integrate.
think the problem is also two-sided here, right?
Yeah.
I think what we need is established skill taxonomy and where people lie, and for also employers to kind of
Able to
acknowledge
adopt
that,
that, exactly.
right? So it's a two-sided adoption problem,
Right.
but like all two-sided marketplace, we have to start somewhere
Exactly.
and then build the other side of the marketplace, right? So we are trying to build the taxonomy on the candidate side, kind of show and tell to the employers, right?
Right.
The moment they see their conversion become better in terms of hiring, they will start picking this up. Is the
right. So as we build this taxonomy, each of these things that Apna is working on are also micro entrepreneurs. Each of them, a carpenter is an entrepreneur himself. He is also a potential employee, but he is an independent entrepreneur, right? So if somebody walked up to you as an incubation center saying that I'm a carpenter, I want me as a business. We know chartered accountant as a business, but how do we look at carpenter as a business? Rajesh?
So first thing is a big fan of all three of your work. So I mean, I've been following the updates of what you guys are doing. Thank you, IIM, to have me here. I think this panel proves that normally business schools always call their alumni on the panel. I think this panel proves that it is equitable. I think two of us, and common thing is our name is
The two
the same.
Rajeshes are not
Two
alumni.
Rajeshes. And actually that's the Bharat we are talking, right? Inclusive, right? So I think whenever we do, and I think that's the difference between India and Bharat. So to your point about, we look at a carpenter when they come to our incubation center, we work with a lot of self-help groups, specifically women-led, and most of them are women businesses. We don't look at them differently than probably we would look at a tech, this thing, because essentially entrepreneurs, you know, basically require four main things: access to finance, access to knowledge, access to market, and a bit of hand-holding support, which we call mentoring through knowledge. So we just look at, so for example, we have a lot of startups who come to us women-led, maybe a carpenter, they still haven't come, but we are talking to somebody, a production company, production guy who used to do stages and sets for films and events, weddings and all. So he now says, I've done so many, and I didn't know how you came up with the carpenter example, because actually I'm talking to Sukhdev, his name is, who does this, and he says, sir, abhi mujhe business ko bada karna hai. आप बताओ क्या करना है? मैंने 100 इवेंट्स किए हैं, 100 लोगों की शादियां की है, अभी मुझे इसको, मैं कैसे इसको स्टार्टअप बना सकता हूँ? So we have, and that's the Bharat, and that's the real growth happening underground, underlying, underbelly of India is boosting with entrepreneurs like them. So we as an incubation center, we try to not have those lenses where we look at a unicorn, fastest way to unicorn, but we look at how we can empower these people who have ideas and make shape to their ideas. And I think that is new age business models. I'm seeing a lot of these happening from these kind of entrepreneurs. The other thing which I'm seeing, you know, I've done entrepreneurship right from 98, done 6 startups. Earlier, our business models were very profit-led. We always thought as businessmen, profit kaise hoga? How do we make profit? I think now, and it's thanks to the young people here also, profit with a purpose is coming in the business model. I think that's the change I've seen in 22, 23 years of my entrepreneurship, first as an entrepreneur, then as an ecosystem enabler. So I think that's the second thing I'm changing. Third thing with new age business models, which is primarily driven by the 50% of the population, which are women. I think women are looking at business in a very, very different way. They are picking up things which are taboo. They are picking up things which probably impact them, right? Like, you know, all of you might be aware of a lot of innovation in the sanitary napkin space, or the women health and sanitation and sexual well-being. I mean, the kind of work which has happened in the last 3 years, predominantly driven by Indian women entrepreneurs. There is a founder based in our incubation center. Her name is Priya Agarwal. She has started a project or an initiative called Stand We Speak, which is primarily into sex education. She's from a tier 2 city. For whatever experience she had, she decided to break the taboo and come up with this. So these are the 3 main broad angles I'm seeing beyond the unicorns and those part, about how the entrepreneurship and the entrepreneurs coming up with new age business models.
So just picking up on this stage example. So does this fellow start talking a different language as he comes to this incubation center? मैं तो शादी के लिए stage बनाता हूँ too. I'm an event infrastructural whatever.
So, I mean, again, I will blame myself that he comes up with these ideas, because we normally do an annual event called Antaprerna in Goa, which is a startup conclave entrepreneurship summit. And this guy was actually worked for our team. So he was there for 2 days listening to all the Gyan as a service. Nowadays, there's a lot of gas around, which is Gyan as a service. So he got so inspired.
Including this.
That's why. So I'm trying to avoid from giving Gyan. And that's why it's sharing examples, real life examples, what we encountered. So he got so, and this actually happened, the event happened 3rd September 2021. I think around that 7-10 days, he said, "Sir, mere paas bhi ek startup idea hai." And what he said is, "I've done so many things. So people like, आपने ये show किया, मैं आपको पहले से ही एक set लगा के दे दूंगा. आप just theme करो." Because what he realized is just trying to come up with a set, it takes a lot of time. So what he's doing, to the point Karthik mentioned initially, everything offline, which is kind of physical, you're making it digital, right? That's the startup, or that's the kind of thing you're looking to operate. So I think that was his idea.
Right. So therefore, there's this entire, if you go back to put this in jargon.
He has also named his app. He says Go Genie app, because his company's name is Genie. So kind of he's coming up with the name also called Go Genie app.
Okay. So you modularize, you virtualize, you provide consumers a choice, right? And you possibly, if you have to put it out in the urban India jargon, right? He is providing you as infrastructure as a service, right? But if you actually go back to the traditional, ask him what he does, stage banata hu, lighting karta hu,
event karta
hu, right? So what is it that he's looking for in the mentoring? Is he looking for market access? Is he looking for this kinds of legitimizing his business?
So I'll tell you the strength about these people, right? So like I said, most of these unicorns who come to us, they come for access to finance. That's the primary thing. They try to elevate us by saying that, "Sir, you're an entrepreneur. I like you are a mentor. I want to come." But essentially, they're coming for the funds we have.
Money, okay.
This guy saying, "Mere paas paise to bahut hai. I have money. App banane mein 20 lakh, I will give this." So he's actually coming that, so he has a language barrier. So I think that's the other thing which I was going to look at. These people have a lot of language barrier. I think it's unfortunate in a country like India, or probably it's very difficult in a country like India, which has 20 to 30 languages. But how do you come up with innovation programs or innovation in the language which they understand, right? For these guys, startup, this like big words. So one of the barriers is this. So probably he knows everything in his head, but he says that I cannot do like how probably a Karthik, Rajesh, Lakshmanaran can do, right? I think that is his biggest gap. And this thing, he has the money to put it in technology. He'll have a team. Probably the way he runs his businesses, they are street smart people. They have run these businesses. He drives an Audi, but he still can't talk proper English, right?
Yeah.
So the barrier is
English.
Yeah.
Audi
exactly.
drives itself.
Yeah. So for example, that's the biggest barrier which I feel, and I feel that's the underlying or the underbelly of the Indian startup entrepreneur ecosystem, and we need to push these guys ahead and make them role models, which will inspire many other Sukhdevs.
Right. So therefore, I read two things from Rajesh's thing. One is this idea of, I'm a profitable business. I'm doing well, but I'm stuck in a geography, in this thing, because of either personal limitations or a professional limitations, right? That's one. The second is being able to legitimize that. Pretty much like taxonomies that Apna talked about is also about legitimizing this business. If you go to a film production unit, this fellow will have a fancy name for it and he will charge 10x what this man is charging, right? Because he's stage lagata hu, light lagata hu, he has a different price point or a different expectation than somebody who is infrastructural support as a service. So we need to get the bridge between these two going. And in the process, do you find any differences in the way they approach the business? Do you think that there is an urban businessman doing almost a similar service will have a very different approach than what he would do?
Yeah.
Kind of labor he uses, kind of processes he uses. You think that will be different?
Yes. So for example, I'll give a same industry. So I can take the name of the event company called Crosscraft. It's been run by Carl. He does the same stuff what Sukhdev does from his Genie services. And Genie, again, as you can see, Genie, just the name, right?
Yeah.
He came up with a name called Genie, because Aladdin, Genie, and all those stories he would have heard.
Right.
And this guy comes with a crosscraft. Probably all of you know Viscraft. Probably
Yeah.
this guy looked at Viscraft, and that's why there was a time in India where everything was a cart.
Yeah, exactly.
Everything was a like similar names you had going in India. So I think that's the difference between a Indian entrepreneur and a Bharat entrepreneur. I think the Indian entrepreneur gets inspired from the West. I mean, I'm just taking this example. Crosscraft Carl is inspired by the West. He wants to replicate those models, and that's why I'm very proud of Apna. I've been in the professional industry, and I was always thinking, why do we go on LinkedIn? India is the place where we have the most human resources. Why is any entrepreneur not thinking about an alternative to LinkedIn? And so again, kudos Karthik for what you're doing. So that's the difference. I mean, these guys think on their own. These guys don't think valuation. These guys think ghar pe kitna paisa aa raha hai. Crosscraft will think valuation, will think about how to be in the PR. So I think the approach is different, and I think their ethos is different. They are more thinking what is there in the galla, how is the cash register, and these guys are thinking what is my value.
And how is the processes be different? Will the processes be different? Will Sukhdev outsource some of his sub processes versus Crosscraft outsourcing certain processes?
Yes. So I think Sukhdev will be more capable or more able to outsource more. And it is probably, it is not intuitive that you will think that, because probably you think that Sukhdev doesn't know, so he will. So Sukhdev was happy to give this app development to a company called Dot Squares. Someone like Crosscraft will try to build the team themselves. And that's why, you see the layoffs or you see this hiring, because these entrepreneurs want to hold more than probably they should be. So that's my, again, limited experience.
So this is something that I really want to highlight, how it's very counterintuitive when these entrepreneurs from the Bharat, we believe that they don't understand all of this. They really do understand the trade-offs between insourcing and outsourcing. They really do understand what I'm not capable of and be able to take support, scale up, scale down as much as anybody else, rather than these valuation focused.
They are cash smart.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. My experience.
So let me go to Ellen. Ellen, you're working with a lot of startups and you're working with a lot of businesses. And this is a question I was going to ask you. You actually spoke about it before. What's the difference between people who already have a business, get online, and people who find an online opportunity and therefore decide to start up? You surely be working with both of them at Meesho.
Yeah, I think, and both of these initially, and if I was to just go back in time a little bit, right, one of the big pushes that came through for people who are already doing certain businesses, COVID sort of forced everyone to find new access, because suddenly there was a disruption where you don't have business continuity.
Right.
And hence now suddenly you're looking for what are my options of continuing to run the business. And in that situation, a lot of people did come online across different things. And then once you come online, you realize that, oh, this is actually like magic, because I'm restricted to a certain catchment to do my business. Suddenly now entire India is my market, which is something that I'm not used to. Typically, there are a lot of inhibitions about coming digital, doing business online. It seems very intimidating because I've never tried it before. But all of those people, once they've tried, then they continue to stay there, because now they're seeing that there is a lot more inventory turns that they're able to get. Cash flow is a lot better. They're able to get a lot more growth for very similar investments. That's one. But the other part, like you were saying, Professor, is that there are several people that we are seeing, and this is a lot more in the younger sort of generation, or say people who are just coming up, who are maybe say in their early 20s, any of those. A lot of those people, either because they don't have as many opportunities in line with what their aspirations are, or do want to do something on their own because they have that enterprise and they want to do certain things. They want to be self-employed. A lot of these people are looking for what are the right options for me to not have a lot of investment and start my business. And in that sort of mode, doing business online, even if you were to sell anything, but selling it online makes it a lot more efficient, because compared to what you would do otherwise, you're taking a certain place, you're paying rent for it, you're doing some fixtures and all of those different things. Then you have to buy inventory, do all of those things. Doing business online is far more efficient, because especially if you take, for instance, one of the innovations that Meesho was able to bring, if you were to think of it as 0% commission as well, what essentially is happening is that your investment is very, very limited. You're just trying out certain products, you're listing them. As soon as you get orders, maybe you have some back-to-back sourcing and then you're able to start through. once we see that, once many of these business men or women, they see that there is traction, then they start going upstream. So again, to say that how they understand and they have a good sort of understanding of what it takes. There are several of these businesses who were, say, employees in certain manufacturing units, say in Tirupur. Now, then they saw that there is such a big opportunity. Then they start selling online themselves with some limited set of SKUs. Once that happens, then they double down on some of those, try to take that further. And now many of them are even having, say, printing units. They buy their own fabric. They employ certain people. So they naturally, it might not be coming through from a B school and say from a strategy perspective, but they are trying to eke out every single rupee there is in terms of value and then get that through. But there are all of these different kinds of businesses that are coming through. People who are, say, doing a business offline and then are trying to come online. But the other one also, which are natively starting the business itself online. And then when they see that they want to grow into something bigger, say a brand, if there is that potential, then they look at other options. So it's like completely flipped in a lot of ways.
So this is actually what we keep hammering in Marketing 101, right? Demand discovery first before you build upstream capacity. And here is a amplified way of how these enterprises do efficient demand discovery, thanks to online and Meesho, being able to discover where the demand is, what the SKUs are demanded, and therefore go investment in this. But this is very intuitive. Why wasn't happening before?
So I think that's where what I was saying about COVID, right? I think there is one bit of that, while it seems very intuitive by design, you're generally used to doing what you're doing all the time. So there is not much of a inflection point that is causing you to look at things very differently. When you become a customer for buying something online, then you suddenly realize that this is very, very convenient. This is very simple. Why can't I do it myself? In a lot of ways, right? So during COVID, it was not only the business people who started doing or taking their business online, but I as a consumer, wherever I might be, because there is a lockdown, because all of this, I start looking for what are my options of buying stuff. Then I discovered that, oh, this is a fantastic opportunity. So there are some triggers that come through from this now, because it's a lot more known. It has its own flywheel and momentum that is taking it through. But while it was intuitive, maybe the models are also not right. If you were to think of the traditional e-commerce models, they were very heavily commission-based, 25% commission, which means it's almost like paying tax, right, to do the business, which in itself also becomes an impediment.
That's right.
The other thing is also, if you were to take traditional e-commerce models, they were set up a lot more for big businesses, for brands. Even if you were to go into any of the other e-commerce platforms, you would find that there is a lot more brand. If you go into any of the other things, you will find that as a customer itself, if you go on, you're seeing a 15,000 rupee mobile phone. You're seeing a 25,000 rupee washing machine. As a customer or as a person who's doing that particular business, when I log on to that particular application, it doesn't seem like very native. It doesn't seem like my place. It's almost like walking into, say, UB City Mall. I know that I don't belong over here, right? In some sense, it's an extreme example. But now when you're finding that point where you think that these are customers like me, these are sellers like me, then there is naturally a lot more inclination to try it out. And then if it works, then double down on it.
So let me paraphrase or flip Ellen's argument. Correct me if I'm flipping or paraphrasing what you're saying. In the traditional e-commerce, I go into the shop wanting a mobile phone, and I have no means to evaluate good mobile phone, bad mobile phone. I rely on the brand. And therefore, I will say Samsung M11. Exactly what I saw in Pi Electronics yesterday is available on Flipkart. I will buy the Samsung M11. But if I'm going in to buy Jaipuri Razai in traditional e-commerce, I have no clue whether this is actually Jaipuri, whether this any Razai that comes from Jaipur is Jaipuri Razai. What is this thin? How thin is thin? I have no clue, right? And therefore, I have to figure out. And I have to find a brand which sells Jaipuri Razai in a traditional e-commerce. And that brand, because he's built that kind of a brand, has to have sufficient scale, has to have sufficient whatever investments, and therefore will, by definition, be expensive. By definition, be prohibitive. For a casual buyer in Bangalore, Bangalore doesn't need Razais. Bangalore doesn't need this one. Maybe for the children, you would need a Jaipuri Razai, right? So if I am looking at a Jaipuri Razai, I would either, I've been forced to buy a branded big brand in traditional e-commerce, right? In these kinds of business models, in the Meesho kind of business model, I can actually go and buy an authentic Jaipuri Razai. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, it's authentic is one, but you have a lot more variety, which is not coming in with, say, some of the overheads of a brand. The other thing is when you go on, you're finding things that are at your price point. In a traditional model, you will try to keeping your price points up as much as possible. Here in this kind of a model, what you're trying to do is you're trying to crash the price points which are viable for doing e-commerce in a lot of ways, because that's when you unlock from a tier 2, tier 3 plus sort of customer. You're really trying to crash the price point and make it viable for doing e-commerce, say logistics and all of those that are combined. That's the real thing, because typically in a margin-led business, right, commission-led business, more commissions you make, more price that you're selling at, because of which you're incentivized to take your prices up.
Right.
Here, if you're trying to open up the market, and it's a completely new market from a user and seller perspective, you're trying to now say that I will make it viable at far lower price points than what was otherwise there. So it's one is authentic, that is more discovery, what catalog attributes, all of those things you can do, but it's a sheer variety at the right price point also. You'd be amazed to know from a user perspective, still for most of India, price is a lot more important than say what convenience is.
Yeah, but then I'm a little worried about this. I'm a little worried about this excessive thing on price. It should not become cheap.
Sure.
In the name of becoming price.
So to that extent is where, say, your discovery of whether the customer ratings, reviews and say whatever quality, all of those parts are surfaced out enough, plays a big role, because in a marketplace, you're letting the customer-seller interaction drive a lot of things in terms of what you're promoting on the platform.
Right.
How do you give confidence to the customer that this is something that you're buying, even if it's you don't know for sure, right? It's a seller sitting, say, somewhere in Jaipur, Jodhpur, wherever it is, and you're trying to buy that particular mattress. You don't know if it is true or not, but previous customers who have bought from them, they're saying that this is 4.5 stars. They're putting real images there. The other insight that we typically see is whichever products have customer uploaded images work far better, because customers actually trust other customers' reviews compared to say your own catalog images that the platform does. So there is a lot more of this cross trust that comes in based on whatever customers do.
And a big part of Meesho's value proposition is customers like me.
Yeah.
Not any customer. It is customers like me have liked this product, and therefore that coherence or homogeneity of customer groups drives far more trust that it's low price necessarily doesn't mean
cheap.
Correct. And how are the businesses profitable? Because the traditional idea of e-commerce is commissions, returns, managing returns. I need an organization to do this. If I don't have a good chartered accountant who can do all of these, a tailor or a boutique would never go online.
So this you're
How
saying,
are they managing
this you're saying for the seller who's selling on Meesho?
For the seller.
See, for the seller who's selling on Meesho, it's actually far simpler, and I'll tell you why. Because commissions are not charged. The monetization or the revenue model for Meesho itself is you're doing your business, there is no commission. When you want to grow much faster, you will invest in growth, which is say towards advertising or any other thing, and that's where Meesho makes the money. So that part of it is clear. For the seller, whatever price that you're actually going to be asking for is what is the direct price that is going to get charged. There is no additional commission or any of the other things. Only things that you need to reconcile are how much returns is coming back, and hence what is your net revenue compared to whatever is your gross revenue. Those things, what we try to do within the supplier panel itself is to provide very easy to comprehend reconciliations so that they can make sense of some of those and make their pricing decisions so that it becomes far easier. There is no commission that you need to net off or any of those kind of things. The other thing is very counterintuitive again, is that typically from a, say, normal business perspective, right, we keep looking at P&L. But you will find that for most of these businesses, it's about cash rotation more than P&L. So as much as you do margins and stuff, for them, most important is I put in so much money, how can I take it back much sooner than saying that I'm making 5% or 10% or whatever it is. If something helps me rotate my cash much faster, that is a far greater value than say just the P&L and the shape of the P&L, because P&L can lie at times, cash never does.
So take us through the supplier panel. That's a very intuitive, very counterintuitive, this one, the Meesho supplier panel. I don't think any of our audience would have ever seen a supplier panel. It's very distinct and very different. I have seen that.
So from a supplier panel perspective, right, if you look at it, there are few key functions. So this is pretty much the entire operating system that a supplier needs to operate on. So first is just from a registration perspective itself, you come on board, you give your GST number, phone number, bank account, and you're done. You can then start off, you can upload a catalog, it will go through certain QC processes. Once that is done, right from upload, that part of it comes through upload, then your quality check, what is the status of your particular catalog that you're trying to upload, all of those come in the supplier panel. Once you're there, then you're pricing the product. Now there are certain price recommendations that will be given basis whatever competitive insights that are there on the platform itself. Say similar products that are selling, peer groups in that particular category, all of those insights come so that you're being guided towards pricing it right. The other parts are order fulfillment itself is a very big part, because that's where people are going to operate some of this. So what we've done is there is the order fulfillment part. As soon as an order comes, and this is pretty much standard across all platforms, that you get an order, you then generate a shipping label, you do packaging, and then you put it up and then send it out. What we've done for our user base is we've actually integrated the buyer and seller app. So you can actually do it on the app itself, which is compared to, say, many of the other places, you will typically see it only on the desktop. Here, it's possible for you to just do it through the app, because most of the time, the guys who are there, you're connected to a printer or whatever it is, but you're just looking at it through the app and you're getting the entire thing done. So the app itself is used for cataloging, the app is used for order fulfillment, the app is used for return recon. You can even do ads, your investment in advertisements. All of those you can do through the app itself. And this is seller and buyer, both sides of the app integrated in one. That becomes a big thing. The other parts are from a comprehension or getting insights on how are things working. What are the number of views that I'm getting on a particular product? What is the kind of sell-through that I'm able to get or velocity that I'm getting? Further, what further products can I sell from a product insights perspective that is delivered over there? Quality, customer reviews, all of those different things are also housed within the same. So it's pretty much like a 360-degree view dashboard. And a lot of this, we are trying to take it in different languages, trying to keep it a lot more visual, for instance, rather than being very verbose, very heavy on language. These are still WIP. We are also still figuring it out, but some of these work much better.
But the best part about any of the menu items is there are only 4 titles in any of the menu expansions.
Yeah.
It's the app is simple. You're a supplier, you're a buyer, you click on those 3 dots, you will get 4, not more than 4 in everything. The simplicity and the visual nature of this one overcomes a lot of these language barriers that you talked about.
Yeah.
I just see a kurta and say, this kurta is selling so much more than the patialas. Now I'm able to see that the kurta is a bestseller, the patiala is not my bestseller. Pretty much completely visual. And I really like the idea of inventory turns. And inventory turns actually matter to them, because inherently these businesses are profitable. They're not even actually looking at, is my business profitable? They know the idea, the intuition is that it costs so much, selling price is so much, it is profitable. Now I want to make it as quickly profitable as possible rather than profitability. So when we look at all of these, how do we finance these people, right? Is there a financing inclusion in the Meesho?
So we do. So from a financing perspective, there are different aspects. So one is just the basic financing, which is what is typically looked at, but we have another lens also to it on what are the payment terms. How quickly do you actually give the money? Because what happens is that the seller is actually selling a product. Most of these are cash on delivery. The cash is collected by the logistics partner, then comes to Meesho, then needs to transfer it back. How soon does it go? Because that is their investability of that money again into the business. So what we've done is we were previously 15 days. Now we've come down to 7 days from delivery as payment, so that it's fastest in the overall ecosystem. It allows them to do things. We further want to take with other options also on how you can get it even faster, say in 1 day or 2 days. Some of those matter even from a financing perspective. The other part is if someone wants to actually take loans, these are still work in progress. We try to do leads. We've tried to connect them to others. But what is the right model for some of this is still tricky. We've not yet fully figured that out on what the model is. We've tried to do lead gen for other, say, financial institutions and then routing them to those people wherever loans are needed. But it does remain an opportunity for us to do some of these things ourselves as well. But yeah, but financing is one thing that does matter to a lot of these people. But you would be surprised again that the expectation of the interest rate, again, for many of these people is not the normal thing that we expected, 30%, 40% and whatever. The businesses that are doing well, even within small businesses, they have expectations which are very, very tight in terms of interest rates.
Yes.
Because they're counting every penny and they want to know that how much is the interest rate, what is it that I'm getting? They have their math at the fingertips. So it's very competitive that way.
Absolutely. So which leads us to Saibandu.
Thank you.
And they're actually looking at building on what Ellen's talking about. 2 kinds of financing. One is capital financing, to be able to money for new products, new projects, versus working capital financing. What is gold loan in this process? Is gold loan a capital financing? Is gold loan a working capital finance? What is this about?
Yeah. See, we've created the entire business model is we've created an aggregator platform wherein brought in end consumers on the one side and have brought in banking lending partners on the other side.
So when we looked at the rural market, because of our heritage background in this business of financial inclusion, that's where the entire thought of creating Sahi Bandhu came from, with our experience of having experience in the rural India. So if you look at any of the gold loan big players, everybody's advertising gold loan, you come to us. Nobody's looking at what is the end use of this gold loan? Why are they taking the gold loan? That's the shift that we made. So we made a conscious effort to understand why are they taking this loan for? It's coming to your answer. Is it meeting somebody's entrepreneurial need, small businessman? Is it meeting somebody's medical emergency? Is it somebody's education fee? COVID time, it met a lot of other requirements, which was unseen earlier. So we have tried to see these needs and we have tried to reach out to them when that need arises, rather than then having decided that gold loan I need. See if we can be of help to them when there's such a need. So there are almost 22% of our loans that we disperse are for small businessmen who are taking it for working capital. There are large contractors who are taking it for even filing EMD for tenders. Some liquidity crunch, last day comes, tomorrow he needs money. Where can he go? Traditionally, they used to borrow money from friends at a very exorbitant rate and then they have to repay. All of them have, India is the largest gold holding. In some proportion, everybody's house there is gold, even rural as well as urban. And the largest gold holding is in rural, 75% of India's, and that is untapped. So you don't have to go to anyone seeking money. You have, but then there is a social stigma attached. Can I pledge my gold? That is the role that Sahi Bandhu name itself, we are the true advisors. And we advise them saying that you have your asset and we'll make it affordable to you. So when it comes to any traditional NBFC, they have given great comfort, convenience, and tact. In 10, 20 minutes, I'll give you, which banks couldn't give. But banks always had an advantage of capital, very, very cost effective. So that is the gap. So we have brought in the convenience and the comfort of NBFCs and brought in the cost effectiveness of the banks together. They have bridged this. So just to give you an example, in a market like Punjab, you will be surprised. There's a large proportion of people who are going from rural to Canada. Even to apply for a loan, a visa, they have to show bank balance for 1 year or 6 months in there. So where do they get this money? So large travel agents whom they go, they suggest go to Sahi Bandhu, take your gold, they'll give you money today itself, park it in your bank account, come after 6 months. So there's a bank balance that is built. Somebody who's got the visa, but then now he has to travel and 2-3 months, usually they go abroad, then settle down. Till then they need some money as a starting point. Typically they used to go for personal loan or friends or relatives or money lenders. That's the kind of base that we have said, you have money, gold that is sitting at home. We'll help you to get an affordable loan. You don't have to go to anyone else. Biggest problem that the rural India has is, am I welcomed in a bank branch? How many forms I have to fill? Will I get a loan? I don't have credit history. This is one product, there's no credit history required. So all the banks have taken it out. You have gold and you need a bank account in any other bank. So that's how we have tried to bring, and the entire approach has been to look at the need of the customer. And we have categorized 7-8 large needs, including the small business people. We go to small town, there are associations of SMEs. We go and address them. All of you will have urgent needs of working capital to meet. This is one product you can get quickly. And most of the dispersals are in less than half an hour. We do entire onboarding at customer doorstep. Only the dispersal will happen at the bank. So the time taken in bank branch is also very, very minimal. And all the data that we capture is consumed by the bank. So for the bank, it is an easy process. And most of the in gold loan, the low ticket, low tenure. For banks, in terms of going outside the bank branch is a much cost. So that's another gap that we are trying to address.
So on one side, you are a marketing agent for the bank, being able to source leads, which they would in their traditional marketing cannot source. On the other side, you are an advisor to the businesses, consumers, that here is an opportunity for you to get the bank loan at the NBFC speed.
Yes.
So what is in it for you? What is in it for Sahi Bandhu that you are able to make this happen?
If you look at a traditional NBFC loan, many of the customers go there because there's an urgent need, and the same need they would have gone to money lender also at an exorbitant rate, and they fall into a trap. Even in NBFC, it comes at a cost. It is as high as 24%.
Right.
Same 3 lakh loan, NBFC, and if they had taken a bank, they'll save 30,000 rupees in a 1 year, 10-year loan. So for us, the income, we don't take anything from customer. So for us, the income comes as a sourcing fee and a margin out of the income, the interest income. So combination of these two are our incomes for us. And there's a small processing fee that gets charged if we are dispersing the loan at customer doorstep.
So if you disperse, not the bank.
Yes, at the customer doorstep. So there are two models. Either we take the consumer to branch, what we call as in-branch model, or we do it at customer doorstep, where they don't have to go to branch at all. We do everything there on behalf of the bank.
So how loyal are your customers? If gold, it's very unique to India where there's so much gold exists. You go to any Western world and say there's a gold loan, they have no idea what is gold loan. They think it is silver tire, gold tire, platinum tire,
Yes.
like in airline tiers, no? So they think gold loan is like that tiers. They don't understand the gold that India has as a financial insurance in the families. If you go and look at, here is your gold, you pledged it, you got this. There's a hesitation to pledge my family gold, but I overcome that, I do this. When do they come back? Do they come back to take the, they've taken the gold back? Would they come back 6 months, 10 months later? Do they still have the same guilt or whatever hesitation to pledge the family gold?
Interesting question. This is one of the biggest barriers that used to be there, slowly changing. One, there are families say, "Mere bhai ko bhi mat batao." Okay, that is still there. Slowly changing because we advise them saying that it's your gold. You don't have to be sentimental or defensive about your asset that you are monetizing. So you get your money out of it. That's slowly changing.
But I don't, there's a lot of traditional ideas about gold is the insurance, financial insurance for my next generation. So basically, a lot of guilt happens by I'm taking away my daughter's
or
wife's potential insurance.
Yes.
How do we overcome that guilt?
Welcome. See, when we meet a agricultural family who's wanting urgent money for agriculture purpose, they know that once the crop is done and after 6 months, there's an income that is definitely going to come unless there is a drought or flood that happens and gets destroyed. There also now enough insurance coverages are there. So we try to advise them, as long as they are sure of the repayment, then there is nothing to be worried about this product. And then coming to your second question, how many of them come back? Once a gold loan customer, they are always a gold loan customer. Okay, 25 to 26% of the customers are repeat, and that number is likely to go high and high because once they know,
is perpetually removed.
Yes, that barrier is removed. But there is one more important. Everybody may not be successful in attracting a customer because apart from economical value, there's a lot of sentimental value.
Right.
Generations gold would have come. So they want to part away the gold with somebody whom they can trust.
Right.
They either want to go to bank branch. Who are you? You are just an aggregate. That's where our legacy of Manipal brand comes into picture. So there's a lot of trust where they are confident of handing over the gold. And then once that barrier is broken, and then they become our ambassador, they will tell their friend, "Aapko urgent hai, inse baat karo. Inka number idhar hai." And even reaching out to us, to our website, you will be surprised. There's a lot of traffic coming from tier 3. We thought online channel is going to get all the leads only from tier 1, 2. And we did campaign in select cities initially, but most of the leads are coming from tier 3. Conversions are also in tier 3. So which proves that mobile penetration is good. People are ready to use the phone for business requirements.
So in fact, across all of these, all the 4 panelists, I'm seeing 3 patterns. Pattern number 1 is the tier 2s and the tier 3s of the world do businesses which are inherently profitable. They figured out the risks. They know exactly what business they're into. They're not like shooting in the dark. They're not like the MBAs who have other people's money to burn and putting up valuation driven businesses. They exactly know profitability. They are very comfortable using mobile, and a lot of it is mobile and this one. And three, they know exactly what skills are required. How do I make this happen? What are the things that are required to get this business going? Right? We can teach all these fancy things about resources in the organization. They exactly have the resources tied up beautifully well. Right? And across all of these four speakers that I'm hearing, that there's a robust business ecosystem there. And we are all blinded towards this thing, and we're trying to take our business model, the traditional Amazon, big basket e-commerce business model to them, or we are taking traditional LinkedIn ideas to them and say that, you know what, you connect to 20 friends, the friends network will give you business. No, he's just looking at a recruitment app. I don't think he's looking at a LinkedIn profile and he will post images or post blogs about showcasing my capabilities on Apna, right? We don't want to replicate a LinkedIn on Apna. Right? So it's very different and distinct. And I think we need to create different business models. Digital has helped all of us, and mobile has seriously been the thing. And it's very, all of this is very uniquely Indian. I don't think this would have been very different. I'm sure this would have been very different in any other country. Maybe other countries like Indonesia, maybe not very different. But most other Western countries, most other developed economies, I don't think we can exactly replicate what we have been doing here. So at this point, let me open this for questions. I just thought drive them into describing what they do, and let's, yeah, start here.
Hello.
Yeah.
I have two questions, interlinked questions. So my first question is to Mr. Rajesh Joshi. So in present times, we see a lot of startups getting integrated and then disintegrated very soon. Like when we talk about our previous generations, then stability was a big factor to them. But nowadays, people are like the Gen Zs and the millennials are focusing on the right problems, but they are not looking to maybe expand their model into different platforms. So considering the bottoms of the pyramid consumer section, so how sustainable it is, you know, to take this thought process through, because a lot of people from the bottom of the pyramid are really dependent upon brand, maybe not in terms of luxury brands, but something that they can relate to. And moving ahead, my second question is for Mr. Manivanan, that given all these things, like when a startup is looking to scale up, so there are a lot of internal conflicts, especially in terms of people coming from urban areas and between people coming from tier 2, tier 3 cities, because of the difference of opinions, difference of morality, difference of their upbringing. So how do these companies, you know, coordinate these kind of internal conflicts? Because we see a lot of disintegration of startups because of these internal conflicts.
I'm trying to remember the first question.
POP customers are looking for brands.
I'm just kidding. I'm just trying to wake up the crowd. So,
Yeah.
No, that's a good question. So like I said, I'm 45 years old. I started entrepreneurship at the age of 20 in 97, right? And I've seen the model change. I think I reflected with that before. It's specifically the Gen Zs and the new age entrepreneurs coming up with new age business models. I think we always looked at things as capitalist or socialist. And I think that's how our thinking, or that's how everywhere we are learning, right? But this new age generation from India, coming from tier 3 cities, who are worried about the life there and want to do something for that. And similarly, from tier 1 cities wanting to do something for tier 2, tier 3, I'm sure India will lead a path in a category called purposist, which is you have a purpose in life. The businesses have purpose. So I think I talk about this word purposist. I've tried to trademark this word also on my blog, but I think that is going to be the change. And there is this Gen Zs And these people are people like us also, right? We're doing this, or the job which I do is with the purpose to help other entrepreneurs. I think India can take a big step in this and show to the world that this is a model also of entrepreneurship, of economic development. So that's why these people are restless. They want to do so many things, but they're giving some hope. And I see a lot of startups coming in climate and environment from India. Last time I saw India was leading in climate and environment in terms of the number of startups. So maybe our generations came up with models which was pure consumer driven or consumerism supporting that. I see a lot of this purposeful startup, and obviously they will fail because, right now, maybe as a country or as an economic model, we're not ready to give them their time in the sun. But I think India should lead, and people like you should think about doing businesses around that. And I'm telling you, climate, environment, sustainability, all those things are going to be the next big thing. Enough of consumerism. I think that's the difference between Bharat, IC, and India. India was all about consumerism. Make everyone a consumer. Look at India as a consumer place. I think right now, India is being looked as an innovation space in specifically these social areas. So there will be disintegration because that's the nature of anything you do new. But I think with every disintegration, new seeds are being sowed for a better plant to come. That's how I look at it.
Thank you. So I think very interesting question, right? I think especially in a startup, I think you have to outsource or you have to delegate decision making, right? The moment you rely on 3-4 people to make decisions, you fall flat, right? So I think majorly all this audience, and now I reflect back my B school days, organizational behavior maybe is not very real right now. I think it is 80% of driving outcomes in an organization, right? And what I mean by that in this specific thing is to put your vision out, put your values out, because that makes a framework for everybody to take decisions on, right? Like I love one of Misho's, it says, the moment you stop hearing from your users, you die, right? So it really makes sure that whatever decisions you take, at the back of the head, you realize, are you going and listening to your customers, right? One of the interesting examples I want to tell you is, one of the misconceptions of Bharat is you need to be creating your apps in particular regional languages, right? If we didn't listen to the users, which is one of our core values as well, was we realized there's a very counterintuitive insight, right? English is very aspirational in India, right? Especially in a professional context. So instead of going down the route of putting the app in every language, we realized that, hey, we introduced something called as Toda English, right? Which means the script is in English. There is linguistic flavor in English, but the script is still in English, right? So this is actually listening to the customer and coming back. And most of the times, these are scary decisions to take, right? Because the counterintuitive ones are the most difficult ones to take, right? So the values, the culture that you drive, and creating a framework for everybody to take decisions is the most important, at least in a very hyper growth startup. Hope that answers your question.
So before we get the next question on, one of the common misconceptions, all these language things happen, is to try and convert words like adjust in regional languages. Adjust Madi is a good Bangalore phrase, right? Try and tell this adjust to even a thoroughbred Kannadiga in Kannada. He wants to adjust Madi, right? Don't try too much. I think that's the best part of communication.
Just to add what Manivandan says, we also looked at creating our page in all, but then we took the route of using the regional in English text. Exactly. That works perfectly fine.
Yeah.
In fact, in user research that we were doing just on the same topic, when we were trying to ask people on, do you want to see this in Tamil? Do you want to see this in Hindi? They say, if you put everything down in that kind of language, hame bhi samajh mein nahi aayega.
Exactly.
Even we won't be able to understand because we don't
use
that kind of very pure, just pure Hindi or say any regional language. It's not the conversation that happens today in any case.
Exactly. Yeah.
Sir, my question is for Mr. Lakshman Narayan. So I understand like Misho offers a lot of low cost product. They have a lot of low cost product categories, and you are trying to penetrate into tier 2, tier 3 cities. So in a supply chain where the last mile cost is like is a major chunk of the final the total cost, how do you address the challenge of increasing the margin if you enter the tier 2, tier 3 cities?
So because we don't have a model that is working on margin itself, that question doesn't matter as much. We just try to pass through whatever costs are coming through. The other advantage that we have is that, say, a model like Misho might not have been possible, say, if you were to rewind, say, about 10 years back, when the base infrastructure for a lot of things down, say, from basic warehousing, logistics, all of these things are not even in place. So at that time, if you were to start any kind of business, like say e-commerce, you'll have to do all the plumbing infrastructure, you'll have to set it up yourself. Right now, given where the overall ecosystem is, it is possible for us to not incur huge fixed costs, capex, overheads towards creating our own logistics ecosystem. We can tap into that, and we have, say, coverage pretty much in every nook and corner and pin code of India. And we are just able to tap into that and keep it completely variabilized in terms of cost. And hence, that doesn't come through as much. Our model, like I was explaining earlier in brief, comes through from growth investments that come through from seller or from customer, whichever way. So you should think of it a lot more as monetization-led revenue rather than commission-based revenue. So it's not so much a margin thing, but say for logistics and all of the other things, we are able to tap into the ecosystem, completely go through a third-party logistics ecosystem as such, only because a lot of those are already established and are created, right? And hence it's extremely counter-positioned also in a way, if you look at it from a strategy perspective, because we are not the same as anyone else, be it on the commission structure, be it on using supply chain of our own, all of those, it's a very different model. And hence it's very difficult for any of the existing players also to pivot into this. It's almost like giving up on whatever you've taken 10, 15 years to build up. So you will continue that way. This model can leverage on top of that and create new advantages. That's how at least we think about it.
We'll take one last question. Already Yashi is standing here to say thank you before.
I had one question to Rajesh Joshi. So one very interesting point came in this discussion is businesses in tier 2 and tier 3 are profitable, which is not the case with startups, because many startups are growing big and they are making losses. So I see a very clear trade-off is pursuit towards profitability and pursuit towards scaling up. Now, if I want to be entrepreneur, what should I pursue? Should I pursue profitability first, or should I keep on scaling?
Is there a trade-off?
So, you would have heard in a lot of the gas sessions you would have been part of, Gyan as a service, that they always call about the product market fit. They talk about so many business model, right? But I think you should look at about whether there is a founder market fit, founder product fit. You as a founder probably don't look at, I know it's difficult not to dance when the music is playing. And I think that right now in India, there's a lot of startup being played. And people like us are guilty of playing that music. But I always tell entrepreneurs and founders, forget the way your business model is. Look at the business, at the product, and whether that industry is passionate for you. So I think that fit is the first fit. Then which path you take will get clear based on your personality. So always do what is good for you, what you are comfortable as a founder, as a person to do. So I think I worked with Sarthak here, who was an entrepreneur when I was working with government of Rajasthan. And that's what I think I've kept my message consistent, right? That's what I've been saying for the last 4 years. So that's what I say, aspiring founders. You can't be a Rajesh, a Karthik, a Rajesh, or Ellen. You have to find your own. And that's why I think all the startups are going lost, because everybody is trying to replicate. The VCs are replicating. Everybody is in that, replication zone. But yeah. And I think to Rajesh, you should probably name it the number of women entrepreneurs coming. Sai Bandi is also a good name to have, or Sai Bandini. Anyways, most of the jewelry is of the women, which is
one major shift that we did, I'll take one moment. You will see in our now campaign, we've called it at Sirf A. Most of the ads were women. If you see any of the gold loan, women were there and heap full of gold. But if you look at our own data, almost 45-50% of the jewels that are pledged are men. So we made a recent shift where even men's jewelry is possible. But the decision making in terms of at every household, women is an integral part, because finally they are parting away their gold. Almost 22% of our field force is women. There are equal number of agents who are bringing it. They're making a lot of money because they also get paid commission out of every leads. In a way, helping women entrepreneurs also.
So, I mean, to what Professor was saying, we men are like this. We want to feel guilty about what we are doing with women, but actually we really don't feel guilty. That's why they were able to make such inroads.
Okay. So, one last question to Mr. Rajesh Sheth. So I understand the basic problem for this gold loan business is people feel guilty about pledging their gold. So now you said most of your customers, around 25%, are repeat loan takers. So what is making them come to you, and what is stopping them go directly to the bank
in later stages. So what is your bargaining power that is going to keep you in this business for long?
Yeah, so very good question. What happens is in a typical banking loan journey environment, you have to go as per the banking hours. So if you look at anyone working in rural, that 1 hour of his working time is very crucial for them. So if they can get the loan early in the morning, before even the bank branch opens, they would still come back to us. And there's a loyalty factor. The arrangement that we have with the banking partners that we have is, once I have brought in a consumer, that consumer gets tagged to us. Even if repeat customer, you would say that they might go to, but that's the consumer that I have acquired and I have brought. But our experience says his next journey also is most likely with us. They'll never go to the bank branch because they feel in bank branch, who's the next person, manager, whether he'll remember me, he'll give me the same treatment that in the past they have got. They keep coming back to us. So we've seen a very healthy repeat ratio that is happening through us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
A very thought-provoking discussion indeed. We are very thankful to all our panelists. Let's put our hand together for our panelists. Requesting Professor now.
Just 1 minute. Also would like to thank Anuj, who's my co-founder. He's IIM alumni. Because of him, I got an opportunity here. I'd like to thank you all.
Thank you.
Requesting Professor to please provide a memento to all our guests.
Okay. Small. Thank you very much. So possibly one of your first of many more IIMB logos. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
We'll now break for 5 to 10 minutes and then commence with our next discussion.
Okay, you may. You should. Maybe you should. Thank you. Oh, you have the bags to carry the lunch. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, sir.
Thank you. Pleasure.
Good class.
Nice. I will come back to you.
Yes.
It is, I always thought, it's been like a little bit something. I always thought, when I said maybe it's 2 years to test the water before it's been the answer. But now you have my confusion before in class.
Good afternoon, all. A very warm welcome to all our panelists and the audience. We are very excited to have each one of you here. I will now begin with a brief introduction about our esteemed panelists. Mr. Mohan Raj Jaganivasan is the CEO of Duroflex, the company that helps stress managers like us to sleep better. He has enabled Duroflex to achieve major milestones that led the company's expansion into new geographies, verticals, and product categories. He has shaped the company's D2C arm and exponentially elevated the retail experience through company stores. Prior to this, he was an angel investor with Inflection Point Ventures and has also headed the furniture business of Wipro Consumer Care and Lighting. Sir, we are very honored to have you. Please welcome Mr. Mohan Raj Jaganivasan with a huge round of applause. Requesting Arun to please provide sir with a plant. Moving on to our next panelist, Mr. Badri Beriwal is the Chief Business Officer at Britannia, a strategic business leader with over 18 years of experience in the FMCG industry. He has managed the business across different stages, headed channel program management, and driven rural business for the organization. He has played an instrumental role in transforming sales processes, redefine categories, and drive commercial hygiene along with growth. He was the Chief Marketing Officer at Viva and also the General Manager Sales at GSK Consumer Healthcare in the past. So we are very honored to have you here. Please welcome Mr. Badri Beriwal with a huge round of applause. Requesting Vishwa to please present a plant to sir. We are privileged to have Professor Prateek Raj moderate this discussion today. He is faculty for strategy area at IIM Bangalore. He is an alumnus of IIT Delhi and earned his PhD from University College London. Prior to his PhD, he worked as an operation consultant in the metal and mining industry. He has taught operational research methods at London School of Economics and continues to be an honorary research associate at the UCL School of Management. Please put our hands together for Professor. Now let me hand it over to the professor to commence the panel discussion.
Thanks a lot. First of all, thanks Badri and Mohan for being here. And it's a very Duroflex and Britannia, two very different companies. So I've been wondering what's common. And one very big thing which is common between Duroflex and Britannia is that both are very well-known brands. And when people want to buy a biscuit, or they want to buy a mattress, these would the first name that would come to their minds would be of your companies and your brands. So they are very important pillars in the Indian industry in your particular product spaces. So I wanted to start the conversation, and either of you can start, that what role do you see for your companies in spurring growth, because that is the topic, for India and Bharat. That's how I'll put it. That what is the role that you see for the next several years and decades of your company in India's growth story? And I'll give you about 7 to 8 minutes each to talk, and then we can have a more free-flowing conversation. Yeah, Mohan.
Thank you, Pratik. Just to set the context, Duraflex has been in this business for 60 years now. Obviously, we lost some 10 years in between because of some family feud. But our large part of our growth has come in the last 5-6 years. Well, when we keep talking about India and Bharat, I would really see Duraflex as more like a Bharat brand than an India brand, because we started at the backwaters of LAP, and that's where our entire journey started. While we were predominantly a very strong brand in South, we were still a very strong brand in the rural South than the metros. So we were still not, I would say, a very strong brand few years back. Now the story is very different, but we were still not a very strong brand if I take the big metros of South, like the Bangalore, Chennai, Hyderabad, and maybe Cochin as well. And hence our large part of the growth used to come from the smaller towns and villages. When we see this industry, I think few insights for everyone to understand. This is largely under-penetrated, highly unorganized. Still 60-65% of the industry is completely unorganized. While this demonetization and GST did help, a little bit of, shift from the unorganized to organized. But still, I think the entry barriers being very limited. It's easy for anyone to set up a small unit and start making mattresses. If you go to North Kerala, you will find there are like maybe every household make mattresses, and every household has got a brand. It's a very different market. And probably the challenges we have over there is quite different than what we will probably have in a metro. The buying power of a consumer plays a huge role. And where we see mattress as an industry is where paints exactly were 25 years back. And that's where we see mattress. Painting was never considered to be a big thing. I mean, I remember my, good old days, we used to do some distemper or whitewash and leave it till Asian Paints came and changed the entire story with their campaign saying Har Ghar Kuch Kehta Hai. And then they started the real journey of saying that painting itself an experience. The wives started getting involved. The entire ecosystem in the family. Then people said, oh, every Diwali I need to really spruce up my house. And that's where it really evolved. And now I think paints is such a huge industry. Large part of that is organized. While still Asian Paints, I would say still has a close to 55% market share. But the whole equation around this painting as a concept has changed. This is where we see mattress moving forward. While there are obviously, I would say, challenges for this industry, the biggest one being, what do you do with the old mattress? I mean, it's not a biodegradable product. You can't throw your mattress outside on the road. It doesn't biodegrade. It causes environmental hazard. There are pollution control board challenges. Volumetric weight, it's a very bulky product, unlike, my friend who sells biscuits. It's a smaller packet. This is huge. Mattress can weigh up to 100 kilos. Transportation is a huge challenge. So proximity to, the market is a big requirement of this product line. But having said, you can't put factories everywhere. Because you need to have a market. So setting up a factory is by itself a different challenge. Having said, what has changed over the last 3-4 years, particularly the last 2.5 years post-COVID breakout, is the entire awareness around sleep. And I think people have really realized the importance of sleep. I've been a victim of COVID, and I know, my doctor used to tell you really need to get take good sleep in the night. You have to recover fast. I've seen that happening with a lot of my colleagues, my own mother. And this awareness around sleep is changing the entire equation around mattress. Generally, if you see, mattress is a very boring product. It is somewhere in your corner of your bedroom. You want to spend more money on your cot because that's something which your guest would come and see. But you don't want to spend mattress because it's covered under a bed linen. Again, mattress is a private space. You don't want to expose it to everyone as well. You don't want a guest to come to your bedroom and see your mattress because it's a very private space. But this entire equation around sleep, importance of sleep, I think there's a lot of work which is being done to promote healthy diet, exercise. and very good sleep for faster recovery. And obviously, being ready for tomorrow is really helping the industry. But I would still say there is largely underpenetrated. There's a lot of, I think, work we have to do collectively. But we see this is a very bright future. And I think at the stage where we are, I just want to draw one parallel. We were in US 3 years back, and we were just trying to understand how this entire mattress industry boomed in US. So they said when the per capita income touched close to $3,500 is when the buying capacity of people and the spending capacity of every individual went up, and that's where people started spending on outside the essential, and mattress is never considered an essential even today. India is, I think, roughly at $2,500. Hopefully, with that 5 trillion economy, say by 25, 26. I heard somebody saying yesterday that maybe by 25, 26, we should be a 5 trillion economy. I think the buying power of every Indian should go up. And that's where I feel this mattress as a product will also become very important. We personally doing a lot of work around sleep science as a company. We really want to promote sleep and probably mattress as just as an aid to get sleep. So there's a lot of work we're trying to do around the sleep science side of it and maybe promote sleep. And that's, I think, will really spur this industry. But from a challenge standpoint, I think we still have to probably understand what do we do with the old mattress? How do you recycle it? How do you dispose it off? Is there a way to make more recyclable mattress with more natural products? Those are challenges which we have, but I think it's an interesting space to be in. And I think we just probably at the tip of the iceberg as far as exploiting the potential of this category is concerned.
Thanks a lot, Badri.
Yeah, so I'll come to Mohan's point on volumetrics and try and explain the challenges that we face, very unique to us as well. But coming to the topic, spurring growth, honestly, while personally I don't like the whole idea of calling India and Bharat, they are surrogates for urban and rural is what we are trying to do as marketeer and sales. But that apart, I get the point that it conveys the message of to India. Now, the way we look at it at Britannia is that there's growth opportunity at both ends, right? And for that, we have to unlock the hood and understand what's happening in urban India and in rural India, right? Now, obviously, we know that rural India happens to be, 3 out of 4 Indians happen to be, living in rural areas right now. And for most FMCG companies, give or take, they contribute 35% of their sales or, revenues. For us, slightly more. But the big question is where the growth will come from, right? Now, what is happening is if you look at urban India, right? There is a lot of migration happening from rural India as one definite flow. But there is multiple urban India cohorts within the urban India as well, which we need to understand to leverage growth as well. So if you unlock the whole urban India portion, you will find that there is a cohort of consumers who are completely globally connected, connected with actually disconnected with wires, and we call it cable cutters who have kind of cut their cables, who don't have possibly moved from DTH to only connected TV as such, right, with OTT platforms. And they possibly live in a Western culture as well, right? While they live here, they are mentally in the Western world. Now, there is a lot of growth happening there, right? And there is a lot of brands getting created there as well. Now, how do you participate in that growth is one question which we are trying to answer in our own ways of launching premium brands, premium offering, launching new categories. We've just launched Croissant, which is obviously a fantastic offering for people who know what a croissant is, and gives them a fantastic experience, which otherwise you would have to go to a gourmet bakery
to have an croissant, right? Today you can have it at your arm's length. Now, that is one cohort of growth that has to be tapped into. And obviously there is this whole second growth which is happening because of migration, because of more earning potential coming in the urban sector. The second big question is understanding rural, right? How do we understand rural? Now, well, one whole leg of debate is that, and you keep hearing on rural, on in newspaper headlines that this year is we are seeing slowdown in rural growth, and this year we are seeing better rural demand, etc. But if you were to just zoom out and look at a long-term horizon, rural has been the growth engine for all organizations, right? The reason being a large chunk of population is there, right? Now, how do we define rural or Bharat in today's case, the way we are defining? I mean, traditionally, if you ask Government of India definition from census, can anybody volunteer to answer? Any students here? Anybody wants to raise a hand? I'm putting you guys in a spot. Okay, I'll answer it for you. Okay. So the way it is defined is, what is the per square meter, population, right? If it is less than 400, people per square meter, if it is not defined a municipal geography, and less than 75% of, people are engaged in non-agricultural activity. Now, as we look at it, right, there is a rapid urbanization of rural happening as well. It doesn't mean that, not only those people are moving to urban India, within their households, right, they are serving in rural, I mean, in rural economy with agriculture as well. But there are household members who are going to a factory and working as well. And that, if you travel, and FMCG gives you that opportunity where you travel at the length and breadth of the country. What is interesting is when you go to Kerala today, let's say, for example, you will not find any rural. Right? There's no rural. You then walk into Tamil Nadu. Yeah, I mean, by definition, there is some rural, but hardly you will see any characteristics of rural India or Bharat there, because every second member in the family is working beyond, agriculture. And therefore their propensity to consume and earn and spend is also high. And as you move to North India, obviously, it's different. But the big part is that the change is happening, and the change is happening fast. There is a lot of pakka ghars coming. There's a lot of socio-economic upliftment happening in Bharat or rural India, and that is leading to a lot of demand, especially for consumer companies like ours. So net, these are the way I look at it. There is growth happening at both ends. There is a marketing challenge in terms of how do you reach different types of cohorts of consumers in the right manner. And obviously, from a distribution perspective and supply chain perspective, it's a different challenge as to how do you efficiently serve them. And coming back on that note of distribution to the logistics part, see what happens is while, one could think that biscuit is very small, but the fact is per cubic feet or per cubic meter, if you were to look at the value, we are very low. So a truck full of mattress might be, say, 10 lakhs or 20 lakhs. For me, it will be only 1 lakh. And cost per, as a percentage of sales is very high. So optimization of distribution cost is very important in our industry versus any other industry.
That gives me a perfect segue to open up the conversation. So we talked a lot about targeting the right set of segment. And one of the things that emerged was that despite India being so huge and both these two brands being so well established, there's still a lot of scope of expansion within India, in rural India, as well as the urbanizing rural India and new market segments. So I want to ask a more strategy-oriented question about that. I think it's pretty straightforward to look at what could be the potential segments to look at. but how do you bring your business together to deliver to such a varied set of customers in terms of distribution challenges, in terms of manufacturing challenges? So one thing I also notice is that both Duraflex and Britannia are manufacturing companies. So they are contributing to India's manufacturing story. We usually think about cars and electronics, but FMCG and durable goods are equally important products. So I would like to know, get a little bit of insight about the everyday workings of your company and what are the logistical challenges and manufacturing challenges that are involved in running both Duraflex and Britannia.
So as we speak, Duraflex has got 7 plants in India. Most of these plants, other than Hyderabad, is probably based in, I would say, the tier 2, tier 3 kind of city. The original plant being in Alleppey, that's where we started off. We have 3 in Hosur, 1 in Hyderabad, Indore, Bhiwandi. We're setting up a unit closer to Gurgaon as we speak. The biggest challenge for our industry, as I said, is being closer to the market, considering the entire supply chain. One of the supply chain cost and the volumetric weight, and also matters being very customized. It's not that standard sizes sells a lot. Like in the West market, mainly in Bombay, every order is customized order. So unless your factory is very close to the market, it's very tough to meet the requirement. And also because it's a high value ticket, I would say the patience of a consumer to wait for the product is very less. They need the product in 3 days, 4 days time. And hence, if your factory is very far off from the market, it becomes much more tougher to meet that demand. And there are local competition, including for me, the local shop is a competition, right? And he is willing to turn around a product in probably 6 hours time, right? He could buy a foam, he could paste some stuff, wrap a cloth around it. And that's where the entire unorganized story comes in. And most of this specific to West and North, most of the shops have been there for 60, 70, 100 years. So they have their own, I would say, quotient of trust, which they have built over a period of time. And there are times when the consumer trusts the local shop more than the brand because they feel it's getting ready in front of my house. It's like a fast food getting ready, like it's getting prepared in front of you and you have more confidence. So for us, being closer to the market is a big challenge. And then, the economies of scale should really allow you to put factories and, furnishing unit, because sometimes the market is small. It doesn't make sense for you to put a factory. But in such cases, we go for I would say, third-party manufacturing. And that's as we speak, the only market where we have a third-party manufacturing is the East market. It's a relatively small market, but the factory being in Hyderabad, we can't really service them fast. The other challenges I spoke about is there are so many brands and the entry barrier being very less, and everybody confuses the consumer to the core by giving different story. So it's very tough for a consumer to really interpret what a real good mattress is, and whether it's good to buy a foam mattress, whether it's good to buy a latex mattress or so educating the consumer is so important. And still I feel every brand is the muscle power to, great brand ambassador. We've got Alia Bhatt, some of our competition has got Kareena Kapoor, somebody has got Anil Kapoor. So they really confuse the consumer with all of the story around it. What happens is sleep becomes a surrogate and mattress becomes so important. We are trying to change that story as we speak, right? We are trying to say mattress is just a product for you to get good sleep. And I think we're trying to do a lot of work around sleep and educate the consumer, that mattress is just a product, but, you need a good mattress to get good sleep. So just please focus on that. We're doing a lot of research around our products, like we have a product which is basically for somebody who has a stiff back or a back issue. We got it certified with doctors, and, we really empaneled. We have actually empaneled doctors in our company who works with us and helps us develop product. So those are few things which we're trying to do to probably have a lead over others in terms of providing real, I would say, genuine products. But yeah, I think the daily challenges is private equity, venture capitalist, money being so much. easy to get. You have a startup coming every day and coming out with a great story, some storyline. You have large startups who have reached a scale and where valuation is only the game. So they're allowed to burn cash and probably even do losses, but still subsidize the product. But we are at a different stage. We can't do that. Obviously, we are here to stay long, and we've been in the business for 6 decades. So we can't do a lot of those things what the startup does. But having said, to surmount that, I don't know, while we are faced to the market is Duroflex, we've also got a new age brand called Sleepyhead. It's the second largest online brand in the mattress space. Ranveer Singh is a brand ambassador for that. This brand basically targets the first time buyers of mattresses, probably, kids like who just passed out of college, getting their first job, moving into out of their parents' house, not have enough money to buy. So basically we are targeting those kind of consumer. That's our new age phase. That's our, I would say, the millennial brand for us, the second largest brand. To meet the rural demand where, Duroflex has a particular standing as far as the consumer is concerned. We can't downplay the price for obvious reasons. We'll be seen like a very cheap brand. I mean, the difficulty of having a good brand is you can't have a product at 2 lakh and you can't have a product at 5,000. Then the consumer get confused that what you stand for. Like, do you stand for a value for money brand or you stand for a premium brand? So over the last 3 years, we realized this, that if we have to really so-called, spur the growth of Bharat, we need to have a second brand, which can be a value for money brand. So the way we have, done is we launched another brand called Perfect Rest from the house of Duroflex. That's a kind of value for money brand, which probably targets the, I would say, lower spectrum of the consumer. In our terminology, we say anybody who's looking out for a mattress between say 5,000 to 12,000, and Duroflex take the center stage 12,000 and above. And in the online space, which is, this Perfect is more primarily a trade product, it's an offline brand, but Sleepyhead targets the 5 to 12K in the online space, which is the first time buyer. So we've done a lot of work around, I would say, our product portfolio, kind of getting the right product in the right place, because we still believe that Duroflex is primarily targeting the mass premium and the premium brand. We don't want to downplay that and confuse the consumer. But having said, I think our challenges are obviously the entry barrier is so low that anybody who gets funding can become your competition tomorrow. So obviously you have to be always one above in terms of your distribution strategy, in terms of your technology, the kind of investment you do, and obviously educating your consumer. So obviously it's a little expensive product to be in as we speak, but I would say the future is obviously we feel is quite immense. The reason we are all here, and I'm there for the last 7 years in Duroflex.
Yeah, sure. So coming to the question you asked from logistics and manufacturing, finally it all starts with consumer, right? Now, with the consumer in mind and keeping Bharat stroke rural in mind, I think one of the choices that we have made is that we want to premiumize the category and offer, products that we believe are right quality, right standards for the market and for the consumers, right? So we play across the spectrum, but we have made choices to have less presence in certain parts of the pricing ladder of the category, and that's reflective in our whole approach as well. So our long-term belief is that as consumers get more and more money in their hands, they would love to be seen, associated, and consuming better and higher quality brands. So that's one of the strategic choices that we have made, and that's paying for us for pretty much good time now, and that's been our foray. Now, having answered that, as you would have recalled, I just spoke about that, a large chunk of our sales does comes from rural, and that actually becomes a logistical nightmare, because I just explained you that while biscuit packet feels quite small, but cost of distribution as a percentage of value can really break your bank. So you have to be very efficient in terms of, it can eat into your margins. So here we use a lot of technology and all that you guys learn in your MBAs, right? In operational research. Absolutely, I can tell you we use best of that knowledge in our churning cycles, where we churn annually, monthly, and daily on a dynamic basis to decide what has to be produced where and how it has to be serviced to that which consumer where, right? And we can go in details of it. In terms of sales and supply, we use dynamic route optimization today, which on a daily morning basis tells my distributor as to what is the route his delivery van should be taking and which is the right vehicle for him or her to load today's demand, right? I mean, it's just like a Flipkart or e-commerce, which in the morning doesn't knows where he has to go and service, but the computer, throws out as to what route has to be taken for the courier delivery in the morning and which is the right vehicle. So that is one part of logistical, challenge that from a sales point of view and supply chain point of view, we've tried to lick. The other part of the problem, which is there in terms of manufacturing, where do you set up your factory and how do you ensure that you produce right product at the right time? As I said, I mean, we use all the, technology that's available and run what you learn in operation research, right? We use that to its hilt to optimize cost. Pretty much every year, in fact, every month, we take a view of where is our demand by brand, by pocket of states, and take a call whether we need to trigger new facility, what is the lead time for the facility to come, etc. And the cycle keeps going on. Yeah.
So it seems like that penetrating in Bharat is a challenge, and logistics tends to be a challenge. So are there particular types of innovations that you would like to talk about that you're using in business model to reach out to customers, not in terms of product placement, but in terms of your core business, where logistics and new manufacturing processes, they seem to be important. Like, yeah.
Yeah, so I think briefly I touched upon it, but one of the industry unlock happened, I think a decade or 1.5 decade back, when this whole sub distributor thing came up in FMCG sector, where hub and spoke model came in, right? Where people decided that okay, the marginal utility or the revenue that I get and the profits that I get by serving a new additional customer, and my cost of serving that customer is not making sense. So how can I have a aggregator who kind of then supplies to the sub distributor? So I think that unlock happened 1.5 decades back. But as you grow, it throws its own question, because even your distributor or your hub has to be efficient, and that's the place where a lot of innovation in technology is happening in terms of geotagging, ensuring each and every outlet where that outlet is, real-time order reflecting in the system. So today, wherever my sales is happening, like you have a cricket scorecard, right? We have, at 9 o'clock, how many salesmen are there out in the market? How many of them have not started yet? By what time? What is their run rate looking like? Are they moving the key efficiency that they are supposed to drive today? Are they moving it or not? We have gone to an extent of, giving this data access to the supervisors with red flags raised in a real-time manner. So there is no post-evaluation happening, but a real-time evaluation happening. And if a supervisor has to nudge a salesman, he nudges or she nudges at the right time, so that the efficiency kinds of comes in. So real-time data and leveraging that with a lot of AI to dynamically optimize route and therefore optimize cost. I think that is one big thing that I believe that, Britannia is one of the companies which is doing at this scale in the industry. Yeah.
Our industry is, very, very different than biscuit is, I would say, like a normal daily consumption item. But I don't know if many of you know, mattress is bought once in 7 to 10 years, right? So for us, the challenges are very different that if you have, and on a typical, I would say, retail shop or a provision store, you will have probably 100, 200 customers walking in. For our stores, maybe you won't get more than 3 to 4 people coming into the store. So for us, it becomes so important. First part is, the conversion, right? I mean, once you have a customer, you need to convert. You can't afford any customer going out without buying because he won't come back to you for the next 7 to 10 years. The other part is, I mean, once he's bought, you need to have your entire logistics set up so much that you are able to keep him happy and you're able to service him on time, right? So for us, this entire distribution model is changing a big time now. With the direct to consumer brands coming in, and obviously the pressure on margins that you can't afford. And if you are in a direct to consumer business, you obviously need to have your own distribution setup, warehouses, depots. Our business doesn't allow us to have a distributor and a depot in the same place, right? So the entire distribution model is changing where the middleman, which is the distributor, is giving way to your own setup, right? So where we had maybe not more than 11, I would say depot 6 years back, today we have more than 60 warehouses across. Where we had close to 100 distributor, we won't even have 30 as we speak. A large part of our metros, or not large part, all the metros we are in today, we have our entire own warehousing, own team, managing our entire logistics, warehousing. We done away with the distribution model because honestly, in our kind of business, distributor seldom add values. But yeah, I think the tier 2, tier 3, where you don't want to really put up your own infrastructure is where we have distributors. Considering the kind of investment even the distributor has to do, again, on a per mattress being like 8, 10, 20,000, to get such financially strong distributor in the space itself become a challenge. And then expecting him to invest in large warehouses becomes a bigger challenge. So the way we are seeing our business evolving is when you enter a new market, you kind of use a distributor to handhold you into the market, probably get you that footing into the market, probably get to know the market. And then in the next 2, 3 years time, you probably go on your own because the business, but the nature of the business doesn't allow you to have multiple distributors, warehouses, and hence it becomes so important for us. Hence logistics is a very huge cost for us, right? I mean, for us to ship one mattress, say from Hyderabad for say to Gurgaon, there are cases where the cost of the mattress will be, I mean, the freight cost will be higher than the mattress cost. And you have to do that because to keep your customers happy. And hence to get the right product at the place, in the right size is itself becoming a huge challenge. And hence, obviously we are using a lot of tools today. We have using tools on the transport management side. We're using, demand planning tools to get the right demand forecasting done. Even for us, our biggest raw material, which is TDI and polyol, which is where the foam gets done. There are very few people who make, I mean, there are actually, except GNFC, nobody makes in India. You have to depend on Shell and Dow to import, right? And unless the entire planning cycle is right in terms of forecasting and getting the right, and it's a flammable product. So there is a limitation about how much you can store in your factory. And hence you have to keep your pipeline continuously because if there are license issues, you can't stock beyond a point. Hence for us, unless we have a strong demand planning forecasting tool, it becomes a huge challenge. Hence we have in fact hired a lot of people from the new age companies of Flipkart and Amazon, where I think they have the best of talents in terms of the whole planning side. And they really work day in, day out to get our entire planning cycle across. In terms of our entire, I would say, stocking, we have a team which really works on it. We are building our in-house tools to manage the entire transportation so that our freight cost is managed well. But I would say in the large metros, the entire distribution ecosystem is changing with the advent of D2C becoming very prominent. I mean, just to give you some numbers for Duroflex, we would have been probably less than 5% 4 years back from a direct to consumer business. Today it's 40%. So today we talk to 40% of our consumer directly. In a distribution model, you sell bulk loads, right? You put 60, 70 mattresses in a truck and you send it. Here you have to talk to 40% of your consumer, and we sell close to 10 to 12 million mattresses. 1 to 1.2 million mattresses a year. And if I have to talk to 5 lakh consumer in a year, it's like divide by per day. It's like you're talking to so many consumers. So the whole infrastructure required to talk to your consumer, understand their requirement, get their product on time, I think it's a huge task. And hence, you also have to set up a huge CRM team, customer experience team, to really see that somebody is there to receive the call and talk to them and keep them happy. And hence the related cost going up, it doesn't give us a scope to have a dual distribution model of having our own depot and distributor, and that's changing rapidly. It's not for us. I think it's for the industry as well. Like it's for most of us.
So one more question and then I'll open up to the audience. But what I'm hearing from both of you is that given the changes in the economy, increasing competition, both the brands are today leaner, planning better, distributing much more in a more prepared manner. Obviously, the nature of the product is very different. So I just wanted to get a little bit of insight into how culture within your organization is changing because of these changes that you have to make in your overall, the way you're running things. Is because at the same time, younger people are different today. They are more online, they are more digital. The workforce would be different because they might have more exit options than before. You have more professional MBAs coming in, as you pointed out, from Amazon and other such places. So how has your organization changed, given that these are very old businesses? So what do you see is the evolution, and where does it seem to be going in the future?
Right. So I'll take this one first. Now that's an interesting one because as I reflect on this question, I think there are certain tenets that are very core to our organization, right? And we've kind of created employee, value proposition. And one of the things that we realized when we were crafting it, what we found is that, we've got this whole concept of inviting, right? And ting as in ting, 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 right? So inviting, right? The point there is that, what we hear from our employees and what we realize is that, this is an organization which, definitely gives you an opportunity to learn best in class, stretches you for performance, but at the same time, it's very kind of inviting and kind of a family feeling. And we've got a lot of employees coming back as second time rejoining the organization. By the way, I rejoined. I started my career as a management trainee here. I worked for 4-5 years, left, went on for different organizations and joined back. And there are many such examples of people leaving and coming back. Now, I think that piece has remained constant in our organization culture as a whole. What has changed? I think we've become a lot more agile. I think we've become a lot more, outside oriented, outside in, looking at best in class practices, getting them, adapting, like he was talking about, getting talent from, XYZ organization. We constantly look at capability gaps and, ensure that those capabilities are built in the organization. So I think that whole agile and new age thinking is a piece that we are, constantly building on. And obviously, another piece is becoming more and more, new age employee centric, right? So, like say, for example, I mean, we today have informals dressing from Monday to Friday, right? Now, that's quite a bit of shift from, typical B school thinking that we see, and you can see a lot of people here wearing formals, right? But those are the changes that, I think these are subtle symbols that, comes out from the belief that you believe in, right? While that's a small symbolic change, But we believe that, today's day and age, you can work from anywhere, right? You have to bring your best to work, and you have to get your best. And, we would rather have great minds working for us than leaving us for simple stuff, right? So I think that's the way I would sum up. Yeah.
For me, I've seen, the whole evolution of Duroflex. This is my 7th year. When I joined, we used to operate out of a small villa in Koramangala, right? And it was a 2-floor villa. We probably had a musical chair in our office. One guy gets up, the other guy sits, and he waits for the other guy to go to a washroom so that, he can get a place. And we were very small, maybe like 150, 160 crores. We used to find very tough to attract talents. We had people coming for interviews, and then on the pretext of going for a lunch, never came back because they found our office to be very lousy. And they said, oh, I mean, obviously, I remember I trying to, first time when I wanted to meet Matthew Chandy, who is the current chairman, managing director. The Google tagging was wrong. The office was on the left. It was tagged on the right. I lost way. And then I asked somebody there, and, then they directed me to this office. So I've seen that entire evolution to moving to 1,000 crores and hopefully an IPO in next 3 years. Being a 7, 8, we were not even in the top 10 in terms of our brand ranking. We are clear number 2 now, hopefully a number 1 in next couple of years. So I've seen this entire transformation. The kind of team we had then and the kind of team we have is totally different. We never had people like Shraddha in our office before. We had some very traditional, people who have been in the system for 20 years, 30 years, people who have kind of grown from the ranks, taking up some role, doing some job. Personally, for me, it was like a good experience to ask the promoter to step back and allow professionals to come in to manage businesses. Probably I would be maybe few of that professional who had the privilege of, reviewing the promoter, because they used to manage 3-4 states, and I was originally hired as head of sales, so I had no option but to review them for the first 6 months. I used to find it very embarrassing, and I said, hey guys, you really need to move out, and we need to get fresh thinking. We need to get professionals. This way it can't work. So we've really, I would say that I've been fortunate to really see the building up of this organization and moving from where it is now. The kind of talents we have is very different. I think the kind of people we today have in Sleepyhead, which is a very new age brand for us, a very millennial looking crowd, is very different. Like we have guys who are like maybe 30, 32, holding very key portfolios, driving the entire supply chain. The guy who runs the supply chain and product today is just 33 years old. Fresh guy from B school, worked for 3-4 years, and then he's just taken up that role. The person who manages the whole digital marketing there is quite young than what it is. So I can see, a traditional 60-year-old brand versus a new age brand. We can really see the bridge in our own office, own building today. But obviously we've changed a lot, and we really kept influxing new blood, new talent, new ways of thinking. Today, our marketing head is just 37 years old, and he manages a 1,000 crore brand for us. He's just taken over recently. So our entire team is very young now. Probably that was not a few years back. I think as the brand grew, because we knew if we had to attract talent, we had to really grow the brand and make this brand aspiring for people to come and join, right? So the first 2-3 years, we said, instead of running behind talent with whatever limited resource we have, let's put money on the brand. And some of the few small things we did, getting an RCB endorsement, a CSK endorsement, putting big hoardings, calling us out, spending huge money on marketing. Probably it had I would say, we were not even able to get the ROI of a spend, but we said, if you don't do this, if you don't make a brand big, if you don't really move into a really new looking office, it would be very tough for us. And even though even though we did not have a need, we moved into a new office to a better looking place. Those were small things we did, but I think we are a very different organization now. While we have, I would say, mature talents, because we also feel, while we can talk about having very young leaders, empathy becomes a problem there. The emotional quotient becomes a problem there. Managing stress, we have seen these young leaders find it's very tough to manage stress in very stressful environment. And that's where we get few gray-haired guys like me who comes in and bring that calmness into the system and say that, hey, times are tough. And I think we needed those gray-haired during the COVID times when all of us were lost. We never knew what to do. Just to add, when COVID, this 22nd March, when, Modi came in and said lockdown, we actually all came together, few of us, and said, it's like make or break. We were even thinking we might have to shut down this business. Primarily mattress being a very discretionary product, we were confused who's the one going to buy mattress. I mean, that would be the last in the mind of in a lockdown when your salaries are cut, when you don't have money coming in. We said, hey, it's not going to work for us anymore. And we just created startups within startups. And I can tell you that's where the youngsters played a very key role. We actually diversified during COVID. When there were cases, products which we were not in, we got in. We were not into furniture, we got in. We were not into sofa, we got in. We were not into home furnishing, we got in. I mean, all that happened. We said we should just try and do as many things as we can. Maybe just shed the weight of a 60-year-old company, be as fast, be very agile, nimble, keep taking decision, take calculated risk, and keep moving on. As we speak, 30 months away, almost all of that business are looking like high potential business for us. What started like a pilot, we put our own sofa unit now. I mean, we just put a sofa manufacturing 2 months back. We inaugurated that, which was never on our cards before. As I said, D2C was 5%. With a traditional minded team of Duraflex, we could not have built our direct to consumer business. We needed the youngsters, we needed new age people to come in, help us build that business. Today, it's like 35-40% of our business. So I think obviously we had a lot of support from our board to really keep experimenting, because sometime when you're pushed to the corner, you tend to do many things. And under the garb of being agile, nimble, you keep taking risks. A lot of that worked for us. The kind of team we have is very different. Obviously, we are able to attract good talents now, and people want to join us, and they see a lot of future. In fact, in the COVID time, we were probably the only one who took the risk of buying a factory. We went about buying a factory in Indore. Nobody does that. But we said, I think let's do it. We're getting it cheap. Let's buy it. If we survive and if you have to grow outside of South, we need a factory. Let's do it. And we went about, deploying all our cash all over places. I would believe that a 60-year-old brand with some, maybe a little senior old board, we could not have taken that decision, right? So even our investors, we have a couple of investors, they're very young. They also like little aggressive, and they say, take risk. So all in all, yeah, I think the kind of team we have is very different than what we have. And I think I have really been very fortunate to see the evolution of a very 5-decade-old brand to where we are today. I think we feel we are very new age as we speak.
Thank you, Mohan and Patri. We are out of time, so we cannot take questions from the audience, but any last thoughts that you have to share with, I mean, the conversation was just getting far more interesting. So, yeah.
No, I think interesting topic that you guys selected, and I think good discussion. Interesting to have another perspective from a different industry as well. So thank you. Thank you for inviting me. Thanks.
Thanks a lot.
We are very grateful to our distinguished panelists for this insightful discussion. Thank you, sir. Let's put our hands together with a round of applause. Request Professor to now present a memento to our guests. Thank you, sir. Request audience to please be seated for the next discussion.
Definitely would like to use that to understand what really latest. A very interesting conversation. Thank you. Thank you.
Guys, hello everyone. I would request all of you to please be seated as we are starting for the next session. And I would also request everybody sitting on the wings to come to the center. It's a humble request. Please, all of you, come to the center. I again request everyone to please be seated and come to the center. Mr. Kashyap, can you hear me?
Yes.
Do we have the speaker? Can you check whether we have the speaker working or not?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Sir, I'll request your permission to commence in a couple of minutes while the audience is getting seated.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
This is that's it.
So welcome, ladies and gentlemen. I welcome you all for the special talk by Mr. Pradeep Kashyap on the topic poverty reduction, is it profitable? To introduce Mr. Pradeep Kashyap, who is currently the founder of Mart. He has previously been the CEO of Mart for almost 30 years. He's also famously known as father of rural marketing, which is a title bestowed on him by the late Professor C.K. Prahlad. He's a global thought leader and he's a sought after speaker, having given over 500 talks across the globe, including 3 TED Talks. He has been a marketing advisor to Ministry of Rural Development and has served on the Prime Minister's Office and Chief Minister Committees on Rural Development. He's a World Bank and United Nations consultant and member of advisory committees on the Reserve Bank of India and National Bank of Agriculture and Rural Development. He's known for the creation of the world-famous Project Shakti with Hindustan Unilever to appoint almost 60,000 poor women as company dealers. He has pioneered many sustainable business and marketing models, such as inclusive marketing, public-private community partnerships, and last-mile distribution models with Colgate, Tata Steel, Novartis, etc. He has helped generate additional income for almost 200,000 poor women by reaching their produce to bigger markets. So, I welcome you to the Business Conclave at IIM Bangalore. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, Arijit, for that very crisp introduction. I'm delighted to be here with all of you this evening. What I'll try and do over the next 30 minutes is to share with you my life journey in the rural markets over the last 30 years. So 1 minute per year. And the way the rural environment is unstructured, my talk will also be unstructured because it will reflect the reality of the rural sector. And I just want to make a confession that, I worked for 20 years with multinationals, including one from Bangalore, where you are located. I worked with Michael Bosch for 7 years. And then I had a change of heart and I decided to go and work into the rural areas of India and change my dress style from a regular, suit to a kurta pajama, which I wore for the next 15 years. And that time, nobody was talking about rural marketing, including IIM Bangalore. And I visited several campuses and, the response was very, very lukewarm because they said, we don't have trained faculty. We don't have a book on rural marketing. So I ended up writing a book on rural marketing. And the honest truth is that I'm not an MBA like you people. I'm the least qualified guy in this auditorium right now. Okay, so, when we talk about rural, the question that arises is that why are we interested in the rural market or in the rural areas? Okay, so I'll start by asking a set of questions, which I guess I'll have to answer myself because in this format, it will not be possible to get answers from you. So from where does all our food come? I think there's no doubt that all our grain, vegetables, fruit, spices, everything comes from rural India. Okay? So our roti comes from rural India. So from where does the raw material for all our clothes come, what we wear? So cotton is grown in rural India, silk, wool, except for synthetic, everything else comes from rural India. So our kapda, roti and kapda comes from rural India. And where does all our raw materials for homes come from? Our houses. So bricks, cement, steel, wood, all of it comes from the rural areas of India. Right? So the makan. So roti, kapda, and makan all come from rural India. So it is not only that rural is important, but rural is crucial to our survival. I mean, some of us have this, very atrocious thought that Bharat is pulling us back, so why don't we just sort of get rid of Bharat? If we get rid of Bharat, then we'll die within days of starvation, of no roof over our heads. So rural is critical to our very survival. From where does our culture and our traditions come from? Okay. All the melas that you see or all the religious ceremonies and functions, they've all initiated in rural areas. Okay, so that was just an introduction to the rural sector because many of us, as I said, don't take it very seriously. Let us now understand very briefly the rural economy. Over the next 3 minutes, I'll try and explain to you what is the rural economy. So the rural economy, like the urban economy, has all the three sectors of agriculture, manufacturing, and services. And each one of them accounts for about 1/3 of the rural GDP. This may come as a shock to many of you that the services sector and the manufacturing sector are also equally important in rural India, but the context is different because in rural India, you have only micro enterprises largely and a few very small enterprises. There are no medium or large enterprises, but they're there. Then you have carpet weaving, gems and jewelry, handicrafts, textiles, and a whole lot of other things. I don't think any of you would know that the turnover of the Khadi Commission is more than the turnover of Hindustan Unilever. Hardly any of you would know that the turnover of Amul is more than the turnover of Hindustan Unilever. So it's just that we get enamored by corporate India, but there is a lot of stuff happening in cooperative rural India. Okay, so within agriculture, we have three segments. So you have food grain, you have horticulture, and you have animal husbandry, which consists of dairy, piggery, fishery, chicken and poultry and stuff like that. And each one of them contributes 1/3 to the agriculture GDP, right? So agricultural GDP accounts for 15% of India's total GDP. Within that 15%, food grain accounts for only 5%. The other 5% comes from horticulture. And the third 5% comes from animal husbandry, which I explained to you as dairy and poultry and all these put together. The good news is that about 8 years back, the total output of horticulture exceeded the total food grain output for the first time. Today, our food grain production is about 300 million tons, and horticulture has surpassed it, and it is 330 million tons. Okay? And I've explained to you dairy. And incidentally, dairy, we are now the world's #1 milk producer, thanks to Dr. Kurian and his efforts. Okay. So what are the positives in the rural economy? Because as a marketing person, you have to understand the economy. Even in urban, all of us need to understand the urban economy. So similarly, if you want to get into the rural markets, then you have to understand the rural economy. So what are the positives at present in the rural economy? The first positive, as I mentioned to you, is that higher milk production. We have become the #1 milk producer. And almost every second or third family in rural India has animals. Okay? And they produce milk every day. And that milk is sold to the nearest collection center. So at about 40 rupees a liter. So if you're producing 2 liters, you'll get 80 rupees, or 3 liters, 120 rupees. And, we may not know, but rural households' cash flow comes from the dairy sector because food grain or horticulture and all these things come only 2 harvests or 3 harvests maximum in a year. So you get cash only twice or thrice a year, but you have to run your house like all of us have to do on a daily basis. So dairy is a very critical input into the lifestyle of rural India. Horticulture, interestingly, today we have, as I mentioned, 330 million tons, and the returns on horticulture products are much better than food grain. You would end up selling wheat at 20 rupees a kilo, but you will send apples at 75 rupees a kilo or 80 rupees a kilo, right? So the value that you get for the same tonnage will be more, and that will lead to more prosperity amongst the horticulture growers. The second is that land is finite. For every country, land is finite, and that's the reason the maximum wars are over land. Okay? So the land required for producing 1 ton of horticulture is only 10% of the land required for producing 1 ton of food grain. The reason simply being that fruits and vegetables grow vertically, whereas food grain grows horizontally, so it requires much more area. The third is that we have a water scarcity or irrigation in rural India. So horticulture does not require any irrigation. It depends on rainwater, and the water goes into the soil, and the roots of the trees strike deeper and deeper to draw their own source of water. So horticulture is a great crop for building the economy of rural India. Okay? The third thing is that 75% of all new factories that have come up in India have come up in small towns, which means that labor is procured from 70, 80, 100 villages around. And naturally, these people are paid much better wages than if they were to work in a local shop, because these factories are owned by the Batas and the Birlas, the Tatas and the Birlas and Unilever and P&G and all these companies that put up factories in different industrial centers. So now what has happened is that more and more families in rural India have somebody working in these factories. So there is regular salaried income coming into the family, which creates security of food and hunger. Okay? So that's just a little introduction to the rural economy, because most of us may not be very familiar with it. Now let's come to the macro picture on the market front. Okay? In 1990, I'm going to do a comparison between 1990 and 2020. So in 1990, rural market accounted for only 25% of the all India market. Okay? That means rural people bought only 25% of the total output of all industries put together, and 75% was contributed by the urban economy, which is what you and I are more familiar with. Okay? And the population was rural India contribution 25% to the market, and the population 75%. So what that meant was that the purchasing power was really very low, and that's why, despite the fact of 75% people, they bought only 25% of the goods. Okay. Now this has changed dramatically when we come to 2020. Now the rural market accounts for 55% of India's market, which means that the rural market is now bigger than the urban market. Okay, that's a very significant thing that has happened in the last 8-10 years because of a lot of efforts of the government, of organizations like ours and whatever. Okay, and the per capita income has gone up from 50% of urban income in 1990 to 75% in 2020. So the purchasing power has gone up further. And also the fact that by the time we come to 2020, the pie is already much bigger. So to get a 55% share of the pie, of a much bigger pie, is a very significant. Okay. So that's just a little quick one on the macro numbers. Let's now look at the demand pattern. So I mentioned to you that rural India now accounts for 55% of the total market. Out of this, if you take FMCGs, it is 59%, obviously because more rural people, including the poor, will use soap and salt and tea and these sort of things. Whereas when it comes to durables, it is 53%, which still is more than half. So the rural market for both categories, FMCGs and durables, is now bigger than the urban market. Okay? And if I were to just share some demand and sales figures with you, you may find them pleasantly shocking. Hero MotoCorp, which started selling bikes in rural India about 10 years back, today 3 million bikes by Hero MotoCorp are sold in the villages of India every year out of their total production of 6 million bikes. And as you know, Hero MotoCorp is the world's largest manufacturer of motorcycles. So 50% of all bikes are bought by the poor villagers as we understand it. The point I'm trying to make is that rural India is no longer poor. Rural India accounts for more purchases than urban India. Okay? If I take the example of Maruti, Maruti produces 1.1 million cars a year, of which 400,000, nearly 40%, are sold in the villages of India. And cars don't cost less than 4 to 5 lakhs. Right? So that will show you the kind of purchasing power that has come into rural India. Okay. We'll take questions at the end of it because I'm sure you will have many, because a lot of the information I've shared with you, you may be hearing for the first time and would obviously have your doubts and every reason to have those doubts. Okay. Rural India has more television sets than urban India. The number of graduates coming out of rural India is more than the number of graduates coming out of urban India. So I could go on with this list because I've spent the last 30 years only working in the rural markets. Okay. Now we come to digital India. Now here again, what you find is that in 2018, only 36% of the phones, mobile phones owned by rural people were smartphones. But because of COVID and study from home, schoolwork being done at home, you needed a smartphone to be able to do this. Today, 67% of all phones owned in rural India are smartphones. Okay. They may be at the entry level, 4,000, 5,000 rupees, but they're all smartphones, 67%. That means 2/3 of phones in rural India are smartphones. And by 2026, it is projected that the total number of mobile phones in India will be, smartphones will be 1 billion, of which the major share will be in rural India. Okay? Even if you take the internet penetration, the rural India number is 350 million, urban is 342 million. So already rural internet usage or users is higher than urban users. Okay? 95% of the village folk have Aadhaar cards. 50% of those cards are bank linked. Okay? And the fiber optic network connecting all the 250,000 panchayats in India is almost ready. So once that happens, then information will flow seamlessly and without any delays whatsoever. And rural India in terms of infrastructure will not look very different from urban India. 10, 15 years back, only 50% of the villages were connected by all-weather road. Today, that number is almost 100%, thanks to Mr. Gadkari. Yeah. The same thing goes for electrification. More than 90% of the villages are electrified, whereas 10 years back, it was not even 50%. And that's why durables didn't sell that well in the earlier decades, because more than half the homes didn't have electricity. Okay. So all these are factors which are going to create a lot of further demand. Already demand has started happening in a big way, but it's going to happen in a bigger way. Okay. Yeah, you take the unified payment interface, the UPI. Interesting that already 28% of all transactions are out of rural India. 28%. We think the villager is a gawar because he's from a gaon, so he's a gawar. But the fact is that, you see their performance and the way they are doing. Okay. And then I'll just take a minute or two to talk to you about the infrastructure. India has always had a very strong social infrastructure. And by social infrastructure, what do I mean? There is a Asha health worker in every village with a population of 1,000 and above. There is an Anganwadi worker. So, and there are these women's self-help groups, which is what we use to establish Project Shakti. And I'll take a minute to talk about Shakti. So today there are 7 million women's microfinance groups with an average membership of 10 per group. So 70 million women in rural India are members of these groups, which means 1 in every 3rd household in rural India has a member in self-help groups. And these women actually take a loan from their own group after having saved some money every week to start some business. So they will end up selling vegetables or fish or buy a sewing machine or buying a milch cow, things like that. So when we were working on this, we were approached by Unilever that they had covered all the bigger 2,000 plus population villages with their distribution and reach, but they didn't have a viable, sustainable business model to go below that. So what we did was that we identified a woman leader from each of these groups and appointed her as a Shakti Amma. And she would get supplies at her doorstep through a 3-tier system. That time there was to be a CNFA, a clearing and forwarding agent, then the rural distributor, and then to the Shakti Amma, who was the authorized dealer. Okay? And she would sell these going home to home in her own village and neighboring villages. And many women ended up earning 2,000, 3,000 rupees. And the total number of women today is more than 60,000. And Unilever gets more than 1,000 crore, 1,000 crore business from this channel. Okay, so, and now if you look at the new announcement by the government on schemes for rural India, so Har Ghar Mein Nal, so you will have running water. I mean, we could never imagine this in villages. If you look at Bollywood, the stories are the heroine is going to the village common pump and picking up the water from there and getting teased by the hero or whatever. Okay? So that's one. LPG. Interestingly, all rural cooking before the LPG scheme came in, all rural cooking in every part of India was done at the ground level. So you would have a angiti or a cook stove, and then you would have the kadai or whatever with handles on both sides, because the lady of the house would sit on the floor and cook. But with the introduction of LPG, now LPG you have to cook standing, so you need a counter. And the minute you get a counter and you put your gas stove on it and then attach the LPG gas. Now many women started telling their husbands के आपने counter बनवा दिया और ये यहाँ रखने की जगह बनवा दी, तो 2-4 shelf भी बनवा दीजिए. So I have seen the evolution of modular kitchens in villages of India. These are the first indicators, because now they said कि 2-4 drawer बनवा दो, उसमें सामान रख देंगे अपने चूरी कांटे वांटे सब, I mean not कांटा but चम्मच वगैरह जो भी है. Okay. So you see how some of these schemes have a much larger impact, both in terms of social changes and in terms of economic benefits. And the last point I want to make is the problems of accessing the markets in rural India and the consumers in rural India, and what are the strategic solutions that we have evolved over the last 30 years, because MART is the oldest organization in the rural markets. So we have a fair amount of experience. So in those days, I'm not talking of today, because now you have, all this digital benefit, but I'm talking of 20 years back. Companies would come to us and say, there are 6 lakh villages. So how do we distribute to 6 lakh villages? Even after 100 years, nearly 100 years of existence of Unilever in India, they don't go below the 2,000 population villages. Okay? So we did an analysis and we found that the 2000 plus population villages account for only 17% of the total number of villages. So out of 6 lakhs, only 1 lakh villages are in the 2000 plus population. And these account for 50% of the total rural population, and more importantly, 60% of the wealth, of the income. So they are the ones who have the purchasing power, because such a small number has 60% of the total wealth, and the remaining 5 lakh villages put together have the remaining 40% wealth. So you can imagine the small wealth. If you travel into rural India and go to a village below 500 population, you will not even find a shop, except for a kiosk selling pan, bidi and all, nothing more than that. So we told companies that you don't need to go below the 2000 population villages. And that is what has helped them to solve their problem of reach. And similarly, for durables, we found that 90% of durables are bought from 50,000 plus population towns. And these are only 1,900 in number. So you don't have to go to all 8,000 towns to have your reach, or to villages of India. You just have to have your availability in those 1,900 towns. Okay? So that's the one way we did this. Shakti Amma, I've already told you. Okay. So, but now everything has changed. With these e-marketplaces, Amazons and all that, they, for one thing, you don't need a brick and mortar store, which is what was happening always in the past. So rural India had 8 million mom and pop stores, whereas urban India has 4 million. So that was becoming very difficult to extend further, because you then have to go deeper and deeper into smaller locations, and these are not viable. Because remember one thing, that the deeper you go, the lower your order booking and the higher the cost of reach. So that was the reason why Unilever didn't have a model below 2000 population villages, because they found that the cost of reach was much higher and the order size would start shrinking, becoming smaller and smaller as you go to smaller villages. So when we created Project Shakti, these women are already operating from very small villages. So Unilever got the advantage that they could reach their product without any additional cost, because these women were already there and they became the appointed dealers. Okay. And so, yeah, so I was talking about the e-marketplaces. That means now you don't need these brick and mortar stores. And the second thing is that companies like Amazon have worked out their deliveries. I'll give you my own example. We have a cottage in Ranikhet. Some of you may be knowing that Ranikhet is a very pretty hill station in North India, and it's an army cantonment. And I was surprised to learn 3 years back, a friend of ours tell us that you can order anything from Amazon and they will deliver in your village, because our cottage is in the village of Ranikhet. So these people have reached there because now they have the advantage of technology and various other things. So the future of rural India is very bright, because also remember that the headroom for growth is much more in rural India. Because if I take a pressure cooker, in urban India, every kitchen will have a pressure cooker, including the slums of Bombay or Delhi or Calcutta or anywhere. Okay? So the only requirement that will come up will be replacement, which may be once in 7, 8, 10 years. Whereas in rural India, not even 50% of homes have a pressure cooker. So there is an opportunity for tapping into the remaining 50%. So for every category, what you find is that the consumption or penetration in rural for every category is much lower than urban. Therefore, the scope for growth is much more. And believe you me, the price that you get in rural India is much better than the price that you get in urban India. This is the myth that people had, that the cost of reach is very high and therefore the margins get eroded. The reality is that as you go deeper, there is no competition. So you always end up selling your product at MRP. Your dealer will sell at MRP. Whereas in urban India, we know buy one, get one free and all that. So the economics is really in favor of rural India. So my concluding advice to all of you would be go rural. The future of India now, for this decade at least, belongs to rural India. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for sharing valuable insights into rural India. From the insight that you have shared, I happen to take a few notes, and I would like to ask a question to start with, to take this opportunity. So
Sure.
you shared with us that the rural consumption is growing, purchase power of rural India is growing, number of mobile users in India is growing. So rural India is set for next level growth in the decade, and as per your suggestion, we should go up to rural. But what is that one thing that is stopping entrepreneurs and private companies today from reaching out rural India as Project Shakti was? So if you have to summarize.
Yeah, this is a question which is asked every time. See, Arjit, the thing is that most companies have been hesitant to go to rural India because, for one, they would say, let's do a pilot, let's learn, and you tell us that the returns are going to be better than urban India. To which my counter question to every CEO of these big companies is that when you started selling in urban India, who gave you that guarantee that urban India would give you enough demand? If you talk of 75 years back when Levers started selling their Lifebuoy soap and other products, right? So nothing ventured, nothing gained. But today, you have so much proof where companies like Hero MotoCorp or Maruti or the TV companies or the mobile phone, they are selling much more in rural India than in urban India. So what more proof do we want that? So nothing is holding us back. What is holding us back is an internal resistance from the marketing and sales teams to go into the mosquito-ridden rural India where you don't have good hotels, you don't get, clean, hygienic food in many places. The transport is always the problem in these areas. So the infrastructure still has its issues, and that, as I said, it's improving. So today you have road connectivity to all villages. Today you have electricity in every village, but not necessarily in every home. So it's improving, but you have to be, in rural India, you have to be the first mover. So if Nirma has moved in first and they've established their brand in certain number of villages, I throw an open challenge to Unilever. They will not be able to take away that market from Nirma. Because rural people believe in brand stickiness. If you start using a brand and they're reasonably satisfied, it's very difficult to make them change their brand. Whereas in urban India, you and I and our better halves are constantly looking for schemes. So it's not which soap should I buy, but on which soap am I getting 2 free or whatever free. So rural India, consumer behavior is different. Okay? That's one thing. The second thing is that there is very little exposure because most MBA institutes, till about 5 years back, didn't have a course on rural marketing. Even today, it's an elective course, despite the fact that it's a bigger market than urban India. So this bias continues, even in our academic institutions, even with corporates. Does that give you some ideas about what could be the problem areas?
It does, so very much.
I could go on, but then you have to tell me when to stop because there are so many questions you may want to ask.
Yes, sir. It does clarify my question, and thanks a lot for the answer. I would like to now open this. Yeah, I think there are already many hands up. Can we pass on the mic to the audience?
Okay, can I just see the audience? Can you focus on the audience? No.
Can we? I think is the audience camera turned on? Can we please get the audience camera turned on?
Yeah, because it's always good to see the face and then link the question to the face.
So can I ask?
So can we continue with the question while the team gets the audience camera turned on?
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah.
Sir, I'm Bhargava here, CEO of Marutsaka Aerospace and Aviation, an aviation company based in Bangalore.
Based in?
Based in Bangalore.
Okay.
Based in Bangalore. My point is that the way you have elaborated about the rural India is just amazing, and it has given good insights to explore the rural markets. And the point is the aerial connectivity. Aerial connectivity from rural India to tier 2 city to tier 2 cities. What it could be in the coming days. I mean to say the schemes like Ude Desh Ka Aam Nagrik, these are all coming to the limelight over the time. So again, tier 2 and tier 3 city connectivities are still not that great. In terms of the aviation industry, what would you say? Would that be a good market to explore in the rural India, or?
Okay, say I'm not from the aviation industry, right? So I will not pretend to say that I have good understanding of the aviation industry. But let me share an example with you from my own experience, which may give you some sort of idea. See, as I told you, we have a cottage in Ranikhet. The journey to Ranikhet is from Delhi to Kathgodam, which takes about 6 hours by road, and then another 3.5 hours in the hills to Ranikhet. So it's a 9-10 hour journey. It's a fairly arduous journey. Okay? Now they have a Shatabdi, so we get onto the Shatabdi and get down at Kathgodam after 5 hours of eating and sleeping and reading and looking at our phones. And then it's a 3.5 hour journey, so it's only 3.5 hours. And many of our friends have cottages there, and these are all army retired people, generals and all that. Now, Pantnagar, which is again 3.5 hours from Ranikhet, Pantnagar has a airstrip and has been there for many years. So recently, Indigo has started 2 flights to Pantnagar, basically catering to the Nainital market and to the Ranikhet market. And you know something? You can't get a ticket on that flight. And even the fare, it started with 3,500 rupees. And now SpiceJet has also jumped into the fray. And they have priced their ticket at 5,500 rupees. Okay. So, I mean, I don't know if that gives you some idea that if people are now looking for convenience because they have the money. 20 years back, we were hearing about shampoo sachets and soap sachets. Now, nobody talks about sachets. Everybody's talking about big bottles because the poor can also afford those, right? So the affordability of travel, and believe you me, travel in India has gone through an explosion in the last 20, 30 years. Indians never used to travel. They used to only go to religious spots. But today, every middle-class family will take an annual holiday and go somewhere or the other. And that's why these Make My Trips and Clear Trip and, you know, Trivago and all these companies have come into the fore. So I think there is a very good future for low-cost aviation in these tier 2, tier 3 towns. Okay?
Yeah, please go ahead.
Hello, sir. This is Mamata Anurag.
Can you just raise your hand? I can't see you. Yeah, yeah, okay.
Yes, sir. So my question comes in the context of your statement that roti, kapda, makan are created by rural India. So my question is focused on the impact of the businesses vis-a-vis the resources that are going into the creation of businesses. So today—
Into the creation of?
Into the creation of businesses. What resources are going into the business and what is the impact, the social impact? So the startup culture is thriving a lot in India today. Every second or third MBA grad is talking about setting up a startup idea, but 90% of the startups fail. So considering the resources that are going into the startups vis-a-vis the impact that is created to the society, the output that is generated to the society, how do you see the startup culture going forward? Is it good or is it bad or is it somewhere in between? Are startups really beneficial to the society?
That's a very difficult question to answer. But again, I'll talk from personal experience that, see, our immediate neighbor lives in a cottage, in our next cottage. and he's from Bits Pilani from my college. So we become friends. He runs a back office operations from rural India. Okay, so he's a startup, but he started much earlier than the startup culture actually came into India. He's doing a lot of back-end work for clients in the US and other places. And he is now given employment to about 40 women. These are all women who are doing the data punching and all. And it has created a lot of goodwill in that area. When he goes, to his centers, he's got 3 or 4 centers in different small locations. And he has learned so much about the capabilities of these rural women. See, he first thought that they're only class 3 or 4 pass, they'll not be able to do anything. But the confidence that they have gained through working here, right, is now reflected in the confidence they have in doing other things, even in the place that they have, not only in society, but in their own homes. They are given much more respect than what they were given earlier, or even more than what the boys are now getting. So I think it has a social impact. Yeah. But addressing your larger question, you think 90% startups will fail? I think 99% will fail. Because these are all around an idea that the founder has. Okay? Ideas are very good, but you need to market them. You need to have a very strong marketing team to be able to convince the buyer why he should go with you. So because I'm a marketing person for 50 years, and I feel that piece is missing in the jigsaw puzzle in the startup culture. That they know, they'll talk of ideas and eyeballs and all that. But you see, these are, hawa mein kile banana. These are like that. So you have to actually have a balanced approach, because anything that is cooked and served too soon is not going to be tasty. Nothing like eating non-vegetarian food which is cooked on charcoal, slow cooking in an earthen pot, or mangoes that grow on the trees and not which are ripened outside. So I think startup culture has a major issue. Yeah, but I wish them well.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, hi, sir.
Yeah, where are you? Could you raise your hand? Yeah.
So, sir, I myself come from a rural India. And
Yeah.
today's the entire discussion, I see a clear distinction between urban and rural. But the way I understand, even rural can be further divided into 2 parts. One is resource rich, and another is which doesn't have a resource backup. For example, rurals from a rural state from Punjab, which have backing of agriculture,
Yeah.
or a rural from Kerala, which are backing of tea leaves. They are resource rich. But there is another rural India where I come from. This is from Jharkhand. They don't have any proper resource background.
Yeah.
So the rurals which have a strong resource background, they are empowered. They have sufficient disposable income to become a market and even to involve into the manufacturing process. My question is how to empower rural India, which doesn't have a strong resource backup. Backing.
Okay. Yeah, that's a very good question. I couldn't go into any details because I didn't have the time. But basically, what you're talking of, resource rich and resource poor, that's one way of classifying rural India. The other way, which we follow, is that you have developed rural India, which is the Punjab, Haryana, Maharashtra, Western UP. And you have the least developed areas, which is the Bimaru states, the Bihar, Orissa, UP, Rajasthan. Okay. And then you have the developing states. So that is one way to look at it. So what Niti Aayog has done is that out of the 776 districts, they have identified 150 districts, which are what you are talking about, which are resource poor. So they need a boost because Punjab, Haryana can now be on their own. because they've got a support for long. And that's why they've become, the green revolution started there, and the best quality rice is produced in Haryana now and all that. So what Niti Aayog has done is that they've identified these 150 districts, and they're seeing what are the kind of skills that people possess. Okay? So when you say resource rich, resource also includes skills, not just raw material. Okay? So, and then they are going into a training mode to see which are the gap areas and how will they, consolidate these gap areas. Okay? So that's one thing. The second thing is the existing organizations. So as I told you, the Khadi Commission, the handloom boards, the handicraft boards. Okay? These are all in rural India. The production happens in rural India, okay? In rural homes, because people have the loom installed in their homes, which is supplied by Khadi Commission or by the handloom board. So we have to see how to provide them very strong marketing support, right? So that we can create a demand for their products. And today you have that possibility because you have the e-commerce firms, you have these marketing platforms. So whatever you have in Jharkhand in terms of any craft, today it can be showcased in all these Amazons and Flipkarts and Snapdeals and whatever. So they are working with that thing, because see, what is given by God to in terms of our resources is what we have. We can't complain about it. We have to find ways around it. So this is one strategy that they have used. What we have used as a strategy is we have mapped all the districts and the blocks by looking at the kind of skills they have, okay, the kind of raw material, whatever it may be. It may be grass, the local, with which they make tokeries and all, no, or cane or bamboo or whatever. So the skills, the raw materials, the other resources, and then what could be the kind of products or things that they could make. Right? So I'll tell you of a place in Udaipur, not in this place, tribal area, 30 kilometers outside Udaipur. They have a lot of cane there, cane and bamboo. And this is a tribal area. So they were making local things and selling locally, and these sort of things. How many can you buy? Ek aapne pankha local hath bana hua kharid liya, and that's the end of it. So when we started work there, we realized they have the skill of weaving all these things. And in the city of Udaipur, you have hundreds and thousands of these tree guards. Tree guards hota hai na, jo metal ka bana hota hai, right? So usme jab aap poda ugate ho, so you put the tree guard around it so that no animal can come and chew the sapling. नहीं तो वो सारे सैपलिंग बेकार हो जाते हैं, राइट? और वो आप ट्री गार्ड भी लगाते हो मेटल का, तो उसकी रीसेल वैल्यू है, तो रात को लोग आके चोरी कर लेते हैं और उसको सुबह जाके कबाड़ी जो है बेच देता है. So we talked to the collector of Udaipur and we said this area comes under your development plan. So this is what we have in mind. He was very enthusiastic and he supported us, and we ended up selling material worth about 11 or 12 lakhs. Then I'm talking of 25 years back, right? So since they have had the skill, so they could even weave and make tree guards out of bamboo. So that's the kind of thing that we'll have to do. Okay, I mean, the time here is so little that पिछले 30-40 साल का काम है, 2 मिनट में कैसे बताएं उसको? But are you getting a sense of what I'm saying? Hello?
Yes, sir. I think it all made sense to all, and it is such an amazing session to be here with today. And thanks a lot, sir, for joining us today. I think we are short of time and we won't be able to take any more questions. But yes, if the audience has any more questions, so can I ask your permission to send those questions away to you?
Yeah. No problem. Yeah. Because that's something that I've been doing for years, going to campuses and teaching, the subject. So I'll be very happy.
Thanks a lot, sir. Thanks a lot for joining us today. And thank you all for being present here. Thank you.
audience